Minister of Education, who sits in another place, namely heads 16, 17, and 41. We then heard from the Honorable Shadow Minister for Education, the member for Constituency 8, Ben Smith MP, who was on his feet when we broke for lunch. Does anyone wish to speak? MP Smith. I recognize MP Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. I hope everyone had a good break away from the House. When I left, I was continuing on with some discussion around substitute teachers on B138. It's 27160.
Thank you.
And where I was leaving off was that there's a potential need for teachers to receive some assistance due to some of the kind of strong issues that happen within that particular job. It can be a stressful job, and we've had some added pressures with what has happened with COVID, and now we have education reform. There has been a change in the student population. There has been some negative interaction with some parents. These are all factors that would have been impacting our teachers. So my questioning was around the mental health side and the help that is provided for teachers who might need that help. And what I was discussing was the fact that under GHI, they get 12 appointments for the year to receive something for mental health services. And it's about $97 that is provided, but the cost is approximately $250 per session. So considering that is going to be difficult for somebody to be able to get the kind of support that they might need, just wondering whether there has been any thought in moving to increasing the amount of coverage that teachers specifically would have because of the changes in that specific job. I know that fire service and police service have a higher amount covered for these issues because they are in what is called kind of a high stress environment. So just looking to see if the minister will be able to provide any details, whether there's been any thought of increasing that specific help, considering that it could be one of the factors that is leading to us having to rely so heavily on substitute teachers. Mr. Chairman, my last question on substitute teachers is whether we can get some overall data on the usage so that we have an understanding of where this demand is coming from the most. Is it in our primary schools? Is it in our middle schools? Is it in our secondary schools? If we could get the numbers of how often substitute teachers are needed in each of these schools, I think it would give an indication of whether this is a bigger problem. And I asked before lunch whether there has been a plan put in place so that we can start to try to resolve this, considering this has been a situation that has meant even when budgeted $3 million, we have spent up to $9 million to cover this specific line item. So, Mr. Chairman, still on B138, I'm going to now move on to student services. And the first line that I'd like to look at is 27061, which is behavior management. So I think all of us would agree that there has been, at least publicly, some issues of negative behavior from some of our students. The shame of it is that a lot of times that's the piece that gets the headline instead of the fact that we have so many other students that are actually performing well and doing great things in their community. But when we do have issues with behavior, I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support these students. And my question is, you see there's additional funding. If we could get some detail on what that additional funding will specifically help, is that simply part of the increase in the salaries? I think all of us would agree that teachers getting more money to do their job is something that all of us can applaud. And I think most people in this chamber would agree that teachers probably deserve to get more than what they just received. But obviously we have to fit within the budget. But in saying that, wanting to know whether this increase is actually going to be supporting making changes to that behavior, or is it simply going to be just the financial change for the salaries in that area? The next one that I'm looking at is going to be under paraprofessionals. So that is 27079.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, there seems to be an increased use of paraprofessionals. I think it would be important for the listening public to understand what the difference between a paraprofessional and a teacher is, what the qualifications difference is, what the expected support level is for paraprofessionals, and how did we get to a situation where we need more in this particular area? And with that increase, what would be with the increased demand, what is the increased support, training, and maybe giving more qualifications to paraprofessionals if we are going to be relying more and more on them? And Mr. Chairman, still on the same page, 27066, which is vision. The minister gave some specific answers in the brief regarding vision, but I have a question regarding sometimes you're going to have a young student that potentially is having some issues in the classroom that are related to maybe needing some glasses, maybe not being able to see the board, maybe not being able to read the information that's provided for them. And we have to accept that in today's Bermuda, sometimes their parent might not have the ability to go out and purchase glasses. So if the minister can give us some information on whether there is a support system in place, what that process is, because there potentially are some parents that are listening that could figure out how they might be able to help their child. And in that case, we want to make sure that we're giving them all the tools that it's going to take to have their best performance in the classroom. Mr. Chairman, also in 27065, I went down one line. I should have actually dealt with this one first, which is hearing.
Yep.
I just have a question because I know specifically that Gilbert Institute was a school that actually had quite a bit of sign language that was happening in the school. There were some programs there specifically, and considering that school is closing, if we could get some indication of whether that support that was in that specific school is now moving to a different school, and the teachers that would have had that extra expertise to sign, whether that has now been moved to a different school and potentially allows for the support of those students in that new school. So, Mr. Chairman, there are several areas here that deal with students that have different learning abilities, different learning styles. We have autism here. We have learning support. There's a lot here to deal with students that might need extra support. The question that I ask is, from a data perspective, have we been recording the data? Do we see an increase in the need for this kind of support? It connects to what I was saying earlier about more paraprofessionals. So are we seeing that our community is needing more support in these areas? Our children are needing more support in these areas, which obviously is an increased cost, because the government schools are the ones that are really supplying this specific support to students. Mr. Chairman, it's also an area where I'd like to know whether there are cases that happen where the government system potentially isn't able to provide the kind of support that is necessary for certain students. Some of this is going to be a behavior issue. Some of it is going to be specific learning areas. In that context, when that happens, what is the system to allow that child to get the level of support that is needed for them to progress? And the reason I ask that is because there are a lot of cases where you find that parents are being burdened with heavy costs because they have to go and find that level of support. Sometimes it's because they are not comfortable with the support that's provided, but in some cases it's because the support isn't available at the amount that is necessary for that child to progress. And this connects the dots to what I was talking about earlier when I said absenteeism. So if a child is pulled out of school to get this kind of support and they're no longer going to their regular classroom, is there a system in place to continue to follow that progress along that child's journey, checking in with them to make sure that it isn't a child that's being left behind because they needed more support? Still on the same page, B138. Just have a quick question under 27040 educational stores.
Yes.
So I see the funding that is there for educational stores, which is going to be an area where teachers would be able to go and get their supplies for their classroom. Several times, I think all of us have heard times that teachers talk about not having certain supplies. There are cases where parents are actually pitching in order to make sure that the class has the supplies that are needed. I guess the question is this a situation where the stores needs to have a bigger budget in order to cover these costs for the teachers? St. Paul's preschool specifically, because I believe there is, as we move towards a parish primary school, which will be working towards having a preschool attached to the parish primary school, is there going to be impact to that specific preschool? And if that is the case, when do we anticipate that happening? So, Mr. Chair, moving on to 1705, which is primary schools. In the next few weeks, we will be seeing 2 more of our primary schools close, which will mean that there will be students that are transitioning to other schools. Would it be possible for the minister to provide some details into where those students have moved. So obviously there would have been an application process for parents to choose different schools. There was quite a bit of kind of anxiety around certain students not being able to get what would have been their first choice. So with that being said, it will be important for us to have some details on that so that we have clarity whether all of those situations have been resolved, so that if a student has moved from one school to the next, are we seeing students moving from the closed primary school, public school, to another public school? Are we seeing them move to private school? Are we seeing them move overseas? Just if we could get some details on that data, because at this point we should probably have a good idea where those students are transitioning to. Mr. Chairman, still on that same page, B139, I'm looking at 1706 special schools. There was a bit in the brief about the Dame Marjorie Bean Academy. There was a significant increase in the budget, which was 102%. If we could just get a little bit more detail of the breakdown of what those expansions are. There was some information in the brief, but a little more detail on what that major increase entails. And Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to move on to B140. And I'm looking under 1707, which is middle schools. So there is what I'm going to say is a bit of an anomaly. We know that we have schools that are closing. We know that we have schools that have closed. I think one of the things that becomes important when we're in the budget part of the debate is figuring out what happens when you close a school. So one of the major factors is that a lot of the finances for a school are going to be based off of teachers. So when you close a school, a large amount will move out of that particular budget line. But there will be some residual, which will be based off of the school facility, maybe some cleanup. There's that part. But the part that I'm querying is that within 1707 middle schools, we have T and Tatum. So, Mr. Chairman, I can be corrected, but I believe that T and Tatum closed in 2020. So looking at the previous budget book, in 2023-24, there was zero budgeted for T and Tatum, which would have made sense because it was closed. And then there was zero revised in the 2024-2025 budget book.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual in this year's book shows 1,723,000.
Right. That's page B140
Yes.
under 1707, and it's TN Tatum line item 27590.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
okay,
we
I'm with you.
went 0, 0, and then 1,723,000. Okay, so then that makes me then look at what happens next. So in 2024, 2025,
Mm-hmm.
there was also zero budgeted,
Right, for the original.
but the revised shows 1,361,000. So once again, this is a closed school. Zero is budgeted, and then later on, we're seeing a significant number being added to the budget. So if we could get some clarity, and the reason that that would be important is because in the 2025-2026 budget, it is estimated at zero again.
Yeah, I see that.
So if you follow the way it has happened up until now, potentially in next year's budget book, we're going to see a significant number that was not budgeted that appears for a school that's closed. So I think we really need to get some clarity on how that happened, because all indications that one of the major reasons that that facility closed was because of the health risks to students. So there hasn't been an announcement that it's continued to be a school. So when we see a number of close to $2 million being spent out of the education budget in that facility, I think we need some clarity of how that happened. So, Mr. Chair,
I see the point.
looking at Clearwater Middle School, which has obviously had its budget reduced because that facility is closed. And it's $497,000. So I guess the first step would be, can we get some clarity of what the $497,000 is in relation to when it comes to Clearwater Middle School? I would understand that the big number, once again, would have been moved out of that budget line because the teachers would not be there. The reason I'm asking that question is because if it phased down to zero, are we then going to see the budget change later down the line for that facility? And if it's being utilized for a different reason, I guess my question is, should it be moved to a different ministry rather than be sitting under the Ministry of Education?
And that's the 497,000 on B140 at line item 27530 for Clearwater.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm moving on to 1708, which is the senior schools. So at this time, really what I'd like to see is, how are we assessing the data that is being collected from our senior schools? We have a significant budget. You've seen the budget increase for both schools. Obviously, there is need, but will we see the information made public, right? So we need to improve our transparency. We need to understand that parents are making decisions on what school they're going to want to send their child to. And in this structure, it will be important for us to know what what is happening in these particular schools. What is the data that allows you to know that your child will have a successful path in going to one of our senior secondary schools? So, Mr. Chairman, still on page B140, I'm moving on now to 1709, which is curriculum and assessment. So given the increases in spending, I guess the question I would ask is, when will the national data assessment be made public to schools? Like, what is happening if you do an assessment? Is that information going to be made public so that people know what they're getting out of the assessments? And the reason for this is, as we are going through the transition and trying to build confidence in the public education system, the more that we can show the improvement of the assessments, show the growth, I think builds that confidence in the community that things are moving in the correct direction. Still on B140, I'm moving on to 1712, early childhood education, child development. There is an additional budget given to this area. We on the opposition have full agreement that we should be putting more finances on the early development of our children. So we have no argument on increasing the budget for this area, but if we could get some details on what that increase is going to give us. Once again, a lot of times the increase within this budget seems to have been linked to increases in salaries. So what we want to make sure is that, is this also something that is going to increase the support, increase the programs, and allow us to make sure that our students have everything that they need necessary? Mr. Chairman, moving on to B141, I'm just going to point out there's a couple of pieces in here that I just wanted to know whether we could get a little more detail on. So professional services, the minister gave a couple of headings that would be fitting in there, but there is an increase of 1.5 million. So just wondering if we could get a little more detail of what that increase will actually be connected to. And also under the line of energy, the increase, and once again, this is looking at it, there was the original of 920,000 under energy, but then you look at the revised, it was 764, and now we are budgeting at 1.25.
Yeah.
So the question is, if we were able to reduce the energy significantly in this last year, why are we budgeting such a higher number this time around? And if that is the case, are we looking at any ways of adding renewable energy to try to reduce this cost going forward? Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to move on to B144, which would be the performance measures.
144, B144.
B144, yes.
Yep,
So
thank you.
starting at the we're going to start at 1702 student services. And the percentage of students for whom intervention plans were created with fidelity is 100%. That's what the performance measure says here. So can the minister please provide how many students required? Right, because it's 100%, but 100% of what? What was the total number that led to the 100% that received it? So now 1704, which is preschools.
Yes.
Can the minister provide details on the assessments that were done in preschools? Because the indication is that 90% met the established standards for literacy and numeracy.
The target outcome.
Yes.
Right.
So this seems to indicate that there was only a small percentage of the preschool population that was flagged for needing interventions, right? So if the starting point of our education process is doing really well at this 90% rate, it would determine that once they're handed off to primary school, we were actually in a good position, because this assessment is saying that. So if we get some more detail on what that assessment is, and if it is in actual fact getting us that level of detail so that we know who is it that's going to need more help, more support, more intervention when they get into the primary school. Now, Mr. Chairman, moving on to primary schools. So now we are on B145.
Yes. B145.
Yep. 1705 for primary schools.
Yes.
The measure says P4 to P6, achieving targeted growth for reading. only 60% achievement after a target of 65%.
Mhm.
So can the minister please give indication of the numbers? The assessment is looking at 3 or higher. So what is the number? Like, explain to us what 1 is, 2 is, 3 is, how high up does it go, so that we have an understanding, because the number just says 3, we don't really know. And I think for the listening audience, it'd be important to know what that 3,
What 3 is out of?
yeah, what does that mean?
I understand.
And then what percentage is reaching the highest number? What percentage is reaching the lowest number? Because this is simply talking about what is reaching what was the target. And the percentage of people reaching the target was 60%. So what are those other indicators, so that we have the data to assess how the primary schools are actually moving towards the target growth in reading, which I think all of us will agree is extremely important. So, Mr. Chairman, now on to middle schools. 1707, still on page B145.
Yeah, the bottom box.
So in here, it talks about students that have taken the IGCSE at this stage at middle school. And it says students passing IGCSE English Math, and is at 85%.
Mhm.
So my question is, what percentage of students in middle school are taking these exams, so that we have an understanding of what portion of the student population is in this category that is getting to this level early and being able to get there at this 85% mark. And at the same time, would it be possible for us to get what percentage took the City and Guilds assessment in middle school? So once again, it gives us an idea of what percentage of the student population in middle schools are actually taking these exams, because the performance measure is only on the people in that successful area.
Yeah.
So now we're going to turn to page B146, and we're moving on to secondary schools. So this is 1708 secondary schools. And following on the same kind of line that I was on previously, it says students passing IGCSE. So what percentage of the students, the student population, is taking the IGCSE?
So we're now at B146, yes?
Yes, correct.
1708. This is unit 1708.
Yes.
Okay.
How many IGCSE exams are available to the students, right? Because some people would have taken those exams in middle school in English and math. So if we could get an indication whether there are multiple other subjects that would then be available to them in secondary school, so that they can continue on that path of success. So if we could get some more details on that, I think that would be helpful. There's also a line in here that talks about students in advanced placement exams. So if we could get an indication of the percentage of students in secondary school that are able to take these advanced placement exams, because we have the indication of what happens once they're there, but what portion of the student population is actually having access to these.
Mm-hmm.
Give me
Ma-
one. Yep.
Yes, while the Honorable Shadow Minister is looking at his notes, just to remind the listening public that we are in the Committee of Supply for estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025, 2026. This afternoon's debate, continuing from this morning, is on the Ministry of Education, specifically heads 16, 17, and head 41 for the Bermuda College. We are currently hearing questions from the Honorable Shadow Minister for Education, Ben Smith, MP of Constituency 6, who is asking questions of the Honorable Minister and former Minister for Education, Tyler Urbane.
Thank you,
Member,
Mr.
have the
Chairman.
floor.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to move on to B147 and early childhood education. It's 1712. So, considering the increase in resources that has been given, why is the forecast of assessments dropping from 600 screenings in 24-25 to 400 in 25-26? I know that we have a declining birth rate. Is this an indication that we don't have as many students? Or is it that we found that we cannot reach that higher number, so we've reduced the number that we are actually going to try to get the assessments on? Can the minister provide details on, even for this past year, it was the target of 600 ended up being revised. So obviously there was a target of 600, it's moved down to 352, and now the new target becomes 400. So just if we could get some information on why those changes happen and what does the minister think that indicates? Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to know, there is a performance measure here for targets of gaining knowledge at 50%. Could the minister let us know whether is this because there's fewer people that are participating or they're not completing it? Like why is that number at 50% for gaining the knowledge that's being provided? If you could get some clarity on what that is.
This is still at B147 in
Yes.
Business Unit 1712, the second box down.
Correct.
Yeah.
And considering the early intervention is going to be really important in making sure that we are giving the support to students on their educational journey, the number seems to be low for the people that are receiving the intervention. So I could be wrong. So if the minister could give us kind of information on that. I know that there have been issues in the past where not everybody is doing the follow-up on the parent side. And I know that that has been a frustration. It's part of the overall conversation where even in the meeting that we had with the reform unit, you know, we can talk about trying to get our students to the level that is necessary. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking about the IGCSE, and I know that the ministry provided information to parents, and I believe it was 120 something people that it should have been available to, and the amount of people that actually participated was significantly lower than that number. So even though part of what we are talking about is trying to give an increase of support, an increase financially, trying to do everything that we can, it is important that we understand that there is multiple steps to this. Our community has to be in agreement, and specifically our parents are going to have to make sure that they're doing everything they can to help their student to reach the levels. It is not going to just be the responsibility of the parents, of the teachers. It is not going to just be the responsibility of the principals, and it cannot only be the responsibility of the Minister of Education. Everybody's going to have to be part of this. So as we ask for more support, part of it is that people are going to have to ask for the support and then participate when the support is given. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm now just going to go to capital estimate, so C4.
Yes.
And it's going to come under, it's still under the head of education,
Mm-hmm.
but line item is 75008.
Education minor works.
Minor works.
Yep.
So would the minister be able to give us a breakdown of the schools that would be receiving, and just an indication of what potential minor works are going to be needed at these facilities? As the school year goes through, there are certain things that would have been noticed, brought to everyone's attention, that certain things are breaking down. It would be just good to have an idea of what are the items that are going to have to be fixed, corrected, so that when the new school year starts, those things have happened. Line item 75152, which is school safety. Just there seems to be a reduction in this particular number, and I'm not sure whether that's because the funding is actually in a different line item. I just want to know, considering that I think the minister in another line actually talked about how we're beefing up cameras and all the rest of it. This looks like it's not giving the support. So just trying to figure out, is it that, listen, I think that everybody here would agree that we want to make sure that our students and definitely our teachers are feeling safe when they're at school during the day. So anything that we can give from a technology standpoint, I fully support what the minister said in the brief about some of those technologies that are being brought in to make sure that our students are safe. But just here, seeing that reduced number, maybe there is something that I'm missing and why that particular piece has happened. And have all schools received updated safety audits? If the minister can let us know that. So line item 75284, school bathroom renovations.
Mm-hmm.
Which schools will have renovated bathrooms with the $125,000 that is allocated? Is this a situation where these are problems that have been kind of brought to everyone's attention this year, or this just scheduled that happens on an ongoing basis? Are these major problems? I know that one of the schools that is closing had a major bathroom issue, which now obviously doesn't become a problem because the school will be closed. But if the minister's aware that there are any issues like that in some of these other schools, and whether a higher number of resources have to be given to make sure that our schools are up to the level that is necessary for our students in the upcoming year. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to move on to Head 41, the Bermuda College. As the Bermuda College is, I think we learned in a debate quite some time ago, they are self-sufficient, and it's important that they're self-sufficient. And I believe that that's one of the reasons that the minister did not give a lot of detail on it. And it's not because he doesn't believe in the college. It's simply because they are an independent, and it has to be that way for a lot of reasons. And especially when we're talking about finances, we went through this process about the auditing process. In order for them to reach certain certifications, they have to be independent from kind of government interference. And for that reason, I believe that's why we are where we are with that. So just looking at a couple of items that potentially we could get some information on, I think some data would be helpful, which is, are we able to get some kind of performance indicators from what's coming out of the college? We are all excited that we are having our young people have an opportunity to go to Bermuda College. Bermuda College is now, it has opportunities for people to get degrees here, and it's lined up with colleges and universities all over the world now that are allowing our students to continue their education journey. But if the minister can give us some detail on students entering Bermuda College, so as a graduating year goes by, we will see enrollment in the Bermuda College coming out of our private schools. They'll be coming out of our public schools. They'll be coming out of our home schools. So if we could get some numbers on where they are coming from into Bermuda College specifically, and then if the minister can give us some information on whether the Bermuda College has put in a system for remedial courses to actually get some of our students on track so that eventually they can go overseas. Because once again, it's all about how do we move our students from each step to get them to the end destination. One of the major factors in the discussion that we had with the reform unit was that it's about kind of cutting down on the amount of transitions that a student has to go through their career. And that is one of the major reasons why the government is moving towards phasing out middle schools, because it cuts that down. And when you look at the private education in Bermuda, a lot of times everything is done in one facility, right? They move from one to the next. So they've cut down on those transitions. Everything that we are doing right now should be leading to that. But I think a major question that is going to come out of this debate, and I'm going to put this under the general education line, is going to be, what is the estimated timeline for this reform to be completed? I know it's a moving target. I understand it's a moving target. But as we are going through it, our students are having to go through the journey with us. So every time an interruption happens, I just stated that you're cutting down on transitions, but we're moving students as you close a school, which means sometimes they've added a transition. So understanding that could have an impact on that student's journey, it will be important for us to do everything we can to clarify, communicate to the population that things are being put in place to cut down on the amount of times that happens. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take my seat and get some responses from the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Constituency 8. Minister, do you wish to address some of those questions, or shall I see if other people on the floor have questions first? I'm happy to be guided by you. Yeah, please proceed. Minister, you have the floor.
I will endeavor to answer now. I'm looking at this technology is just so wonderful. I'm looking at the 50 questions that have come from this session this morning, and I will begin. Chairman, our question asked was, has the ministry tracked outcomes from investments in scholarships? And the answer is, the ministry tracks completion and graduation of students who receive scholarships. Longer term outcomes tend to be anecdotal and could be better measured. There was a program review previously which resulted in refocusing on areas of greatest need. Most of our scholarships are of financial need. However, as the post-secondary landscape and opportunities for students evolve, a fresh program evaluation is due. The next question I have here is, can the minister provide the breakdown of the number of people receiving scholarships and the different areas to get these awards? And it has their number from public, private, homeschools, mature students, etc. I do know that there is a very specific scholarship for, it used to be called the mature student. I can't remember the name of it. They changed the name, but it used to be called the mature student. You have to be over a certain age to get that. So that's definitely one specifically for students. And I will recognize in one of my last acts as the minister, we put in place the ability for the further education awards. We set aside 10 of them to go towards master's degrees. So that was an older cohort of student as well. And we also did open that up to students that were doing online studies. So there is, so as it stated there is a need to do some more evaluation, probably revised evaluations on that. But here, the answer specifically to your question is, at this time, information is not categorized that way, but it will be passed on to the minister. And that could be part of the evaluation review, could be an indicator for demographics, exactly as I just said. Next question, what are the specific deliverables required for education reform? that there is a wide scope of deliverables, and the statement of work, inclusive of deliverables, can be found on the MOED website on the ministry tab and reports. I will say that I was made aware of this just earlier this week, and I was surprised that that had been posted up. So if you did want to go there and look, the actual IU deliverables and their assessment of what needs to happen within the department, within the ministry, within our schools to actually move the process of um, reform ahead is actually all listed there. And so I would encourage to actually just take a look at that. What feedback has been given and adjustments have been made? A review audit process has been underway now for the last few months. The co-leads of each work stream have presented to the minister and the permanent secretary, summarizing what work has been accomplished to date, acknowledging achievements, identified risks, impact statements for students and teachers, and identifying next steps. In addition to the presentation from the ERU co-leads, the minister is meeting with school transformation teams to gather more insight on what has gone well, what can be improved, and lessons learned. The minister has also met with school boards and PTA presidents to gain invaluable insights from their vantage point. Principals and DEO staff will also be provided with similar opportunities to provide feedback. Once this assessment is complete and an analysis completed, adjustments will be made. Grants. Thus, the revised figure for grants on page B135 mean that there is a gap or is less support needed. The revised robust figure of 3,130 provides additional funding for critical partners of education. External grants ensure that lifelong learning is embedded in the community for our residents. And the next question is about school attendance. Why was a low number budgeted for? And answer here. The officers are sitting in business unit 27095, but budgeted for in 27090. This needs to be transferred to the latter business unit. I want to say, I think I remember this happened last budget. And so, as you know, sometimes the book will takes, I believe, 3 cycles to catch up fully. School attendance. How many students had prolonged absences last year? That says that the information is collected. However, we don't have at our fingertips, but I am sure that that could be provided at some point in the future, perhaps ministerial question to the Senate. Attendance. What is the process for dealing with students with prolonged absences? The first line of contact is the school, as they know the students, and there is follow-up by attendance officers. School counselors engage parents to determine underlying problems. Long absences are often as a result of complex issues such as mental health, trauma, family problems, learning difficulties, etc. The ministry is working with the department for an improved strategy, but a holistic approach is needed, including with financial assistance and DCFS. The issue is beyond just an attendance issue. Substitute teachers, everyone's favorite subject. Is there an issue in the transition of schools leading to the lack of substitutes available? Teachers who are working in the closing schools are reallocated to fill vacancies across the system. Substitutes are hired to cover long-term absences due to acting positions, reassignments, long-term sick and administrative leave and maternity leaves, etc. So I believe what we're saying is those teachers are being allocated to positions, and you would have heard me say numerous times in the past that although we have education is different now and it requires much more supports, and some of these positions, and part of the reason, contrary to popular belief, of saying that we just have too many schools is because it creates so many gaps with so little. We have so little students, it creates gaps that we cannot fill. So there's teachers would have been taken to fill gaps that currently existed so we can provide better services for the students that are within the schools. Substitute teachers. As funds for subs increase every year, should it be anticipated that more money is needed for substitute teachers? And the answer you have here: staff at schools that have closed or which are closed have been placed in schools with vacancies and at parish schools that have expanded their staffing. Yearly staffing vacancies are a result of mandatory retirements, early retirements, and resignations. Substitutes are deployed to meet the demand for coverage for reassignment staff vacancies, staff who are on leave, and to cover staff using negotiated leave entitlements. I'm not sure if, again, if we recall when the CBA was renegotiated, teachers actually have more personal leave now built into that, and they actually get to carry personal leave over if they did that they don't use. Substitute teachers. Should there be a reserve of substitute teachers? There is a reserve of substitutes, and these substitutes are either allocated subs reporting to school on a daily basis, short-term subs, and or day-to-day substitutes. Again, substitute teachers. How is the substitute problem going to be resolved by the ministry? The Department of Education is working to minimize the use of long-term subs by reducing the number of assignments and acting positions. This will essentially free substitutes to be available to use as day-to-day substitutes to provide coverage for schools. Next question, I just see the section here. Are more teachers on admin leave creating the need for more substitute teachers? What would cause admin leave, and can admin time be sped up? There is no knowledge that says the demand for substitutes is due to admin leave. And where such issues arise, they could be for a myriad of issues. Administrative leave is a personnel matter, and so it would be inappropriate for me to comment on the exact reasons of why persons would be on admin leave. Investigations for admin leave are external and conducted by the Department of Child and Family Services. The time frame cannot be defined, and it all depends on the circumstances of the investigation. And I get that because it was a constant frustration. Some things go really quickly, some things take an extended period of time, unfortunately, depending on the circumstances. Is mental health of teachers impacting the number of substitute teachers? As a community, we need to reduce the stigma for mental health issues. But as mental health is a health issue, this is a sensitive personal information, and staff are not required to disclose this information to the department. That being said, staff who need access to services may access services at EAP at no cost. Substitute teachers. How often and at what level do substitute teachers most needed so that a plan can be put in place to resolve these issues? Because absences occur daily, substitutes can be used every day. Additionally, per the collective bargaining agreement, there has been an increase in the number of personal days, which I mentioned, and leave entitlement that teachers are entitled to, resulting in an increase in the need for more substitutes. Question is there any move to increase health insurance coverage for teachers, and as EAP is at no cost? Behavioral management. What are additional funds for? Is this salaries only? The additional funds are for training and development for staff and teachers, additional personnel for ET services, and salary increases. Question here on paraprofessionals. What are the difference between a teacher and a paraprofessional? Why do we need so many more paraprofessionals? The difference between a para and a teacher is that a teacher has a degree and certification to teach. Paras are used to support children. Paras are not responsible for teaching, but get direct instruction from the teacher on how to support students with what is to be taught. Paraprofessionals, again, is there more training for paras if they're going to be relied on more and more? Again, paras are not responsible for teaching and learning, and their role is to provide support for students. Vision. What supports are provided for students with visual impairments, etc.? For example, glasses. The system has peripatetic vision teacher that services students. And for the listening public, peripatetic just means a teacher that moves from school to school. Hearing. Gilbert was the designated school for deaf and hard of hearing. Is the support moving to another school along with teachers with skills such as ASL? The designated teacher provides services for students throughout the system. Again, peripatetic, and they would move from school to school. Is there an increase in the areas of disability? There is not an increase in the areas of disabilities, but an increase in the number of students who are being identified with disabilities. Are there any cases where the government cannot provide sufficient assistance? And if so, what is the system to allow that child to get the support to allow them to progress, i.e., parents being burdened with heavy costs? Student needs are increasing due to more students being diagnosed, especially students with developmental delayed disabilities. Um, I think we'll get back to that one. With that one, I see that there's some typing going on in there. Educational stores. The stores need a bigger budget to supply schools. Stores' existing budget covers basic supplies. As new items are requested, the budget will need to be increased. Okay. Preschool. What is happening with St. Paul's Preschool? Will it be attached to a parish primary school? St. Paul's Preschool will be relocated to Paget Primary in September 2025. Primary schools. School closures. Can the minister provide details on where the students have moved? Another public school, private school overseas. Most of the students are being transitioned to their choice of school within the BPSS. Only 2 students have confirmed at this time for private school from the total enrollment at Gilbert and Prospect. Not bad. DAME. There was a 100% increase in the DAME budget. Can we please get a breakdown of these increases? The increase in budget will be allocated for consultant services for training and development. Middle schools. Why are there no dollars for T and Tatum when it is closed? 1.7 million, B140. A question I used to ask on a regular basis. This represents staff whose salaries are attached to T and Tatum through they are no longer in other schools. Just as a quick explanation to the public, government processes sometimes don't go as fast as we would like them to think. And there are still, can you think of it? There are still salaries attached to that line item, although those teachers are working in other places. And it's literally a paperwork exercise to move them from that line item to the school they're at now. And until that process is completed, that will continuously show up there. I'm surprised we don't still have a Heron Bay one there. Middle schools. Why was there a 0.5 million budget for Clearwater when the school is closed? The same. That would be the same answer for that. Let me see if there's anything else added. Senior schools. Are we collecting and assessing data from our senior schools? We collect data via PowerSchool, our student management system. Data collected for grades, courses, credits, GPA, attendance, behavior, and signature of choice. And then I have another note here. Data is being collected via the PowerSchool related modules, i.e. attendance and PowerSchool attendance module. Some senior school data is tracked in PowerSchool Naviance as well as PowerSchool ISIS. We are currently engaged in enterprise reporting and for every building and every student within the BPS. Currently, reports are being generated on an ad hoc basis as needed basis. I can say, if a point of personal privilege, I can say that as I have a student at Cedar Bridge, literally my phone buzzes if she's tardy, if she's late for class on a real-time basis. And then it would update, say, oh no, she is in class, because if you're not there within 5 minutes, then you get marked automatically, but there could be something going wrong with the scanner. So I find that really, really useful that it tracks in real time and I'm able to view that. It also tracks assignments, whether they've been handed in, whether they're late. It updates grades on a regular basis. So it's a really powerful tool that I encourage all parents to take advantage of, especially on your phone, and you're able to check and see what's going on a real-time basis like that.
I was just going to ask, Mr. That's something you have as a parent, not something you have as the former Minister of Education.
Yes, it's something I have as a parent, and all parents have access to PowerSchool, to PowerSchool, to Schoology, and the like. And you actually get that access when your child starts at the I want to say the preschool level, and that will follow you through until the end of your school, your child's enrollment. CNA, remember National Data Assessment. Okay, I'm still waiting for an answer for that one. CDP, early years. Can we get details on what the increase will give us? Will it increase supports and programs? There are several key positions that are vacant, including supervisory posts of psychologist, screening, program manager, and early intervention supervisor. These positions are required to lead, develop, and coach staff in the early intervention program, development screening program, and the assessment program. Additional personnel are needed to address and the existing wait list for developmental assessments and early intervention. This will increase supports, help develop programs, and maintain accreditation standards. Professional services. What is the increase for professional services connected to? A big portion of funding for this is for school psychology, DAME, and child development program. CDP professional services include outsourced services for family counseling and developmental assessments for young children on the wait list to determine what conditions and diagnoses may present to provide individualized interventions, family supports, and future school needs. CDP professional services also include social media campaigns to inform public about services and educate community about developmental milestones, early intervention, and CDP services. The question is, why is there such an increase in energy? Are we looking at renewable energy to save dollars? A significant portion of the estimated cost is for the Department of Education's new office location. On page B144, performance measures. How many students required intervention plans? There are currently 162 students who have an intervention plan across the Bermuda Public School System. Please give details on assessments for preschool and what level of detail goes into about what students need for interventions. Utilizing the creative curriculum assessments, 92% of preschoolers met the standard for assessments for social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development. Primary schools, what percentage of students are reaching the highest and lowest numbers for primary school? And that data can be shared later. It's not something that we can pull together right now. Okay, answer just disappeared. Middle schools, how many students took the City and Guilds in middle school? The number of students in middle school who took City and Guilds is 314 took English and 338 took math. Secondary school, what percentage of student population is taking IGCSEs? An estimated 80% of our students at the senior level are taking IGCSEs. This will also vary 80 to 90% across the three required disciplines in math, language arts, and science. Just as a quick add-on to that, a requirement for graduation is a pass in math, English language, and science of an international exam. So it may be IGCSE, it may be City and Guilds, or maybe something else, but that is a requirement for graduation. How many IGCSEs are available in secondary school? The IGCSE offerings include English, math, biology, chemistry, physics, geography, global studies, French, Spanish, information technologies, and I will add one here because my daughter's sitting her IGCSE in history today. The required IGCSEs are math, language arts, and science. Secondary schools, what is the percentage of students who are able to take the AP exams? What percentage of students have access to AP exams? The percentage of students who take AP exams are generally those selected in the top 10%. Once again, access to AP exams are for all students who demonstrate proficiency in AP. Those students are generally those students who are in the top 10% of their chosen AP subject. Again, my daughter just sat her English literature AP exam. Why does the forecast of assessments drop? And we're talking about early child education. Regarding development screenings, the target is 200 per year per individual early childhood screening specialist. The forecast changed due to the decrease in staff halfway through the year. Additionally, CDP relocated twice in the last fiscal year, and the space for providing services to the public has decreased. This performance measure is on pause due to staffing vacancies. And I do think I recall mentioning that it had dropped to 2.5 versus 3 in the brief. if you can provide details on why the target of 600 keeps changing. The 600 is based on 200 screening per staff member. In the early beginning of the year, we had 3 early childhood screening specialists. 1 staff member left in the middle, so the target was changed. Additionally, our service space has been temporarily changed and has decreased in available spaces from 4 to 2 rooms. Capital estimates. What are the minor works needed for and which schools? We are replacing existing wax floor finishes on non-skid, non-wax vinyl flooring, which will reduce operational costs and ensure safety. Ceilings have also been deemed defective, will be replaced with new ceiling grids and ceiling tile. These works were identified during our school building inspections. Is there a reduction in safety audits? Safety audits are currently being undertaken by the Bermuda Police Service, and existing cameras are dated and require updating. Which schools will have bathrooms renovated? Are these new issues or scheduled improvements? Paget Primary infants block bathrooms to be renovated to accommodate St. Paul's preschool students for September 2025. These issues are improvements. Bermuda College, are we able to get some performance indicators for the Bermuda College? Yes, we can have that information. That information can be provided on request. There are remedial steps, programs at Bermuda College to enable students to get better, to go better prepared to go abroad. Yes, Bermuda College has always offered college prep courses across mathematics, English, and the pure sciences to prepare students to engage at college level coursework needed to complete the associate's degree study. Since 2020, the college has implemented co-requisite courses in mathematics and English. Co-requisite courses support acceleration through the prep stage by incorporating preparatory instruction on the college coursework. And just as an add-on to that, all students that attend the Bermuda College are required to take what they call the CD. It's a entrance exam that they take, which measures your math, your ability for math and English, and then you would be categorized based on that, and that will determine whether you go into, say, remedial English before you do college work, or if you go directly into college work. So they always have that in place to ensure that you're not overwhelmed and you're at the grade that you should be at the college. Again, I know someone who just had to take the test. And it's because it's also for the dual enrollment program, because they're coming in younger, they're required to do that as well. And I believe that was it. I'll scroll back up. I think there was one thing. I do, and Mr. Chairman, I believe that is it for all of the questions. Wait a minute. Here's one that hasn't been turned to green. Are there cases where government cannot provide sufficient assistance? Students' needs are increasing due to more students being diagnosed. Oh no, we're still waiting for a typing on that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take my seat.
Thank you, Minister. We've been hearing from the Honorable Minister Diala Rebane, former Minister for Education. There's about 45 minutes left in the debate. Does any member I see the Honorable, okay. Yes, I see the Honorable Member for Constituency 9. MP King, you have the floor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I just have a couple of questions as relates to the performance measures. On page B141, current account estimates, it's documented that the salaries have increased by $2,287,000. And rightly so, teachers should be compensated for the hard work that they do to ensure that our children have the best possible education to become productive citizens in the future. I say that to compare the increase in salaries with the performance measures on B145, Head 17, Business Unit 1707, performance measures as relates to middle schools. The performance measure target is 60%. And I'm having a hard time reconciling that 60% would be their target when we're trying to challenge children to do the best that they possibly can. So I'm wondering how we arrived at 60% instead of a higher number.
And MP, that is page B145.
That's
Business
correct.
Unit 1707, middle schools, and the target outcome figure on the right-hand side.
That is
right?
correct.
Thank you. Please continue.
I'll draw your attention as well to B146, performance measure, business unit 1708, senior schools, target outcome 55%, students scoring 3 or higher for writing, target growth 50%. So if we're trying to challenge our children, as I said before, to improve, to excel, I'm not understanding how the performance measures would be lower and not, be raised to 75% or something higher, so that we're ascribing towards excellence as opposed to mediocrity, especially when people are being properly compensated. I draw your attention to B147, business unit 1712, early childhood. Families who gain knowledge, skills, and tools through participation in parent education classes and groups. Understanding that these groups and classes are to address the criminogenic risk needs of at-risk families. I'm not understanding why actual outcome 2023-24 is 82% and then drops to 50% for the target outcome for 25 and 26. Understanding that this is a critical area of need and will impact on the success of children, either, being exposed to increased risk of entering the criminal justice system or excelling and being free of it. Those are my questions and submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to contribute to the debate? I recognize the honorable member for constituency 8, MP Ben Smith. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the minister for the answers he provided. To this point, some of the answers made me think of follow-up questions to some of those answers. So on B140, I'm just going to circle back to my question on those T and Tatum numbers. I understand that the minister pointed out that this seems to be an admin with the book issue and moving the cost, but the school's been closed since 2020. So when can we expect for this to be cleaned up? It shouldn't still be showing up in a book 5 years later. If that number belongs somewhere else, then it should be moved to that area. We're here to go through these numbers, and for T and Tatum to have numbers in the millions attached to it does not make sense in this debate. So really, even if we can't, to me, either we're going to have a date of when we should see it removed from the book, but I also think that there should be an opportunity for us to know when that money was spent, where is it? If it's not in T and Tatum, where is it, right? Like, we have to be able to reconcile when you spend $1.3 million, $1.7 million, and the budget line was zero, where did that money go? Like, it is impossible for us to not know where close to 2 million one year and close to 1.5 another year has gone. There is no possible way that's in the best interest of the community for us to not be able to know where that money is. Mr. Chair, also on B140, I just want to follow up on my questions on child development. It seems like the response from the minister indicated that there were several key positions that are not filled. If the minister could give some clarity when the expectation of these positions being filled will be, considering that this seems to be a critical role, and to not have the people in these positions, I believe one of them was a psychologist and, people for the assessments. This leaves a gap that we can't afford to have. And when you look at the fact that the number was 600 and it was 200 people per person, I guess my next question is that a good number for one to have to deal with 200? Or should we really be trying to move the number, which is now reduced below 3, to a number more like 5 or 6, so that the workload can be spread increase the speed of the assessments so that we can provide what is necessary to these students as quickly as possible so that their pathway to success happens faster. There's no way that we should be talking about that many people missing in such a critical area. And I know that I've had this debate with the minister before when it comes to the assessments. I think there is this early intervention that will help a child on its pathway. And one of the things, and this is a bit of a public service announcement, these assessments are available to babies for free. And multiple parents are not taking this opportunity up. Once again, if the government is providing the service and the service is free, understand if your child does not get assessed, they are not getting the support that is necessary. And the earlier the assessment happens and the earlier you find that the intervention is needed, the support can be given. You can't then blame the system that your child didn't get the support if you didn't participate in the assessment. There are too many times that the child shows up in primary one and they should have been assessed 3 years earlier. And now the work that that teacher has to deal with is significantly higher. And that child now is set up in a negative spot when really they should have been prepared better if that assessment had been done. But Mr. Chairman, one of the questions that I've always asked is that a lot of times those early assessments come under health. I understand that they come under health because it's a baby and it's that health issue. But the education outcome is so connected to it. My suggestion, I believe that some point we are going to have to look at making that mandatory. We say that it's mandatory for a child to go to school, and we actually mandate what age they have to go to school up until. But considering that this is having a major impact on a child's development going forward, and now we're finding out down the road that a lot of our young men that are being incarcerated had learning disabilities. They had issues that if they had been identified earlier, they might have had the support, which might have put them on a different trajectory. So this could be our opportunity to say, you know what, if parents are not going to be responsible for going in and getting the assessment so that the help can be given, and the country is going to be impacted down the road, we should mandate that they have to get that assessment so that we can give that child the best opportunity for success. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there any other honorable member who wishes to contribute to the debate? Honorable member Takuto, I actually see someone standing behind you first. I apologize. So it's MP King, honorable member for constituency 9. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one more question that follows on from what my colleague was expressing about assessments. Page B147, performance measures, head 17, Department of Education. Percentage of clients assigned to or eligible for early intervention who receive early intervention services. Actual outcome, 23-24, 100%. Target outcome for 2025-26 is 50%. And as my colleague said, early childhood education and development is critical. So I want to understand, and the people of Bermuda want to understand, why the target would be less by 50%, understanding that this is a critical area of need. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's in relation to page B147 of the budget book under business unit 1712, early childhood measures. Yes, Minister, would it be convenient if we take the further question and then, honorable member for constituency 25, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, like my colleagues, very grateful for this good briefing by the minister, and it's been very informative. Page B134, the Educational Reform Unit is budgeted for $3.925 million. But then if we go over to the analysis on B135, we see that professional services is only $3.378 million. So I'm scratching my head because my understanding was the reform unit was in fact consultants. So I would have thought we would have seen at least that much in the professional services. Well, perhaps you could just remind us what the gap in that is please, Mr. Chair. Turning forward to page B141, the Department of Education has had quite a large jump in the professional services from last year's budget of 1.4 to 3 million. And if we could just provide a high level view of what that change is. Sorry, I'm just doing my flipping around here.
Thank you, honorable member. If you pause and keep flipping, and I'll just address the listening public. We are in the Committee of Supply for estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025-2026, namely the budget debates. This afternoon's debate is about the Ministry for Education, and we have been covering heads 17, 16, and 41, albeit not in that order. And we have heard from the Honorable Former Minister, Tyler Rebane, and we have heard questions from a number of members. And I'll now give you the floor, the Honorable Member for Constituency 25.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I turned to page B138, and I noticed that the budget for school psychology is going up 50% from, or $449,000. But I noticed that the staff number, or the FTE, is only gone up by +1. So again, I would like to understand how those bits connect. And then later down the page under 27003, office accommodation, again, that number is doubled, and would like to understand the additional office requirements. If I turn now, Mr. Chair, to page B144,
144.
the performance measures, and I note the compliance with the fire drill under 1703. And of course, I know when I was in school, we all loved the little fire drill. So if not for the benefit of the students, but having had experience with an actual fire in an actual building, I tend to take these things quite seriously. And I hope that I don't really know what the answer is, but I hope that they can take care that everybody gets the adequate fire drills so that nobody is injured or worse. Turning ahead to page B146, the City and Guilds Employability Skills Certification under Business Unit 1708. And I see that the forecast for this year is 80%. I would really love to see the target of 100%. And, we like to think that anybody finishing high school can come out and get a job. Is employability. We know employers often talk about interviewing people who don't seem to have the most basic skills for a basic job. Perhaps a short explanation of why that was not 100%. I appreciate not everything is in the control of the education ministry. And then later in that table is students passing advanced placement exams with a score of 3 or higher, which is a pretty reputable score if I think back a while, 30 years plus. The forecast is 80%. I'm going to assume that that's of students taking the exams, or is every student at the schools taking advanced placement exams? But perhaps the minister could comment on how many students are in fact taking at least one advanced placement exam in the public school system. And I think my other comments were addressed by prior questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to contribute to the debate? I recognize the Honorable Shadow Minister Ben Smith, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe there were a couple of questions that I asked that might not have been answered before. I asked a question about what that number 3 means in the performance measures, just so that we have an idea where it says that, the scoring, and it says 3, so just we can have an indication of what that means so that we understand it. And there was a question about the performance measures under preschool, which indicated that most of the students seem to be prepared, right? So it would indicate that majority of the students going from preschool into primary school are at the desired level. And then when you look at the performance measures in primary school, there seems to be a drop off. So is this a difference between preschool to primary school? And we would get that by having a better understanding for that performance measure under preschool. And just quickly on B145, just looking at primary schools again, there was in 23-24, there were some performance measures there was percentage of schools achieving their school improvement objective in reading. And at the time it was 23%. And this was the actual outcome. And then percentage of schools achieving their school improvement objective for mathematics, and the number was 41%. And then percentage of schools achieving their school improvement objectives for writing was 11%. But since that point, these performance measures have been removed. So if we could get an indication of how we would get this information now, and whether these percentages have actually improved since this actual for 23-24, because these are the questions that parents are going to want to know. They want to know whether they're sending their child to a school in the improvement level that is put as a target. And in a lot of cases, there has been frustration that some of the targets seem to be quite low. But having a low target and having an even lower actual is concerning. So if we could get some information on whether that data is still collected, and if so, what are these actuals for the last couple of years, and what is being done to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support these students so that these numbers change. Not having them in the book is concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Minister, would you like to address a few of those, or shall I see if there are further questions out there? I'm in your hands. Okay. So we'll now hear from the Minister for the Cabinet Office, who is the former Minister of Education and is fielding the brief today for the debate on these heads. Thank you, Minister. You have the floor.
Who knows? I might answer some questions that are out there already.
There you go.
MP Smith, there is another question that was missed that I see here. What is the estimated timeline for reform being completed? It's a multi-year process following the review and assessment that I referred to earlier. The minister will provide more information on that in the future. Question was asked, why is 60% the target and how did we arrive at this? The answer is 60% is not the target for student performance. The 60% refers to the percentage of students across schools reaching their goals for reading. The next question is, why is the target so low? And answer, our senior schools are comprehensive schools. Comprehensive schools serve a diverse population with a wide range of abilities and backgrounds and needs. Performance measures may vary based on many contextual factors. And I believe it was Mr. King that answered, MP King that asked that question. Just want to add some additional context is inside of a school, you may have, you have students, you have the high achievers, you have students, and you may have also functioning academics, functioning skills programs, etc. So it would be, in some cases, you couldn't just say 100% because students would be in different programs. And some of them it may not be an apples to apples comparison when you're talking about just, achievement of the IGCSE sitting. So I hope that does kind of put some color to that particular one there. Families who gain knowledge and skills and tools from participating in educational classes and groups. This performance has been discontinued for 2 years. We deliver education, knowledge, and skills through one-on-one sessions through our home visits program at the end of developmental screenings and through family counseling. There is no staffing dedicated to the parent education classes group. And I'm assuming that was a question about CDP. Follow up from MP Smith. When is Teen Tatum going to be cleaned up in 5 years later? The amounts of 1.7 and 1.3, as we talked about, are for teacher salaries that they've been reallocated to other schools, but for every reason, the paperwork says they're still employed under that cost center. And so they know where they are, but I'm assuming we can't just pull that out and say, well, one teacher, because it may be 10 teachers and they may be at 10 different schools at this time. But I'm sure that's something that that information could be provided. Perhaps a parliamentary question could get that for you. CDP, when will the vacant positions be filled, since this is a critical role? This is our priority to fill these critical positions. We've conducted 3 rounds of recruitment for the early intervention supervisor over the last 18 months. The role is challenging to fill because it requires clinical experience, intervention experience, and supervisory experience. We'll continue to conduct recruitment efforts for these key roles. Again, CDP, should the number of assessments be spread across existing staff? And the answer here is a developmental assessment is different from a developmental screening. A developmental screening is conducted by an early childhood screening specialist for children 18 to 48 months. The screening is designed to determine how a child is developing, strengths, delays, and what intervention supports they may need. The screening also allows us an opportunity to see if families need some support. Additionally, the screening covers a longer age range, so students can be screened up unto the age of 4. A development assessment is conducted by a psychologist to gain a better understanding of the function of the child, strengths, weaknesses, and personalized recommendations. A developmental assessment is provided if the standardized screening indicates further assessment is needed or if there is a referral from a pediatrician. And like early childhood, again, percentage of persons eligible for early interventions. Why is this decreasing? The target has decreased because of staffing vacancies. However, CDP staff are working diligently to meet child and family needs. The hope and intention is that the target will be exceeded once vacancies are filled. CDP, there's only 1 staff member providing early interventions. Full staffing will be 1 supervisor and 3 team members. And I believe you did, when you talked about this, you talked about mandatory screening and the like. And I know this is something that I've heard conversations around, and, you know, it comes into this ethical thing of, you know, can you force someone to take a medical procedure that they may not want? So I believe it's a conversation worth having, but there could be some tricky minefields to go through that. Again, early childhood. Where am I? Okay. Student services. Why the change of funds for student services? Training and development for mental health support for teachers and staff. For example, CPI and restorative practice training for entire school staff in schools. Also, student services will begin CERTS training. That's SCERTS. Can't remember what it stands for preschool to senior schools for our students who have ASD and developmental delays. The question is, why is the budget for school psychologists doubled, but the FTEs have only gone up by 1? There has been an increase in consultant services, the ability to get additional services assessed at the senior level. And I know if we go back to the if we go back to why is there a gap in professional services?
While the minister's just double checking that answer, we have about 25 minutes or so left in this debate. Yes, Minister?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Oh, I was waiting for the answer to be there, but apparently I know the answer. The ERU, and this, I believe this was MP DeCudo. The ERU is actually made up out of staff members. And so it's made up out of staff members that have been transferred into the ERU section. So that would cover them. The consultant budget is the actual consultants that are helping them with the work. And so it will be split up between whatever the ministry needs for consultants plus whatever is there for innovation unit. Innovation unit is not the ERU. The ERU is an actual entity.
And for the benefit of the public, the ERU is the Educational Reform Unit.
Thank you. Thank you, Why is the budget for school doubled? Oh, and I was going to mention also, MP DeCudo, if you remember back to the midterm budget adjustments, some of those funds were to go and find external resources because we just couldn't hire fast enough for some of these things. And some of them, MP Smith, was specifically for CDP, so they could speed up assessments by going external to find people to do that work. And some of it was school psychologists as well. And also that covered services that needed at DAME, such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech language pathology. So they can go to external sources for that. City and Guilds employability skills, the forecast assures 80% and the target should be 100%. The current 80% forecast reflects a realistic projection. Again, if you go back to what I said about schools, there might be some students that are not, they're not eligible to take the exam based on the program that they're in at the particular school. Students pass an AP with a score 3 higher, the forecast is 80%. I think that was a question of what the number 3 stands for. The number 3 stands for represents a reading score proficiency.
3 out of
3 out of,
maximum of 5, is it?
I believe it's 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
The 23-24 SIP objectives at the time was 23%, then schools for math was 41%, 11%, and now those have been removed. How would we get this information now, and whether it has improved since time? It says the school may set a goal and not achieve that goal. However, they would have missed the goal by 1% or 2%, and that would be recorded as not achieving the goal. Schools are, and kind of stop there, schools are focusing on tracking progress. Just skip back up to how many students are taking AP classes. Currently, Cedar Bridge Academy has 30 students taking AP classes. And Barclay, oh, and we're searching for the number for Barclay, the number of students taking AP classes at Barclay. Mr. Chairman, that is the answers that I do have now, and I'll take my seat unless someone wants to.
Thank you, Minister Rebane. Does any other member wish? I see the honorable member for constituency 8, MP Ben Smith. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll just go back to page B141. Just from the answer that the minister gave on the increase in energy was based off of an increase of the office building. Just if we could get an indication, is the office space significantly bigger? Is it housing more people? If we could get some clarification of that, just because of how significant the increase is in the energy bill.
This is page B141.
This is B141.
And it's the energy line item
Yes,
for expenditure. And it was the point that the estimate's 1.245 million now,
correct.
up from revised of 764.
And the response that the minister just gave me up from B145 for primary schools 1705,
Yep.
the questions that I asked about those actual outcomes. So if the answer is that they were coming up 1% short and that's what was causing the issue. The question is, if the target was already low and they were coming in 1% short, this number is still just as concerning. And if that is the case, how are we collecting that data, and when will that information be provided to the public? Because these are some of the things that parents are using to make decisions of school that they want to take their child to. So that indication of how the school is performing, the target that's being set, are they making the target? If you're looking for improvement from one grade to the next, and there's an expectation that they are going to reach that certain level, if they are not reaching that target, and what we were seeing in the budget book was that they were not reaching that target, not being able to see that information now, once again, I'm going to say is concerning. That data being transparent on what is happening in each of our schools that allows parents to make informed decisions about what school they want to send their child to, I say is extremely important. On the answer that the minister gave, and I'm going to go back to B140, 27175, child development. The minister said that some of the cost is separated because they had to go out and get outside expertise. So I guess the question right now is, while you are still going through this process of trying to find the people to fill the roles, we will continue to have to use outside expertise so that these children are continuing to be assessed and continue to have the services that are necessary. I think we're gonna be in that balancing role until those roles are filled. If the minister can just clarify whether that will be the case. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any other honorable members who wish to contribute to the debate? I see the honorable member for constituency 9, MP Robert King. You have the floor.
Constituency C10, sir.
My apologies. I think I got that wrong last time as well. Yes, it's Mr. MP Campbell in 9, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Regarding B147, performance measures, if I understand the honorable minister properly, he was saying that the families who gain knowledge, skills, and tools from participation in parent education classes and groups, that was as a result of the different types of students that were in the learning environment, and so that the 50% was basically a measure of, is that what you were saying? Okay, well, I'm glad I'm asking then. That's good. Okay, good. I'm glad. To the second part, percentage of clients assigned to or eligible for early intervention who receive early intervention services. If I understand the honorable minister correctly, that had been discontinued. I'm hopeful, understanding that it's a critical area of need, that consideration will be used to resourcing that. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member for constituency 10. Are there any other honorable members? I see MP Smith again for constituency 8. Shadow Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to go back to B146, secondary school. I asked those questions about IGCSE, and I'm very thankful that the minister gave those responses about the breakdown on what the students are able to take from IGCSEs, and it was a significantly broader range of subjects. So I'm just wondering if the minister would undertake to elevate how the community sees what is available. I think that sometimes there is there's misinformation in the community about what's available, and because of that, it sometimes creates maybe a mindset that is incorrect. So I asked that specific question because a lot of times it is portrayed that exactly what you see in the book, it looks like it's only math, English, and science. So as the minister pointed out today, that there was I think his daughter was taking history and had taken English literature. I just think it's important that if that is the case, that we do all that we can to highlight those subjects, so that, once again, it's also about perception. We never want to be standing to our feet and making our young people feel that they're lesser than. This reform is about giving them the best opportunity. That process on both sides of the aisle, we are going to work together to make sure that we get to that result. We don't always agree on the journey to get there, but we have to make sure that our young people feel supported, that we all want them to get to that destination. So, Mr. Chairman, just before I take my seat and allow the minister to answer those questions, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank all of our educators in the island for the hard work that they've continued to do. I know most of them are looking to the end of this year to take a well-deserved break, but our educators are the ones that create the opportunity for everything else that's going to happen in this country. We wouldn't have lawyers and doctors and plumbers and electricians if we didn't have fantastic teachers in our schools. And for that reason, I'd like to make sure that we always put them first and appreciate them. Thank you.
This is not commendations, but I no doubt the whole House would be associated with that one. But does any other member wish to speak in the debate? We have about 10 to 15 minutes left in the debate. Any other member wish to put questions to the minister? I see none. So, Minister, over to you to finish off with the answers. Thank you. Minister Diala Rebane of the Cabinet Office and former Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MP Smith, because I can never remember the numbers. MP Smith, constituency 8. The and here it's an addition here. The wait a minute, I was just about to say it, then it got highlighted. So I want to make sure. You're speaking of the school data that you're referring to, the 2341. It says the school data is shared internally, but the suggestion that you've come up with will be passed on to the minister for her consideration of perhaps making that, figuring out how that could be disseminated even more widely. There was a question about, and this actually came from MP DeCudo originally, why the large increase for the electricity. It says here, the new office space is significantly larger and allows the department to bring the majority of office staff into one location. I know at one point there were some staff complaining that they actually didn't have an office and they were working out of their car. They would visit schools, but when they needed to just be somewhere and do something, they actually didn't have anywhere to go. So I'm assuming their location they've moved into, which I don't know where it is, corrects that. Finding people to fill roles will need outside expertise balancing. Yes, it is correct. Many of these roles are hard to fill due to international shortages and may require ongoing contracting services. I can say, as the former minister, CDP has for years been trying to fill these roles, and it's just been, interview, not suitable, interview, not suitable. But the addition of giving them additional funding to find external sources, it also comes down to please elevate what the community sees and knows available in reference to IGCSEs and other external exams. I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that I believe we do a good job on, what we could do a better job is actually showcasing what it is that our students are doing within the schools. I was surprised. I always speak about my own personal experience. So at the end of S2, the person I speak of, because you would have said math, English, physics, Spanish, history, AP English, and then next year she'll be finishing AP Calculus. And so it's possible to do these things within the public school system, but it's just not something we get out there and people know. But it is possible to do these things, and perhaps we should look at how we can be advertised that better, that it's actually there to be done. When I took a look at the number of courses, because and the department does have this list of possible courses, it's huge, of IGCSE type courses that you actually can take. And so I would encourage persons to investigate. And one other thing that I would add as a personal privilege is we also need parents to advocate as well. You had mentioned it during your earlier brief when you talked about it's not just the teachers, it's our parents as well. Any of you have been in around education as long as I am. And it didn't start when I became minister, because I was a shadow minister of education back when I was a government senator. I was the junior minister for education. I've been on the education boards, the Bermuda College boards and stuff. You'll see our parents are there at the preschool level, that they're at the primary school level, they weighing out at the middle school level, they barely show up at the high school level. And we have to continue to encourage our parents and figure out ways to encourage them to just be more involved in the actual process of moving education along. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I'll take my seat and allow any additional questions because we do have time.
I think you were still to identify the number of AP students. You did Cedar Bridge, and you were going to come back, I think, for Berkeley, but
no,
maybe you did.
I said I would wait, and it says here we are awaiting their final account. So that would probably
I'll see if anyone has any. Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to contribute to the debate? There being none, Minister, I think that will therefore conclude the debate. We'll finish a touch early. And if I could invite you to move that your heads be taken under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the persons who contributed to providing these answers. We have Nia Gilbert, Dr. Llewellyn Simmons, Dwayne Casey, Giovanni Joseph, the commissioner. Sitting with us today, the policy analyst, Kimberly McEwen, Lisa De Silva, head of the ERU, Miss Lisa Swan, Sue Ann Smith, Tanisha Otley, Terry Cox, Dr. Terry Lynn Terrell, and the permanent secretary, Miss Lisa Smith. Thank you everyone for assisting us to bring these answers. I think this was a fulsome debate. I look forward to education continue to move and go to higher heights as the reform process continues on. So, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases you, I move that head 16, 17, and 41 be approved as printed.
It has been moved that the following heads, head 16, Ministry of Education Headquarters, head 17, Department of Education, and head 41, Bermuda College, be now taken under consideration. Is there any objection? Those heads will now be taken under consideration. Minister, if you will now move that the heads be approved as printed. You did. I'm sorry. Well, you were ahead of me. You were ahead of me. Well, if you do it again, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that heads 16, 17, and 41 be approved as printed.
It has been moved that heads 16, 17, and 41, all relating to the Ministry of Education, be approved as printed. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, they shall be, heads 16, 17, and 41 shall be approved as printed. Thank you, Minister. Thanks to the Shadow Minister and to all the other MPs who contributed in the debate. And I see that MP Famous is now here to take the chair, and I will bid you all a good afternoon. MP Famous.
Moved it? Did he move this?
Yeah, heads done.
Okay.
Good afternoon to the listening public, members in the House. We are now in Committee of Supply for further consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025, 2026. We are going to be debating the Ministry of Finance, heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and 58. The Honorable Premier, Minister of Finance, shall be doing the talking.
Good day, Mr. Chair. How are you?
I'm blessed.
That's good. My flight was delayed, so I'm fresh off a plane right into the House of Assembly.
Jet lag.
We'll make it work. Mr. Chair, I move the following heads. Heads 10, Ministry of Finance Headquarters, 11, Accountant General, 12, Customs, 28, Social Insurance, 38, Office of Tax Minister, 39, Registrar of Companies, and 58, Debt and Loan Guarantees be now taken under consideration.
You may proceed.
And Mr. Chair, if I may note, I will not be doing all the talking, as the Junior Minister of Finance will also be presenting some of the heads. So it'll be a joint effort from the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, great collaboration.
That is what we are doing.
The time is now exactly 4 p.m. This debate is scheduled for 4 hours of debate. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will start with head 10, and then I will defer to the Junior Minister for heads 11 and 12. Thank you. Mr. Chair, The 2025-26 budget estimates for the Ministry of Finance are found in Section B of the estimates books on pages B106 to pages B132, and in Section C on pages C4, Capital Development, C11, Capital Acquisition, and C17, Grants. The Finance Ministry comprises of 7 departments led by the Ministry of Finance headquarters and includes the Accountant General, Customs in relation to revenue, Department of Social Insurance, the Office of Tax Commissioner, the Registrar of Companies, and Land Valuation. Allocations to cover the interest on government debt, guarantee management, the Bermuda Public Accountability Board, Gaming Commission, and the Corporate Income Tax Agency are also included in the Ministry of Finance budget. Mr. Chair, the ministry has a total staffing establishment of 188 posts, an aggregate current account budget of $266.6 million, and is responsible for collecting $1.31 billion or 91.6% of all government revenue. Of the $266.6 million in expenditure, $127.1 million or 47.7% is for interest charges, $102.2 million or 37.6% for costs associated with pension and health care for all government workers and war veterans, leaving $39.3 million or 14.7% for the actual operational spend of the ministry. So, of course, the budget is very large, but most of those things are for interest and also overheads for government employees. A snapshot of key information for the Ministry of Finance is shown on page B106 of the estimates book, and department current account allocations are as follows. Head 10, Ministry of Finance headquarters, $11.82 million, an increase of $4.64 million or 65%, and all of this is operational spending. Head 11, Accountant General, $106.56 million, an increase of $24.8 million or 30%, of which $6.31 million of that is operational, and the rest, of course, is due to the overheads budget falling inside of that line item. Head 12, Customs expenditure budget sits under the Ministry of National Security, although Ministry of Finance maintains responsibility for the customs, tariff, and revenue collections. Head 28, Social Insurance, $2.894 million, a decrease of $106,000 or 3.5%. All mandated costs for war veterans, and that is the reason for the decrease under that head. Head 38, Office of Tax Commissioner, $4.3 million, an increase of $252,000 or 6.2%, and these are all operational overheads. Head 39, Registrar of Companies, $12.52 million, an increase of $474,000 or 4%, and these are all operational overheads. And Head 49, Land Valuation, $977,000, an increase of $54,000 or 5.9%, and this is due to operational overheads. And Head 58, Debt and Loan Guarantees, $127.53 million, a decrease of $250,000 or 0.2%, of which $127.1 million is mandated interest on government debt. Mr. Chair, the Finance Ministry plays a pivotal role in the work undertaking to ensure the ongoing stability and prosperity of Bermuda, particularly given the serious local and economic uncertainty currently faced by our country and others around the world. Over the past 8 years since the government took office, you would have noted a recurring theme. That is the government's resolve to develop and implement a consistent and considered strategy to diversify and strengthen Bermuda's economy and to support its people, while executing a sound and prudent fiscal management strategy. It is noteworthy, of course, Mr. Chair, that after many years of budget deficit, this budget follows last year's budget by delivering a budget surplus, the second one in a row. And of course, last year's was the first to be achieved in 21 years. The Ministry of Finance has been a key player in overseeing the execution of this government's fiscal strategy. And the key areas of focus of this strategy are, first, targeted investment and tax policies to enhance economic growth by attracting investment that creates jobs and also reduces the cost of doing business. And you know, we have a very successful record of reducing taxes for workers and business in this country. Number two, making
Sorry, I
Bermuda's
couldn't hear you, Minister. May you repeat that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to repeat that because we speak about targeted investment and tax policies to enhance economic growth. And I wanted to repeat that this government has a considered record of reducing taxes for workers in this country and also for businesses, especially small business, as there was some commentary that there was nothing in this budget for small business, which would, of course, forget the fact that this government has reduced payroll tax on small business multiple times since returning back to office. Making Bermuda's tax system fair while reducing the tax burden for workers, modernizing Bermuda's regulatory regime, which of course we can see has demonstrated success with the continued growth of digital finance and the continued expansion of our international business markets, something that of course is not attributed to the government by the opposition, but without the regulatory planning and the sound work that takes place in the Ministry of Finance, those things would not happen. Maintaining fiscal discipline by meeting and in many cases exceeding budget targets as we have done year after year after year after year, and developing and finalizing the corporate income tax regime in support of Bermuda's continued commitment to global compliance and transparency. Mr. Chair, we have a responsibility to the people of this country to provide the best fiscal and economic management possible. To this end, we will continue to make the necessary decisions. Sometimes these decisions are not easy, Mr. Chair, and also, they are not always politically expedient, but they are required to sustainably grow Bermuda's economy in the long term, reduce the tax burden on workers, and provide the necessary support and services to make Bermuda a quality place to live and also to work. Mr. Chair, Bermuda continues to be faced with significant challenges if not appropriately managed, can damage our long-term economic security and stability. To that end, the Ministry of Finance budget has been carefully constructed to ensure that the ministry's in-house team, supported by various external stakeholders and consultants, will certainly provide more on this later, are able to lead the government's fiscal and economic policies aptly and responsibly. Given the ever-increasing threats and expanding obligations which Bermuda must address on an international front, ensuring that the ministry is appropriately resourced and structured continues to be a priority. I'm sure I'll get to it later in the brief, but it's important to note that recently the Ministry of Finance headquarters was restructured in previous briefs, which will have covered to make sure that we are appropriately resourced to meet all of the various threats and assessments that the Ministry of Finance must do on an annual basis. To this end, during the past year, reviews of resource and key areas were undertaken, and active steps already being taken to address identified gaps. The additional funding required has therefore been included in the cost estimates for the relevant units and department, contributing to notable increase in some areas with appropriate reduction in other areas. Key initiatives which will have to be progressed in this year include banking, tax, and pension reform, something that forms a very important part of the Ministry of Finance work. Certainly, we know the work which we're doing on banking reform. We clearly understand and note the work that's being done on tax reform. And we recall, Mr. Chair, the budget statement spoke very specifically to the matters related to pension reform. More targeted debt collection is also something of which we've seen recent success, and we're going to continue to expand that across the ministry. Enhanced compliance and regulatory oversight and enhanced adherence to international requirements. Enhancing Bermuda's reputation as a global leader in fintech, digital assets, and digital finance by maintaining and developing our robust regulatory framework for digital assets. And you know the success, Mr. Chair, of what we have seen inside of that area. Of course, an expansion in international business, a responsibility or in response to what this government has put in place that has been recognized internationally. And of course, Mr. Chair, we are regularly treated by the opposition saying that the government has nothing to do with the growth and expansion of international business. However, if we do not put in place these new policies and frameworks, this growth would not happen. Continuing on that, to support the international work required to strengthen the financial literacy of our population. This is something that we had committed to in previous budgets and which will help to empower people to take ownership of their finances and make well-informed financial decisions. Supporting the work of the Tax Reform Commission to recommend a revised tax framework to Bermuda. And finally, the Register of Companies will advance implementation of a central registered beneficial ownership in line with Bermuda's international commitments. The Ministry of Finance will also continue its internal structure reform for more effective collaboration, operations, and management. Within the past budget year, 2024-25, the ministry appointed 2 deputy financial secretaries, one of which is focused on domestic and economic matters, and the other on international and regulatory matters. The various units and departments of the ministry will fall under one of these divisions, and these divisions are supported by a central unit which assists with finance, administration, and policy support for the minister. The final structural change is to appoint an internal director of policy and legal affairs to support the ministry in all related matters. And there's a significant amount of legal work, of course, which takes place inside of the Ministry of Finance. Moving on to mission statement and key goals and objectives. The mission statement can be found on page B107, and it is very simple: achievement of economic prosperity and to ensure the financial security of Bermuda. A very simple mission, end quote. In line with this, the ministry's objectives can be found on page B107, and they are broadly in line with the objectives from the previous year. During the past year, Mr. Chair, could you just excuse me for 1 second?
For the benefit of the listening public and the honorable members, we are now in Committee of Supply for further consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025 to 2026. We are debating the Ministry of Finance. The Honorable Premier Minister of Finance is giving a brief. He has started off on head 10. And this debate began at 4 o'clock exactly and will end at 8 p.m. exactly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Sorry, what? We're not in a swamp. I've been flying all day. My feet, come on now, see? You're being nice. You're taking up Doug's sign. Be nice. Sorry, the honorable member's sign. Be nice. Mr. Chair, in line with this, objectives can be found on page B107, and they are broadly in line with the objectives from the previous year. During the past year, we were able to move forward in a number of key areas, and in this brief, we will highlight the key accomplishments. These include the improvement of the collection of tax and pension arrears. I want to highlight that, totaling $29.5 million. The development of an implementation, I should repeat that again, collection of tax and pension arrears in the amount of $29.5 million, the development and implementation of landmark corporate income tax legislation, the provision of additional relief to workers and business in Bermuda. As we remember, 2 years ago, we cut payroll taxes for 86% of Bermudians and every single local business, continued compliance with international requirements, the maintenance of strong credit ratings. As we know, our credit ratings continue to be affirmed, and continued successful implementation of a sound and prudent fiscal management policy, resulting in achieving an estimated surplus in 2024-25 of $20 million compared to the original budget surplus that was projected of $210,000. As we go forward into this coming year, we will continue to build on the strong foundation that has been established with focus on economic growth, maintaining Bermuda's positive reputation as a responsible and reputable international financial center, executing a prudent fiscal strategy balanced by our commitment to appropriately meeting the needs of the people of Bermuda while seeking to build a more fair and just society. I will now speak to the various units and departments that comprise the Ministry of Finance, starting with Head 10, Ministry of Finance Headquarters. And I said, Mr. Chair, I will defer to the Junior Minister for Heads 11 and Head 12. Head 10, Ministry of Finance Headquarters. Mr. Chair, the ministry's headquarters core functions are conducted under Head 10, Ministry of Finance Headquarters, which can be found on page B108. The work undertaken by the ministry headquarters is carried out through the following units: policy, planning, and management, fiscal planning and control, international affairs and regulatory, domestic affairs and economic policy, and the Office of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. In addition, grants and support are being given to the Bermuda Public Accountability Board, the Tax Reform Commission, the Gaming Commission, and the Corporate Income Tax Agency. The Ministry of Finance's headquarters mission is as follows, which is different from the overall Ministry of Finance, of course, but for the headquarters, it is achievement of economic prosperity and to ensure the financial security of Bermuda. In discharging its functions under the overall policy direction of the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance HQ seeks to achieve the following outcomes. A Bermuda that maintains the position as a domicile of choice for international business, something that clearly we have been successful in doing. A Bermuda where citizens have confidence in the government stewardship of the public purse. 2 consecutive balanced budgets, I think, Mr. Chair, meets that objective. A Bermuda where funding and resource available for key programs and initiatives, and we would see the expansion of funding for healthcare, investments in social services, security, and others, making sure those resources are made available to the ministers to execute what the citizens of this country voted for in February. And also Bermuda, where citizens regard government's policy responses to economic and financial challenges as appropriate and in the national interest. Mr. Chair, in seeking to fulfill this mandate, the Ministry of Finance headquarters is an establishment of 19, which is up 1 from 18 the prior year, permanent full-time posts as per page B109 of the budget book. Its total budget for this current fiscal year is $11.82 million, split between operational costs of $6.2 million and grants of $5.58 million. Total costs have risen by $4.2 million, or 64.6% against the original budget, but decreased against the 2024-25 revision of $12.7 million, as we will see in the budget book, by $850,000. The notable increase in spend from the original budget to the revised estimate is due to an additional $3.5 million being granted directly to the Corporate Income Tax Agency and an additional $993,000 being issued to the Policy Planning and Business Unit. The main driver for this increase is now that the matters related to cyber insurance are also found in this particular head in the amount of $560,000. A further $427,000 is to cover the union negotiated wage increases plus the additional head to enable guarantee management being brought in-house. The remaining difference is predominantly due to global tax advice being budgeted within consulting, whereas in the prior year, this cost was allocated within the corporate income tax expense. With the department, $450,000 has been allocated to fund the Tax Reform Commission via multiple object codes, and the funding for the following entities remains the same as the prior year. Bermuda Public Accountability Board, $400,000, Gaming Commission, $800,000, Corporate Income Tax Agency of $4.78 million, and the Pension Commission, no funding grants from the Ministry of Finance, as they will continue to draw on their cash surpluses. Moving over to revenue projections, Mr. Chair, revenue summary of the Ministry of Finance headquarters can be found on page B109 of the budget book. I'm pleased to announce that $187.5 million has been budgeted within the 25-26 for the first installment of the corporate income tax, which is expected to be received by the Ministry of Finance. Within the 2024-25 revised estimate, there is an additional $6.85 million of revenue as the Bermuda Monetary Authority achieves a significant surplus through higher fees and stringent cost control, and of course, more businesses being registered in Bermuda, Mr. Chair, which of course increases their revenue, which means that more revenue can be returned to the public purse to support the ongoing work of the government. And therefore, this significant surplus, which has been achieved, and 50% of the surplus, the operating surplus net of fines, is remitted to the consolidated fund. Further, Mr. Chair, the $2.6 million in 23-24, as can be seen, it can also be broken down into $917,000 in reimbursement costs related to the Morgan's Point project and $1.7 million relating to legal costs within for the Fairmont Southampton hotel negotiations, and those costs are within head 58. Was that clear? You got that, gentleman, Minister? Because a little bit, I just want to make sure you got that. Okay, guess it's good. We'll move on. Capital spend. Mr. Chair, the capital spend for 2025-26 we found on page C4, capital development, and C11, capital acquisitions. There are no capital developments for the Ministry of Finance in 25-26. However, capital acquisitions are budgeted at $160,000, down from $866,000 in 2024-25. The majority of this reduction is due to the ministry not funding the CETA, the Corporate Income Tax Agency, via a capital grant. Funding for the Corporate Income Tax Agency is via an operational grant, which will be supported from income generated from interest on collections in the short term alone against this future revenue. Moving to key performance measures, the key performance measures in the Ministry of Finance can be found on page B110 of the budget book. Bermuda's gross domestic product, the main measure of economic growth, is estimated to expand in real terms between 4.5 and 5% in 2024. Important to note, Mr. Chair, that follows on the growth that we saw in 2023, which is the highest economic growth of any country in North, South, or Central America. This positive momentum reflects the strength of our international business sector, continued recovery in tourism, supported by robust job growth, rising employment income, increased visitor arrivals and spending, and continued strong foreign currency earnings. Looking forward, the government is prudently budgeting growth of 3.5% in 2025-26. This, together with projected revenues from the corporate income tax, will see significant important metrics for debt and interest ratios reducing in 2025-26, and even further reductions in 2026-27, when at least $500 million of Bermuda's long-term debt is expected to be paid off, and we'll see what pans out insofar as collections going forward to see whether or not we'll be able to increase that figure to the full $605 million that comes due. Moving to cost center 20000, policy planning and management, $3.67 million, an increase of $993,000 or 37.1%. Mr. Chair, the 2025-26 budget estimate for the policy planning and management unit is $3.67 million, as I mentioned, increase of $993,000. This unit, under the leadership of the Financial Secretary, provides advice and support to the Minister of Finance, as well as overall strategic direction, oversight, and management of ministry headquarters and the departments that comprise the Ministry of Finance. In addition, this unit manages the administration and other activities associated with the daily operation of the Ministry of Finance headquarters. It plays a key role in financial accountability of the various quangos, as well as overseeing the general financial and fiscal oversight and accountability throughout the government. Total staff in the unit persons is 8, 1 up from the prior year. The $993,000 proposed increase in expenditure primarily related to the points already mentioned, being insurance, headcount, and global tax advice. The Tax Reform Commission continues to be funded in full by the ministry in 2025-26. This entity comprised of participants from both political parties, trade unions, business communities, and the third sector. In 2025-26, they will deliver their final report, which will be focused on 3 key areas. Reviewing the implications of the corporate income tax for local and international business. They also have a broader remit to recommend a framework to encourage investment and economic activity in Bermuda through appropriate incentives. Second, developing a strategy to reduce the cost of living and costs of business operations in Bermuda. This includes evaluating the social and economic impacts of proposed reforms on various demographics and modeling the impact of revising the 2 larger cost categories, payroll tax and healthcare, for both individuals and companies. And third is to educate, inform, and engage stakeholders to develop their policies and strategies. Key highlights for 24-25 for the Ministry of Finance are included as follows. Coordinating the activities of the International Tax Working Group, culminating with the introduction of the matters related to the Corporate Income Tax Agency and additional revisions to corporate income tax legislation that has taken place in the last fiscal year. Working with teams to ensure enhanced debt collection, and I'd spoken about the debt collection metrics earlier. Supported the Tax Reform Commission, ensuring more effective administration and coordination of financial administrative matters in the ministry, working to ensure even more effective quango and guarantee oversight, which is an important point, Mr. Chair, that we want to make sure is strengthened. Oversight of the Fairmont Southampton deal, which was finalized in October 2024, to bring additional beds back to the island, which will substantially increase tourism revenue. And one thing I'd like to point out, Mr. Chair, is that the opposition continuously says that we spent money on the matter related to the Fairmont Southampton. I think that it is important to note that most of the Fuego, who joined the ministry in April 2024 and has successfully navigated the first year in office. Of course, in the Ministry of Finance, oftentimes you feel like you are drinking from a fire hose, but that is just the nature when you happen to manage an economy that has the best economic performance in the entire North, South, and Central America, Mr. Chair. For the upcoming year, key projects will include continuing advancement of the corporate income tax regime, both internally and in partnership with the Corporate Income Tax Agency, work with Quangos to further strengthen financial accountability and governance, work with teams to assist in the analysis of costs and to assess the financing options for major projects, including healthcare reform, education reform, and the Tynes Bay waste-to-energy facility replacement, working with Bermuda Monetary Authority and industry stakeholders to review home insurance regulations and explore policy reforms, a key plank of the Progressive Labor Party's election manifesto, supporting chambers to strengthen laws to protect mortgage and lending customers facing financial difficulties, and ensuring that banks treat Bermudans fairly in their borrowing practices, continued support for the Tax Reform Commission, supporting and establishing a sovereign wealth fund, an independent body that will invest excess proceeds from the corporate income tax to benefit future generations and Bermudians. I'd like to repeat that because that work is going to happen. Cutting red tape by streamlining business setup and operations processes while finalizing a one-stop shop for registration and licensing to encourage entrepreneurship and local business. And of course, Mr. Chair, that just deals with going to one place rather than having to go to social insurance and payroll tax and somewhere else in order to set up your company. Supporting the Cost of Living Commission and the Ministry of Home Affairs to implement a grocery pricing app to give Bermudians full visibility of the costs of essential good pricing across the island, while also supporting the Cost of Living Commission with analysis on reducing the cost of living in Bermuda. Managing the budget effectively in light of additional revenues that are forecast from the corporate income tax, streamlining customers' requests for duty relief. This is an important mission, which I've mentioned previously, Mr. Chair, because we do pass lots of customs duty reliefs, but these customs duty reliefs can be quite complex for persons to achieve. They often require applications and then gazetting of various notices, and we're looking to streamline that to ensure that the reliefs that we have legislated are more easily able to be accessed, part of our red tape reduction throughout the government, and also supporting the important work required to strengthen the financial literacy of our population, helping to empower people to take ownership of their finances and make well-informed financial decisions, which is something that I would like to have particular focus on this year. Moving on to Cost Center 20010, Fiscal Planning and Control. The budget for Fiscal Planning and Control Unit is $589,000, which is marginally up on the prior year due to wage increases. Salaries make up over 80% of the budget team's allocation and provides a 4-person team led by the budget director. Congratulations must be offered to our budget director, long-serving budget director, Tina Tucker, who after many years as budget director has stepped up into the role of acting deputy financial secretary handling economic and fiscal affairs. Mr. Chair, the budget team has continued its significant work to manage overall government expenditures and increase revenues. This work has resulted in the reductions of budget deficits over the past years, enabling the government to provide additional support to Bermudians and their families. Notwithstanding, we've also been able to maintain or exceed our targets as we move forward in achieving budget surpluses in the future. Mr. Chair, the budget statement detailed the final performance in 2023-24, which resulted in a $29.5 million deficit, a $14 million reduction in the original deficit, a projection of $43.5 million. During last year in the budget statement, of course, Mr. Chair, you note that I would announce that the government was expecting its first balanced budget in 21 years. And as we stated during the budget presentation, the estimate is for a $19.7 million consolidated fund surplus, which is $19.5 million higher than the original projection. It is important to note, Mr. Chair, that the 2025-26 budget, of course, marks a turning point for Bermuda. As the first time in over 2 decades, our fiscal planning is no longer going to be consumed by managing deficit after deficit. Instead, we stand today with a budget surplus, a strengthening economy, and later this year, we will expect to receive the first revenue inflows from Bermuda's new corporate income tax. Mr. Speaker, continuing to move on, and I know that on a broad measure, we're dealing particularly with the Ministry of Finance, but I know there were some questions regarding budgeting overall when we're talking about fiscal management and control and budgeting throughout all particular ministries when it comes to matters related to salaries and wages. And it is important to note, Mr. Chair, that it was erroneous statements in the budget reply, which spoke to the fact that we are including money in salaries and wages to be spent elsewhere. That is not correct. In fiscal planning and control, money that is assigned for salaries can only be used for salaries. It cannot be used for anything else. So money that is assigned in budgets for salaries does not all of a sudden get used in another place, another space. That is the reason why we've been able to maintain strict budget control and beat our financial targets year after year after year. So it is important to note, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that was another misrepresentation by the opposition, but I'm sure that the shadow minister may have something to say during his particular comments, but it's important that I point out the facts. Mr. Chair, this 25-26 budget, of course, consists of further tax reductions to provide reliefs to taxpayers and increase expenditures to support healthcare investments for Bermuda's residents. And of course, the main highlights for the budget estimates are that the revenue is expected to reach $1.43 billion, which is 16% or $198 million above the original estimate for fiscal year 2024-25. And we note the $118 million increase in current account expenditure. Mr. Chair, with all those matters particularly being stated, we are expecting a second projected consolidated fund surplus of $43.3 million, which is more than double the surplus that we're expecting for fiscal year 2024-25. The budget team will continue its work to achieve and maintain budget surpluses through fiscal discipline and financial management. And during the 2025-26 year, the unit has set the following objectives: to provide support for the open and participatory budget process, something that was inside of our election manifesto, which I'm looking forward to advance this year. And when we talk about participatory budgeting, it is allowing persons in the public to have more say into the budget priorities, which form the budget on an annual basis. The continuing development of the budget preparation methodology site. This is a separate website that's been set up to assist various departments in their budget prep, and also by making sure that those particular zero-based budgeting and other things can be entered into this system to make the production of budgets easier, and succession planning in the fiscal planning and control unit, which of course is very important, Mr. Chair. Moving on to Cost Center 20020, International Affairs and Regulatory. The budget estimate for the International Affairs and Regulatory Unit is found on B108, and the budget estimate for this unit is $738,000, an increase of $55,000 or 8% over the prior year. The International Affairs Unit is the lead policy division within the Ministry of Finance headquarters in relation to the financial services sector and the corporate sector. The International Affairs Unit is organized into two units and one department. The International Affairs Unit primarily formulates policy, while the Office of the National Anti-Money Laundering and Registrar of Companies manage aspects of Bermuda's compliance with international standards. The International Affairs Unit is accountable to the Financial Secretary for the effective discharge of the unit's functions, and through the Premier and Minister of Finance to Cabinet and to Parliament. The head of the unit, Deputy Financial Secretary of International Affairs and Regulations, carries out the financial services policies primarily through the Ministry of Finance, coordination with the Bermuda Monetary Authority, and also with the Attorney General's Chambers and the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, the Bermuda Public Accountability Board, the Chartered Professional Accountants of Bermuda, the Registrar of Companies, and specialist domestic and global partners. In this way, the International Affairs Unit works to strengthen the financial services supervisory framework and key institutions that enable access to the domestic economy and also the global economy. Mr. Chair, the International Affairs Unit operates in response to a broad range of opportunities and risks, which allows the ministry to contribute actively to a continuous flow of information on potential threats and opportunities to Bermuda and its reputation. Those opportunities and risks are constantly changing. The International Affairs Unit plan responds to these challenges with various goals, focus on advancing the unit's priorities and reflecting the outcomes the people of Bermuda deserve. I will now cover those goals. Goal 1, to ensure and support the fair, impartial, efficient, and transparent development of regulation at the national and international levels. Goal 2, to strengthen capacity and to secure regulatory solutions to economic security issues. Goal 3, to strengthen public diplomacy and support bilateral and multilateral engagement. Mr. Chair, the International Affairs Unit is involved in a variety of policy management areas, from regulatory reform and financial stability to anti-money laundering and market access issues at home and abroad. Globally, the International Affairs Unit contributes to the international meetings either in person, via the Registrar of Companies, or the Office of the National Anti-Money Laundering Unit. The scope of International Affairs Units and activities are as follows: to support the Minister of Finance, the Financial Secretary, and coordinate the financial services regulatory policy initiative of government, oversee the Ministry of Finance's component of the financial services legislative program together with Bermuda Monetary Authority and the Ministry of Justice, provide policy and strategic advice to the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary on the anti-money laundering policy initiatives together with the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, pursuant to Section 49 of the Proceeds of Crime Act, provide policy and strategic advice to the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary on matters related to transparency together with financial services and related directives issued by the European Union together with the Cabinet Office, the Brussels Office, the London Office, and EU specialists. And finally, to provide policy and strategic advice to the Financial Policy Council together with other domestic agencies or committees regarding matters related to financial services. Moving on to measures and indicators of success: full implementation of budget statements and throne speeches, pledges, promotion of policy approaches at home and abroad that foster a level playing field in the area of financial services, regular and normalized sharing of information affecting the financial services sector at home and abroad, and improved processes for registering corporate entities in Bermuda. Full implementation of the recommendations made for the Financial Policy Council, the Fiscal Responsibility Panel, where appropriate, and I'm sure we'll get to debate that a little bit later, Mr. Chair. Improved quality of finance market analysis, timely completion of international assessments, and timely publication of international assessments where required. Mr. Chair, in order to achieve its priorities and pursuant to the Ministry of Finance's business plan, the unit will undertake the following key strategic goals in 2025-26. First, matters related to the European Union. The International Affairs and Regulatory Unit will work with the Cabinet Office, the Bermuda Monetary Authority, and the Brussels Office and EU Council to coordinate Bermuda's compliance with various EU directives. This will include the provision of technical and strategic advice on legislative and policy matters. This work also includes preparation for regular visits by the Minister of Finance to meet with EU stakeholders. Next, matters related to the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee in compliance with the Financial Action Task Force international standards on combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation. Mr. Chair, the International Affairs Unit will contribute to and support the implementation of Bermuda's anti-money laundering strategy together with the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. This work includes the provision of strategic and technical advice regarding matters related to Bermuda's compliance with the standards that are set down by the Financial Action Task Force. Moving on to matters related to the United Kingdom, the International Affairs Unit will work with the Cabinet Office on matters related to the financial services sector together with Bermuda Monetary Authority, the London Office, and specialized partners. And this work includes the provision of technical and strategic advice on matters related to equivalence and transparency, including registers of beneficial ownership and their legitimate interest access in accordance with international standards. Matters related to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Mr. Chair, the International Affairs Unit work with the Registrar of Companies to coordinate the Ministry of Finance response to OECD assessments as and when required. This includes providing technical and strategic advice on all aspects of Bermuda's corporate regulatory framework. The Gaming Commission, the International Affairs Unit worked with the Gaming Commission to further assess the supervisory framework. As for other sectors, this work is expected to include the provision of technical and strategic advice on the relevant aspects of the regime in Bermuda. The Bermuda Deposit Insurance Corporation, the International Affairs Unit will work with Bermuda Monetary Authority and the Bermuda Deposit Insurance Corporation to continue with the development of Bermuda's bank resolution framework. Mr. Chair, in this above ways, the regulatory unit helps supervisors and businesses articulate the regulatory, market access, and related challenges that they face to the government and to the public. Mr. Chair, looking back to 2024-25, the International Affairs Unit was primarily focused on the technical and strategic assistance regarding the financial services sector. Additional milestones achieved in the International Affairs and Regulatory Unit in the prior fiscal year included: First, maintain regulatory stability by ensuring the completion of the Ministry of Finance component of 10 financial services sector bills or statutory instruments, including not limited to banks, investment business, currency coins, and the corporate framework. In collaboration with Ministry of Finance colleagues, provide strategic advice on supervisory assessments in sovereign ratings meetings, includes participation in technical meetings with ratings agencies, government-to-government meetings with other overseas territories, together with participation in meetings with the Financial Policy Council. And also, as appropriate, the International Affairs Unit provided technical advice on relevant UK, US, and European Union matters, as well as assisted in advocacy and domestic and external engagement initiatives. This includes participation in monthly executive and technical meetings with the Bermuda Monetary Authority, quarterly meetings with the Financial Policy Council, or sorry, I said 3 times a year meetings with the Financial Policy Council, and annual meetings with the Fiscal Responsibility Panel. Mr. Chair, the unit's primary role going forward in the next year will continue to work with the relevant finance teams, a cabinet office, Attorney General's Chambers, BMA, a gaming commission, Bermuda Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Public Accountability Board to meet Bermuda's domestic and international commitments and continue to implement the structural adjustments to the International Affairs Unit as outlined earlier in this particular statement. Mr. Chair, the salary provision of $433.5 thousand accounts for 59% of this unit's allocation, which covers 3 posts, an increase of $19,000, which is due to union mandated pay increases. The remaining $36,000 increase in expenditure is necessary to support the cost of external specialists required to assist the ministry in accomplishing its financial services mandate. Moving on to Cost Center 20030, Domestic Affairs and Economic Policy. The budget allocation for this unit is $306,000. This unit is led by the Deputy Financial Secretary, Domestic and Economy, where, as I mentioned earlier, the Budget Director, Ms. Tina Tucker, who leads the Budget Office, is currently acting as the Deputy Financial Secretary in this role. This will provide leadership and oversight to the Accountant General's Department, the Department of Social Insurance, the Office of Tax Commissioner, and Customs as it relates to revenue matters. The team also provides research and analysis of economic and international conditions to help facilitate sound decisions on public policy, fiscal, debt, and guarantee management. And the unit also manages relationships with credit rating agencies. Of course, Mr. Chair, I'm pleased this unit has supported the assessment of several ratings through 2024-25 and has resulted in our Bermuda's ratings continuing to be affirmed by Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and KBRA. Standard & Poor's issued their 2025 report only this week, and they reaffirmed Bermuda's A+ long-term rating and A1 short-term rating with an outlook of stable. Equally of note, we are hopeful that Bermuda's already impressive standing will be further upgraded if the economic targets that have been set with the implementation of corporate income tax do manifest as expected. Once the budget is complete, the Deputy Financial Secretary can turn her attention to the post of successful oversight of domestic and economic matters, support the tax reform work, and enhance financial reporting. Other key initiatives of this particular unit include continuing to improve the fiscal sustainability of government's pension funds, particularly the Public Service Superannuation Fund and the Contributory Pension Fund, in an updated framework that allows for progressive contributions. In addition, the proposed change to the contribution structure, adjustments will also have to be made to other levers, namely the time that persons can receive or the age at which persons can receive social insurance benefits, and also, as we said, contributions as well. Working with a leading audit firm who's provided a draft scope designed to assist the Accountant General's Department in bringing the outstanding audits of the pension funds up to date. We recognize the importance of these particular efforts as a wider work on pension reform and sustainability, and have taken the decision to enlist additional resources to address both challenges in the current fiscal year. Continuing the work on the development of economic models for forecasting of key economic indicators and government medium-term fiscal data, amongst other things, to enhance the execution of government's fiscal and economic management strategy and considerations for the reform of tax system. We do have very complex models inside the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Chair, but we're going to look to update those particular models, and we update those models every year in line with the projections that are made and the actual outturns to make sure that those things could be better fine-tuned to give better projections going forward. Working with relevant teams to ensure a more coordinated and effective approach to debt collection. We've stated the successes of which we've seen in these areas. And in conjunction with the Ministry of Public Works, I'm sure that the Shadow Minister of Public Works, who is not in the chamber currently, which is fine, but something that he would certainly want to know is completion of the long overdue plan for the formation of a government-owned captive insurance company to further reduce costs and create efficiencies in relation to provision of insurance for government assets. Something, Mr. Chair, that I am particularly bothered that we have not been able to advance to completion, but we are going to continue to press to try, hopefully, to get that done this year. And working with the teams in the vision to effectively progress systems upgrades and digitalization work to promote more effective provision of tax and pension collections and government services. And of course, the budget statement mentioned some of the progress that are being made in certain areas of the ministry on that. Moving on to Cost Center 20100, Office of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. The budget for the Office of NAMLAC's budget for fiscal year money laundering, terrorist financing, the financing of proliferation, and the competent authorities within NAMLAC assist international counterparts in the efforts to address these issues on a global scale through established coordination, cooperation, and accountability mechanisms. Highlights of achievements during 2024-25. During the prior fiscal year, the Office of NAMLAC has continued critical focus on maintaining and, where needed, enhancing the effectiveness of Bermuda's AML framework through the progress of several initiatives geared towards ensuring that we are technically compliant with revised FATF standards, ensuring our preparedness for the 5th round mutual evaluation, which is scheduled to commence in October of 2026. The 5th round is focused on the effective implementation of AML, ATF, and counter proliferation laws. In this vein, the following actions were undertaken by NAMLAC in the previous fiscal year. Due to the changes in FATF standards and also some deficiencies highlighted in our 2020 mutual evaluation report, NAMLAC completed a technical and operational gap analysis, which sought to identify any gaps within our legislation and operational frameworks. NAMLAC has also organized and manage the review of the updating of Bermuda's national AML policy to reflect Bermuda's updated understanding of money laundering and terrorist financing and proliferation finance risks, as well as to reflect the changes to the international standards and best practices. Updates to this policy were approved by Cabinet in November 2024. Further, NAMLAC has coordinated, managed, and updated Bermuda's understanding of its money laundering and terrorist financing risks, and the financing thereof are documented in the 2024 Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing National Risk Assessment Report. This risk assessment is completed and will be subject to ratification by Cabinet prior to its publication. NAMLAC procured technical assistance for conducting Bermuda's first proliferation financing and national risk assessment, which commenced in January 2025, with work being undertaken with AML and ATF supervisors and competent authorities. The expected completion date is July 2nd, 2025. In preparation for the fifth round mutual evaluation, NAMLAC secured training from the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, for all competent authorities on the revised FATF standards, and this training was conducted virtually on the 6th of February 2025. NAMLAC developed an internal assessment which focused on FATF immediate outcomes and revised technical standards to ensure that Bermuda identifies any gaps within its AML ATF framework and corrective measure undertaken prior to Bermuda's upcoming evaluation. An independent reviewer was contracted to ensure Bermuda's written submissions are reviewed against the standard, followed by an on-site, which took place last week, May 5th through May 9th, which probes further into our AML ATF framework. The reviewers will then provide their findings to AML ATF competent authorities, permanent secretaries, and heads of agencies. Moving forward to the key initiatives for this upcoming financial year, NAMLAC's focus continues to be to ensure that Bermuda maintains its position as a global leader in the fight to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Of critical importance is our fifth round mutual evaluation scheduled to commence in October 2026. This evaluation will focus on technical compliance where deficiencies were identified in those standards, with significant revisions which are termed recommendations under review. The evaluation is primarily one of effectiveness, which requires Bermuda to demonstrate how effective it has been for the last 5 years since its mutual evaluation and implementation of the FATF standards. Mr. Chair, the key national initiatives for which the office will provide support to NAMLAC during the financial year 2025-26, the majority will be funded by grants in accordance to Section 55A of the Proceeds of Crime Act are as follows. Agencies are required to develop an action plan to ensure that all gaps are identified and remediated prior to the end of the year to allow time to demonstrate effectiveness. The identification of technical and effective compliance gaps was completed last week, for which the final report was produced. To continue to coordinate and manage and provide technical leadership in the publication of the 2024 Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing National Risk Assessment, and to ensure the proliferation of financing risk assessment is completed within the time frame. Continuing training of NAMLAC senior executives, technical officers, public service executives, responsible ministers, and related to the revised FATF standards and methodology, as well to expose them to the new procedures that will apply to Bermuda's fifth round mutual evaluation. Providing of technical support to the supervisor designated non-financial business and professions, which are lawyers, accountants, real estate, high-value dealers, and dealers in precious metals and stones, through the secondment of a supervisory expert to the Office of NAMLAC. Keeping abreast of any further revisions to FATF standards, which may impact Bermuda's fifth round mutual evaluation, which may require legislative changes to ensure technical compliance. Organize and manage NAMLAC's review of Bermuda's national anti-money laundering policies, to propose updates for the consideration of Cabinet, and to ensure that Bermuda's national policy is updated to reflect Bermuda's updated understanding of money laundering and terrorist financing and proliferation financing risks, which arise out of the aforementioned risk assessments. Mr. Chair, in order to progress all of these initiatives, and you can see there's quite a few, especially running up to a mutual evaluation, the chair of the office will continue to work closely with the National Anti-Money Laundering Cabinet Committee, NAMLAC member agencies, and other stakeholders. I wish to, at this point in time, thank Ms. Cheryl Lister, OBE, who after her time as acting financial secretary and advisor to the Ministry of Finance, returns to the position of chair of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. Equally, I'd like to thank Ms. Cozelle Crease, our national coordinator, who since joining in January 2024 has significantly advanced the department and our coordination work in this particular area. Moving on to cost center 20070 pension commission grant of 0,000, which is a 100% decrease. Mr. Chair, as a result of significant cash reserves held by the Commission, which have grown over the last few years due to the increase in regulatory fees and effective cost control, no grant was allocated to the Pension Commission for this upcoming year. As we know, Mr. Chair, the Pension Commission is a body corporate established under the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act 1998, and the Commission has responsibility for the administration of the Pension Trust Funds Act 1966 and pension trusts established and administered under this act. In 2024, the Commission provided policy advice and guidance to the Ministry of Finance relating to the capping of administration fees charged by pension plan administrators, providing for greater domestic investment opportunities for plan members and first-time homeowner refunds. With respect to the capping of fees, the Commission's working to introduce the regulations later this year, and the government has announced, and we've of course legislated the fact that there will be limits for defined contribution employer plans, that the fees should not exceed 1.25% per year for members with balances over 50,000, 0.75% per year for balances between 25 and 50,000, and 0.5% per year for balances less than $25,000. With respect to first-time homeowner refund, specific legislation commenced in December 2024, in which members or former members of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has not attained the normal retirement age may apply to the Pension Commission for a first-time homeowner refund for the purchase of principal residence in Bermuda by themselves, husband, wife, or child. An applicant under the age of 45 years may receive a refund of up to 30% of their pension plan account balance, and an applicant who is 45 years of age and older but has not yet attained the age of 65 may receive a refund of up to 15% of their pension plan account balance to be applied directly towards a down payment, further boosting all the work, Mr. Chair, that this government is doing to promote home ownership. And as the Junior Minister of Finance said in his presentation last week, let the numbers speak for themselves. With respect to other areas of responsibility, the Commission experienced a significant year-over-year increase in the following: fielding inquiries and providing assistance via email, 25% lump sum refund applications, financial hardship refund applications, financial hardship withdrawal meetings, and meetings with plan members. During 2004, the Commission improved 409 lump sum refunds compared to 321 in 2023, wound up 54 plans compared to 69 in the prior year, registered 117 plan amendments compared to 157 in the prior year, approved 0 plan trustees in comparison to 15 in the prior year, initiated 6 civil actions against delinquent employers and the directors and officers compared to 15 in 2023, conducted 365 compliance meetings with employers and plan members compared to 176 in the prior year, held 4 compliance meetings with plan administrators compared to 10 in 2023, participated in 27 public and or advisory meetings compared to 9 in 2023, and completed 6 transactions under the Pension Trust Funds Act 1966 compared to 16 in 2023. As of the 31st of December 2024, based on estimates, Mr. Chair, the National Pension Scheme contained 47,455 plan members or former members. There was a total of 3,255 employer plans, of which 3,240 of them were defined contribution and only 15 defined benefits. Total value of assets under the National Pension Scheme is estimated at $4.36 billion, Mr. Chair. That is billion with a B. There were 498 self-employed plans, and $87,108 of plan assets were transferred to overseas retirement vehicles compared with $0 in 2023. Mr. Chair, as we know, the National Pension Scheme hardship regulations allow Bermudians with demonstrated financial needs to get access to a portion of their private sector pension funds based on prescribed criteria for hardship. Every year, I do provide statistics on this, and I will provide these as well as noted for 2024. Total applications received 169, approved applications 120, declined applications 32, applications that are pending or withdrawn 17. The total amount that was approved for withdrawal from pension balances was $2,056,304, which of course is a small amount when compared to the $4.6 billion amount that is there. And the applications approved by type, there were 69 for eligible education expenses, 10 for imminent loss of principal residence, 27 for imminent eviction from home for rental arrears, 10 were eligible medical expenses, and 4 were for funeral expenses.
Please hold there, Minister. For the benefit of the listening public and honorable members, we are now in Committee of Supply for further consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditures for the year 2025, 2026. We are debating the Ministry of Finance. The Honorable Premier, who's also the Minister of Finance, is giving presentation on Heads 10. This debate began at 4:00 exactly. It's now 5:00, so we have exactly 3 hours remaining. And sometime thereafter, within those 3 hours, the Shadow Minister of Finance will be giving clinical questions. Minister, you may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking ahead to the current fiscal year, with regards to the Pension Commission, the Pension Commission has a number of goals. The first is to continue the review of issues and challenges facing occupational pension plan sector, to make recommendations to the Minister of Finance on further legislative and/or policy adjustments to improve understanding compliance by regulated entity with key regulatory issues, to introduce the financial awareness campaign on the importance of saving and retirement planning and the important role of occupational plans play in achieving successful outcomes, continue to enhance the Commission's financial independence and sustainability via the identification of additional sources of revenue, and further the completion of the aforementioned regulations to ensure that the matters that have been legislated by this House are able to be put in effect, specifically with the caps on pension plan balances, and finally to continue to complete outstanding audits. Projected revenue and expenditure items. The Commission's projected revenue for 2025-26 is $1.35 million, primarily from regulatory fees and collections. Projected total of expenses for the year is $2 million, which is salaries of 10 staff members and makes up $1.6 million of budget. The 2024-25 cost estimate is $1.52 million, an increase of $540,000. An increase of salaries and headcount from 7 to 10 accounts for $380,000 that increase, and the resulting projected position is a net deficit of $710,000, which will be funded from cash reserves. Before I move on, Mr. Chair, I'd like to extend my thanks to staff and Pension Commission for their continued work in the past year. Now, Mr. Chair, I'll move on. Still in the same cost center, 20110 Gaming Commission grants of $800,000. The budget estimate for the grant contribution to the Gaming Commission, $800,000. This represents partial funding for the Commission. The remainder of their income will be generated by the collection of external fees, primarily from cruise ship operators who apply for permission to open their casinos while in port in Bermuda. The total projected expenditure for the Commission in 2025-26 is $1.5 million, which is a significant reduction from the 2024-25 budget of $1.9 million and a reduction from the 23-24 budget of $2.4 million. The funding will support the Commission executing the program set out in the 2025-26 work plan, which includes continuing to support the resolution of banking services provided to casino operators and exploring potential new lines of business for the jurisdiction to ensure that the Commission can be self-funding. During fiscal year 24-25, the Commission's focus has been on investigating new lines of business and matters related to correspondent banking challenges. And those new lines of business, of course, Mr. Chair, are revolved around sports betting, national broader lottery issues, and matters related to online gaming as well. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the team of the Commission who have exercised significant fiscal prudence. We know they come under from a lot of criticism, and of course, we understand that it is politically difficult to have a gaming commission that regulates the gaming sector in Bermuda, but recognizing that there are no operating casinos in the country due to the banking challenges. But we are continuing to work through these particular matters, and we recognize that they are being funded at a bare level to continue their particular operations, and have worked to downsize and reduce, including moving offices and making sure that they are being fiscally prudent in that regard. Cost Center 20120 corporate income tax grant, $4.78 million, $3.5 million or 274% increase. Mr. Chair, in late 2023, as we'll know, we passed the Corporate Income Tax Act 2023. We know that it was significant achievement representing strong and positive collaboration and consultation with our international business sector. We know the genesis of this came from the Pillar 2 Global Agreement reached in 2021 under the auspices of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and signed by more than 140 countries. The agreement requires a 15% tax be levied on jurisdictional basis for in-scope entities and then commonly referred to as the Global Minimum Tax Agreement. The OEC has issued model rules as part of this framework and the implementation of GMT, and these rules were the foundation and development of Bermuda's regime to be considered compliant with these requirements. The Act imposes a 15% corporate income tax statutory corporate income statutory tax that will be applicable to Bermuda businesses that are part of multinational groups with annual revenue exceeding 750 million euros. And we know that the corporate income tax legislation came into effect on the 1st of January of this year. That would be 2025. In formulating its position moving forward with legislation, Bermuda held multiple consultations on corporate income tax administration. Two public consultations this year have also focused on enforcement and broader provisions related to the administration of the Corporate Income Tax Act 2023. Under the new legislation, Mr. Chair, full-year tax filings for the 2025 tax year will be due in 2026. The first installment of taxes due for payments in August of 2025. As per page B109 of the budget book, this is estimated at $187.5 million for fiscal year 2025-26. The administration regime will be the responsibility of the Corporate Income Tax Agency. This entity was created by an enactment in July 2024 after the implementation of the Corporate Income Tax Agency Act. The aim of the agency is to continue to develop and implement an appropriate and effective corporate income tax regime to meet the changing global tax environment. Operationally, its primary functions include taxpayer services, returning and filing processing, audit and compliance, enforcement and collections, and dispute resolution and law interpretation and international tax cooperation. CETA is being developed on the basis of incorporating the appropriate key structural elements of our well-respected financial services regulator with modified characteristics to take into account the difference in responsibility between a regulator and a tax authority. As we know, Mr. Chair, that the Corporate Income Tax Agency has hired an experienced tax professional as the CEO at the beginning of 2025, and his task is to build out and deliver the strategy for the Corporate Income Tax Agency, which includes the hiring of other employees to build out and operate the agency. The Corporate Income Tax Agency has been granted an operational grants of $4.78 million, in which in 2025-26, which is in line with the current year spend. Further funding will be required in the current year to support the successful implementation of IT systems and infrastructure and to ensure the required staff and related resources. It is vision that the Corporate Income Tax Agency will be self-funding in the future through the interest from revenues that they collect, and any additional funding for this year will likely be as a loan against that future expected revenue. I wish to, Mr. Chair, thank all the team in the Ministry of Finance headquarters, which has been led by Financial Secretary Chin Ofuego, as mentioned, took on the role in April 2024, and all of the deputy financial secretaries and the staff in the Ministry of Finance for their remarkable work in supporting the Minister of Finance and the junior ministers of finance in ensuring that we continue to execute these items for the benefit of the citizens of this country. Mr. Chair, thus concludes the remarks for the estimates of Head 10, and I shall happily defer the podium or mic to the Junior Minister of Finance for Heads 11 and Heads 12.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. The chair now recognizes the Junior Minister of Finance, Wayne Furbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm carrying the baton on for the Premier and the Minister of Finance for Heads 11 and Heads 12. Mr. Chairman, I now present the budget for the Accountant General's Department, Head 11, which is found on page B 111 to B 115 and C 11. The Accountant General's Department was established under Section 4 of the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act 1969. The department has responsibility for the administration of the consolidated funds and accounts for and reports on the other public funds, which are all subject to their own legislation. The functions and responsibility of the Accountant General's Department are critically important in the role of governance. The department is key in helping to undergird the financial controls and processes that are in place with respect to the public purse. The department's mission statement is to develop and maintain a quality financial reporting, employee health insurance, treasury function, internal control, and effective use of technology to aid in decision-making. The department is divided into two program centers as follows. 1,101 Consolidated Fund Administration, which oversees all the activities of the Consolidated Fund. This is further broken out into 6 sections. Policy planning and management, developing long-term goals and strategies in alignment with governmental priorities, general administration of the department. Financial reporting, accounting for and reporting on the Consolidated Fund and other public funds. Compliance and disbursements, execution of payments for purchased goods and services. Revenue receipts and treasury management, collecting and recording of government revenues, including fees and taxes, cash management and forecasting, administration of the investment of the pension fund under management and risk management, and insurance. The total pension funds investments under management are $2.76 billion, broken out as follows. PSSF fund, which is $613 million, and CPF 2.16 billion. Bank reconciliation of all of government's bank accounts, financial systems, management of the enterprise systems for supporting the government's accounting platform. The department also has legislative responsibility for benefits, employee pension deductions administration. 1,102 fund administration, which represents the government's share of employee benefits program, namely Public Service Superannuation Fund, PSSF, Contributory Pension Fund, Social Insurance, CPF, Government Employees Health Insurance Scheme, GEHI, and administration of the scheme and payment of health claims. Ministers and members of the Legislative Pension Fund, which is MMLPF. The department continues to operate at staffing levels below its total complement. 41 posts are budgeted in 2025-26, an increase of 3 heads from 24-25 budget. The increase is predominantly down to full-year impact of staffing, following recruitment of 2 key posts to support the audit process. Currently, there are 5 vacancies within the department. Notwithstanding the vacancies, the department persists in efforts to identify efficiencies within its approved organizational structure. General accomplishment in fiscal 24-25 are as follows. Completion of the online payment portal. One of the first revenue stream utilizing is for the payment of parking tickets. Working with several government departments to increase automation, digitalization of financial processes. Working closely with the auditor, the Office of the Auditor General, and Minister to complete the annual audit of the Consolidated Fund and progress the audits of the other public funds. Deliver scheduled financial instructions, training in conjunction with the Department of Employee and Organization Development. The compliance and disbursement section continues to make vendor payment timely and accurately with notwithstanding staffing challenges. Treasury functions and other operational service levels were maintained throughout the year, as well as those accomplished that you will see from KPIs on pages B114. The department has managed to succeed in 17 of its 18 measures or 94% success rate. The only measure that wasn't achieved was timely of year-end files. This was due to labor shortage, which has now been rectified by the recruitment of 2 management accountants. Mr. Chairman, the Accountant General's Department has been allocated a total budget of $106.7 million for the fiscal year 25-26. year, which is broken down as follows. Consolidated Fund Administration estimates 6.3 million. Fund Administration estimates 100 million. Capital estimate 153,000. This budgetary allocation represents an increase of 20.15 million or 23% above the 24-25 original estimates, which is primarily due to the additional 19.3 million of government's contribution to GHI scheme, of which 18 million is part of the government's investment in healthcare and a start in funding the recent years of shortage from the GHI fund. Also, to support the shortfalls, GHI rates will be increased for public sector's employees, and the remainder of the increase is due to the government's matching contribution. The 25-26 revenue estimate is 500,000, a decrease of 1.4 million or 75% below the 24-25 original estimate. This revenue primarily relates to interest earned on the investments in the sinking fund. The current account estimates can be found on page B11, B111 and B to B112. So here are some of the explanations of significant program expenditure changes. B111, Consolidated Fund Administration, 6.3 million, increase of 642,000 or 6%. The current year's request reflects an increase of 342,000, which is primarily reflective of the uplift in salaries from the recent concluded salary negotiation and increases in staffing level from the recruitment of 2 vacant posts. It should be noted that the items that drive the department's overall expenditure are salaries, technical support, maintenance fees for the various software systems used by ACG, and rent for premises occupied at 51 Church Street. 1102 Fund Administration, increase of 19.8 million or 25%. This program represents the government's cost for employee benefits. These costs are a function of the number of government employees and the rates relating to the respective benefits. Employer overhead, for example, contributory pension, social insurance, is directly related to the national contributory pension rates of contribution. As the employer, the government ordinarily matches the employee's contribution to PSSF, social insurance contribution CPF, GHI contribution premium, except for police, corrections, and the regiment, for which the government pays both the employer and the employee share, and the ministers and members of contribution to the MMLPF. Contribution made into the PSF and CPF are invested to fund future pension payment, to vested retired government personnel. The increase in the 25-26 estimate for the government cost for employees' benefits is primarily reflective of the additional overheads expected from funding increases from PSSF and GIEHI contribution, and the additional 18 million being provided to fund the annual GHI deficit. The GHI scheme has experienced annual deficits in recent years. This year, the estimate deficit is about 31 million. It will be partially funded by an additional 18 million from the consolidated fund. As part of the agreement with the unions for public sector employees, the GHI contribution rates will be increased by $600 per year over the next 3 years to close this shortfall. The Minister of Finance will also continue to review further options for delivering value for money to GHI to protect the public purse, including the recent measures to ensure that the lowest cost is paid to pharmacies for identical medication. Capital funding, a decrease of 127K. Technical support and ongoing maintenance will be required in the 25-26 fiscal year as the Oracle E1 system is continually enhanced to improve the business processes and other important services provided. The department's focus remains on leveraging the latest advancements in JDE E1 to optimize the financial operations and drive continuous improvements. The 25-26 capital allocation will be used to progress the following projects. implementation of a purge and archive solution for JDI Enterprise. JDI Enterprise 1 9.7 update. This update promises enhanced user experience and performance and expanded cloud capabilities, replacement of office equipment, photocopiers, desktop PC, etc. Mr. Chairman, the key initiatives planned for the Accountant General Department for fiscal year 25-26 are to continue working with the governments and departments to automate and digitize their financial processes, review and update financial instructions to align with current needs and priorities, complete the audited consolidated fund financial statements for the years 31st March 25, no longer than November 14, 2025. The March 2021 PSF and July 2021 CPF statements have been submitted to the Auditor General for a full audit. The financial reporting section within the Accounting General Department, which is currently staffed with 4 full-time employees, continue to work to progress the backlog on the other funds. The status of the funds are as follows: Government Reserve Fund 2024, Unemployment Insurance Fund 2020, the Sinking Fund 2016, Ministers and Members of the Legislature 2015, Government Employee Health Insurance 2012, and Confiscated Assets Fund 2010. We'll continue to deliver scheduled financial instructions training in conjunction with the Department of Employee and Organizational Development. Timely processing of outgoing vendor payment, 100% of clean health insurance claim paid within 30 days in line with legislation. Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend my appreciation for the work undertaken by the management and staff of the Accounting General's Department under the leadership of the Accounting General, Mrs. Dion Morris Shakir. I will now move to the Head 12, Bermuda Customs. Mr. Chair, I will now speak to Bermuda Customs Department revenue, which is excluded under the Ministry of Finance Customs expenditure, included with the Ministry of National Security, which will be debated on Monday, 26th of May. Total 25-26 budgeted customs revenue shown on page B116 is $220 million. This is a decrease of $18.8 million or 8% on the prior year's budget of $239 million. Compared to the 24-25 revised estimate, the 25-26 budget is a reduction of $9.8 million or 4.4%. Mr. Chairman, world conditions in recent years have caused inflation rates to climb, and Bermuda is not immune from its effect. We all know only too well how cost of living has risen and the anxiety that comes from the economic uncertainty that these conditions foster, and the distress caused when families are forced to make hard choices between one necessity and another. The pain is felt by those who least can afford it are hit hardest. Consequently, it is the government's goal to lower the cost of living for Bermuda. In doing so, we are confident that we will not only ease the daily burden of making ends meet, but also offer new opportunities for our economic development. One of the major tools that we have at our disposal in achieving this aim is reducing the cost of selected imported goods by lowering rates of custom duties. During 24-25 financial year, we responded to the cost of living crisis by introducing a reduction in the duty due on fuel used in the production of electricity by 60%. This relief came into effect July 19, 24, and from that date up to March 2025, this relief has lowered the fuel cost on the Bermudian electricity bill by $9.2 million. During the 25-26 financial year, we will offer additional wide-ranging relief and concessions with respect to parts for motor vehicles, air conditioners, building materials, and further concessions on the fuel used in the production of electricity. This is the analysis of the major revenues as follows. The duty forecast for 25-26 is $214 million, which is $19 million or 8% lower than the 24-25 original forecast of $233 million. We will also note, Mr. Chair, that the forecast of duty collected for 2024-25 has been revised down by 9 million to 224.1 million. Based on more recently available information on actual collection of duty for 24-25, it is expected that duty collection and decrease during 24 will decrease during 25-26, which is compared to revised estimate of 24-25 to a reduction of 9.8 million. This reduction is due to an increase in several reliefs which I will outline. Broadly, these reliefs will fall into four main categories designed to lower the cost of living and stimulate economic growth. We shall raise the duty-free travelers' personal allowance for returning residents from $200 per person to $300 per person. Based on prior year's travel, this is expected to ease the collective burden on returning travelers by an estimate $2 million. We shall provide wide-ranging reliefs on parts and supplies for motor vehicles repairs, including but not limited to engines, transmission shafts, gaskets, electrical, glass, belts, tubing, and interior furnishing. We will amend from 35% to 0%. The duty rates associated with 43 tariff codes providing cost reductions of an estimated 2.5 million from 25% to 0%. The duty rates associated with 20 tariff codes providing cost reduction of an estimated 176,000. It is estimated based on prior year's data to reduce the cost of repairing Bermuda's motor vehicles by a cost of $2.7 million. We shall provide wide range of reliefs on selected building materials, including but not limited to blocks, stones, glass, plastic, fabrics, wood, metal, chemicals, including glues, resins, and paint, prefabricated supplies, as well as raw materials for both interior and exterior work. We will amend from 25% to 10% the duty rates associated with 429 tariff codes. 429 tariff codes providing cost reductions of an estimated 4.9 million from 25% to 0%. The duty rates associated with 2 tariff codes providing cost reduction of an estimated $41,000 from 15% to 10%. The duty rates associated with 8 tariff codes providing cost reductions of an estimated $293,000 from 12.5 to 10%. And the duty rates associated with 44 codes providing cost reductions of an estimated $325,000. It is estimated, based on prior year's data, to reduce the cost of construction and building repairs by a total of million. We shall also provide reliefs on imports of air conditioning units and parts. We will amend from 35% to 10%. The duty rates associated with 6 tariff codes. It is estimated, based on prior year's data, to reduce the duty costs on these items by over 1.8 million. And finally, we shall provide further duty reliefs on imported fuel used in production of electricity. It is estimated, based on prior year's data, this will cut the Bermudian electricity bill by 1.7 million, in addition to the concessions introduced during 24-25. You'll note that the sums of these reductions is 13.8 million compared to the overall reduction of 9.8 to the revised forecast. Therefore, within general customs revenue due to inflation and economic growth, the department is expecting an increase of 4 million in total costs across all areas. Other revenue sources. Forecasted revenue sources other than custom duties are expected to contribute a total of 5.9 million during 25-26, which is based on our forecasts, would equate to 2.7% of revenue collected by customs. There is little indication that receipts in these areas would change significantly from the revenue levels received during 24-25 fiscal year to date. Also, within 25-26, the Department of Customs will work with the Cost of Living Commission to analyze duty on essential commodities to look at what else could be added to the essential commodities schedule of their act, thereby reducing custom duties that can provide price reductions of those goods to the consumer. Most importantly, within 25-26, the Customs Department will work to streamline the process to obtain duty relief by making the process more efficient, by aligning with industry best practice, which also strengthen compliance. The aim of the project is to ultimately support economic growth. The Customs team will review the administrative burden and processing time regarding duty relief and improve transparency and accountability within the process, all with the aim to reduce the red tape, time, and cost for both customs and an entity requesting the relief. Customs will therefore be looking at the following: implementing a trusted trader program. This will enable certain entities to have priority processing, reduce paperwork, and lower inspection rates. Eligibility for this program will be based on historic compliance, volume, and financial stability. Develop a digital platform for duty relief. This will be a secure, user-friendly portal for applications with the functionality to track status, enable two-way communication, and allow digital signatures. Develop delegated approval authority. At present, a certain number of requests are approved by the minister. Customs will seek delegated authority to senior members of the ministry's headquarters so that routine cases can be handled efficiently. Develop the digital platform for duty relief. Ministerial involvement will be limited to large, strategic, complex cases. Simplify paperwork and pre-audit requirements. In line with industry best practice, Customs will move to post-clearance audits for low-risk traders. Mr. Chairman, the above is as already stated, expected to reduce clearance time and reduce costs for businesses, large and small, while improving government efficiency. Mr. Chairman, sincere thanks to the collector, Lucinda Pearman, and the Customs team for their work and support of Bermuda's economy in this area. I will now turn this back over to the Premier and the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, member from constituency 6 in the Bible Belt. Premier, you now have the floor.
Thank you. I thank that honorable member from the Bible Belt for his assistance. Mr. Chair, I am going to cover head 28, which is social insurance, before I turn it back over to the junior minister for head 38, which is the Office of Tax Commissioner, which he's well familiar. I will then take the Reg Farm companies and the head 58 to close out this particular section of the debate. So, Mr. Chair, I'll now start with matters that are related to the Department of Social Insurance. Mr. Chair, the Department of Social Insurance current account estimates are shown on page B117 to 119 of the budget book. The estimate for 25-26 is $2,894,000, which is 200 and $201,006 or 4% less than the original 2024-25 budget. This budget is solely for war pensions and gratuities. Mr. Chair, the Department of Social Insurance and its staff administer the government of Bermuda's contributory pension fund and benefits to Second World War veterans. War pension gratuities are 100% funded by the consolidated fund. The contributory pensions operations within the department are 100% funded by the contributory pension funds. Expenditures are paid through the consolidated fund and recharge the contributory pension fund in accordance with Section 3 of the Contributory Pensions Act 1970. The mission statement for the Department of Social Insurance is, And I quote, "We are committed to serving current and future generations by ensuring compliance with legislation, collecting contributions, and paying benefits timely and accurately through education, best practices, and the use of technology." And the vision for that department is to be a trusted and essential source of financial security for all beneficiaries. Core functions, the department operates under two main acts of parliament to administer the government of Bermuda's social insurance programs, as well as the war, pensions, and gratuities. First, of course, the Contributory Pensions Act, where we know that this is for all employed and self-employed individuals over the age of 18 or under the age of 26 in the instance of full-time students who work for more than 4 hours per week and are required to pay contributions. And there are two major classes of benefits paid under the fund, one being contributory benefits for old age pensions and gratuities, widows and widowers allowance and gratuity and disability benefit, and the other non-contributory benefits for old age pension and disability benefits. Under the War Pensions and Gratuity War Service Act 1947, and under this act, benefits are payable to Bermudian war veterans or their surviving spouses who served during World War II, and there are currently 58 veterans or surviving spouses in the program. Moving on, Mr. Chair, to the highlights of 2024-25. The department completed the actual review for the contributory pension fund in June 2024, and the actual review is required every 3 years as per Section 35 of the Contributory Pensions Act, and that was tabled in the House of Assembly on March 21st, 2025. Moving on, September 2024, contributory pensions amendment of benefits order was tabled in this House, increasing pension benefits by 2.4% effective August 16th, 2024. And finally, the department adopted recommendations from the Management Consulting Services section reviews began to implement the following review in the last financial year. And this was reviewed and updated the documentation for systems and processes, reviewed all updated job descriptions, began the recruitment process to fill vacant positions to serve the population better. And these measures have assisted in the improved pension administration and collection of outstanding debt, streamline operations, and improve the execution of the Department of Social Insurance mandate. The department has continued to maintain an effective working relationship with the Debt Enforcement Unit of the Attorney General's Chambers, Department of Public Prosecutions, the Department of Immigration Office, the Tax Commissioner, and the Transport Control Department with respects and efforts to assist in debt collection. And also, as part of the government of Bermuda's commitment to modernize public services, the department successfully launched 2 online services. In May 2004, the launch of 2024, the launch of the online service that allows contributors to search for the social insurance number so they no longer have to call the department. Into February 2025, online applications and requests from employers for contributors for services. This initiative streamlined processes and improved efficiency by serving the public during a digital site, which can be found at socialinsurance.gov.bm. Those were the highlights. Moving on to expenditure overview, the department operates with 5 main cost centers, the first being 38000 Senior Management and Administration, which is the administration section to provide the overall direction and management of the department. The budget estimate for this cost center is $2,270,500, which is an increase of $148,800 from the 2024 original budget. This increase is due to the plan go live in Q2 for our new pension administration system that has been being implemented for quite some time, PX 3000. Next cost center, 38010 War Pensions and Gratuities, budget book page 117. War Pension section administers the benefits to war veterans under the Pensions and Gratuities War Service Act 1947. The budget estimate is $2,894,000, which is $106,000 or 4% less than the previous year. And this budget is based on 58 war veterans, 14 less than the prior year. Currently, significant benefits provided under this program are all veterans and spouses receive a monthly pension of $1,000. Medical benefits are 100% covered, and the benefits covered are future care insurance premiums, hospital visits, hospitalization, tests at KMH, air ambulance, prescription drugs over the $2,000 covered by future care. $3,000 covered by future care, moving up to $5,000 this year. Palliative and long-term care covered up to $7,000 per month, and $5,000 funeral grant refunded to the estate, and regular and specialist doctor visits at small copays, which are reimbursed by the program. Moving on to 38025 benefits. The benefits section is responsible for the administration of benefits to members of the Contributory Pension Fund under the various acts. The budget estimate is $499,000, which is an increase of $9,200 over the original budget for the year, which is mainly just due to salary increments. Total benefits paid from August 2023 to July 2024, which the contributory pension fund's financial year was $211,392,900 compared to $204,408,600 in 2022-23, which is an increase of $6,984,300 or 3.4%. In 2023, the total benefits paid were $175.8 million, or 83% for contributory pensions, $14.4 million, or 7% paid on widows and widowers' allowances, gratuities of $10.9 million, or 5% were paid, and $77.3 million, or 4% were paid on non-contributory pensions. The remaining $3 million, or 1% of benefits paid for the period were for contributory and non-contributory disabilities. Those are the items which make up the $211,392,860 payments from the contributory pension fund. Moving on to compliance, the compliance section monitors the compliance of employers and employees in accordance to the provisions of the Contributory Pensions Act. The budget estimate for this cost center is $918,909, which is $114,600 less than the original budgeted estimate for the prior year. This decrease related to the expected reduction in the number of debt collector local consultants planned for Department of Social Insurance in the coming year. And this is because of work that is going to take place between the Debt Enforcement Unit at the Office of Tax Commissioner, working together with the Debt Enforcement Unit in the Social Insurance to combine the efforts across these departments of the Ministry of Finance to enhance debt collection with a reduced use for external debt collection assistance. Total debt owed to the CPF of July 31st, 2024 was $71,478,000, which is a $36,400 decrease from the prior year. There has been an increase in number There has been a staff shortage that has impacted the department's ability to further reduce the debt owed by the contributory pension fund. And as I said, we're not only filling those posts, but having a better working coordination between the sections in the Office of the Tax Commissioner's Department. It is important to note that the Attorney General's Chamber's Debt Enforcement Unit works in close collaboration with the department to assist the collection of outstanding contributions for the Department of Social Insurance. In most cases, employers at the Department of Social Insurance is unable to contact their delinquent for over 120 days are referred to the Debt Enforcement Unit. Moving on to contributions, the contribution section is responsible for the administration of records and accounts for employers and employees participating in the Contributory Pension Fund under the Contributory Pensions Act in 1970, and the budget estimate for this cost center is $565,900, which is $7,000 more than that of the original budget, mainly due to salary adjustments and the expected overtime for the implementation of the PX 3000 pension management system expected later this year. Total contributions received from August 2023, July 2024 is $117,322,000, which is compared to $112,602,000 from the prior fiscal year, which is an increase of $4.6 million, $4,699,400 or 4%. And it is important to note that contribution rates were not increased, which means that the additional funds is due to the growth of jobs in the local economy. Moving on to comparative estimates of current account estimates, which is found on budget book page B118. Salaries and wage, an increase of $138,000 reflects the salary increments across the department. Professional services decrease of $100,600 is primarily due to decline in war veterans medical claims and war pension awards due to reduction in the number of veterans expected to be serviced. And receipts credited to programs, this amount represents the cost to operate the contributory pension fund initially paid through the consolidated fund. And as stated earlier, a recharge to the contributory pension fund is made in accordance with Section 3.3 of the Act. The recharge for 2025-26 is budgeted $4,254,300, which is an increase of $50,300 in the original budget of the CPF over the prior year. And as stated, this results is mainly due to the increased expenditure related to the implementation of the new pension administration systems. Moving on to activities and plans for the upcoming year, we will continue to develop the portal to allow employers to view their accounts, pay invoice, and submit start, terminations, and unpaid leave adjustments online. The department will continue to participate in various workshops and presentations where they're able to provide clarity to attendees regarding pensions, benefits, and contributions managed by the Department of Social Insurance. As mentioned, the implementation of the updated pension administration system, which is, of course, necessary to support future social insurance changes, which may be implemented, and the strengthening of cross-ministry initiatives to close gaps in legislation to make sure that we have better and coordinated debt enforcement across the Ministry of Finance. And the department is also partnering with the Department of Employee and Organizational Development to encourage persons in the financial industry by creating opportunities in the Department of Social Insurance with the government bursary and trainee programs. Significant processes, changes, and new initiatives, which I have highlighted. Number one, the Department of Social Insurance will collaborate with the Ministry of Finance and other agencies to leverage technologies in the government's digital transformation and better aim to identify employers who owe funds to the contributory pension fund to ensure effective and consistent management of these debts across government. Also going to be engaging in succession planning exercise where current employees will be given the opportunities to be professionally developed and cross-trained. Succession planning will facilitate smooth transitioning when staff terminate service or retire. Further modernization of the department's technology operations to better serve the public. The public office and Department of Social Insurance will be commended for their commitment to provide a valuable service to the local community and beneficiaries. And I will now, Mr. Chair, defer to Head 38, Office of Tax Commissioner, to Junior Minister Ferber.
Thank you, Minister. The floor recognizes Minister Bean Ferbert from constituency 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it gives me great pleasure to present the budget for Head 38, the Office of the Tax Commissioner, found on page B120 to B124 of the budget book. The mandate or the mission, Mr. Chairman, is the mission of the OTC is to leverage a modern technology to ensure taxpayer compliance through quality service and effective enforcement. Overview of the expenditure: a total of $4.6 million has been allocated for this head across both costs and capital. This represents an increase of $87,000, approximately 1.9%, higher than the budget for 24-25, and constitutes 1.6% of the budget allocated for the ministry as a whole. Mr. Chairman, the OTC is strategically divided into 4 cost centers as follows. The administration team, 4,800, provides the overall direction and management of the office, which includes strategic planning, staff development, training, and general office support. The budget allocation for the administrative team in 25-26 year is $1.27 million. The stamp duties team, which is 48050, is responsible for the administration and collection of stamp duties under the Stamp Duties Act 1976. This includes the adjudication and processing of a variety of legal instruments, including but not limited to conveyances, transfers, lease, mortgages, as well as administering the primary family homestead designation program. The budget allocation for the stamp duties team for 25-26 is $356,000. The audit and compliance team, 48070, is responsible for ensuring that taxpayers are complying with the Taxes Act throughout the life of the taxpayer, starting with their initial registration. The team conducts audits and inspections of taxpayer books and records and is responsible for acknowledging management and taxpayer education. The budget allocation for the audit and compliance team for 25-26 is $912,000. The operation team, 48080, is responsible for collecting and reporting on all taxes under the remit of the OTC. The team maintains taxpayer accounts receivable balances, levies penalties for late and insufficient payments, and is responsible for debt collection and enforcement. The budget allocation for Operation Team 25-26 is $1.76 million. Here's a subjective analysis, Mr. Chairman, found on B121. I will highlight the material object code changes. Current expenditure, 4.3 million was 25-26. Capital expenditure 335, and revenue 827 million. In 24, when we compare, the current expenditure was 4 million, difference of 252,000, or difference of 6%. Capital 335 for capital expenditure compared to 500 in 24-25, a difference of 165, or down 33%. Revenue 827, as I said before, for 24-25 was 792, or difference of 34,000, which is up 4%. Increases in current expenditure. The OT's current expenditure is estimated to be $300,180. This represents an increase of $252,000, as I mentioned earlier. committed to continuous improvement. In particular, STEM duties, the business unit STEM duties, 48050. In 24-25, the STEM duty section had a target of 90% for completing late stamping of instruments that are less than 6 months out of time within 60 days of receipt. In 25-26, the section expects to increase its performance for stamping such instruments to 100%. Operation 48080. In 24-25 fiscal year, the target was to be 75% of payroll tax returns filed electronically. For 25-26, we're hoping to increase that to 80% of payroll tax returns filed electronically. In 24-25, the target for the operations section was to reduce the accounts receivable by 10 million. This section exceeded this goal by collecting 227 million in tax arrears by continuing taxpayers' education, managing payment plans, and escalating matters for collection through the courts. It is worth noting that this is a sizable increase from the prior years, where a target of 7.5 million was set, and the department collected 15.6 million, a most noteworthy increase. Plans for the upcoming year. Mr. Chairman, in fiscal year 25-26, OTC will continue its effort to modernize its technology, to enhance its reporting capabilities and operations to support effective debt collection, improve customer service, and successfully resolution of taxpayer non-compliance. In addition, the OTC will implement the following initiatives: reduction of land tax for all categories, which I mentioned earlier, from 300 to 150, which is a 50% reduction. Elimination of the employee portion of payroll tax on redundancy and severance payment. In line with the 24th throne speech, the government will eliminate the employee portion of tax on severance and redundancy payments, which demonstrates the government's commitment to supporting long-serving employees facing unexpected employment and income loss. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the staff of the Office of the Tax Commissioner, and in particular, the Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Kim Richards, Mrs. Jolene Lindsay, and Mr. Antoine Lightbourne. These individuals have been overseeing the tax office for the last year, and their dedicated service to the government and to the people of this country should be recognized. I would like to now move to head 39.
For the benefit of the listening audience, we are in Committee of Supply for further consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2025 to 2026. The Honorable Minister of Finance has taken to his feet and will present this budget. Debate began approximately 2 hours ago, and we have approximately 2 hours to go.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will close out this section of the debates on Head 39, and then I will do Head 58. Mr. Chair, I now present the budget for Head 39, Registrar of Companies, which will be found on pages B125 to 128 of the budget book. The Registrar of Companies has been allocated a total budget of $12,517,000. And this is up $474,000 or 4% from the previous year. The Registrar of Companies is the government's third largest revenue generating department, is projected to collect approximately $75 million of revenue in fiscal year 2025-26. Its operations are regulated by several legislative mandates, including but not limited to the Companies Act 1981, the Limited Partnership Act 1883, the Exempted Partnerships Act 1992, the Limited Liability Company Act 2016, the Overseas Partnerships Act 1995, and Government Fees Regulations 1976. These provide the framework for maintaining the Register of Companies and the timely collection of associated registration fees. The department is also responsible for the administration of liquidations and personal bankruptcies, as well as the regulation reviewed as real estate and dealers in high value goods sectors. The legislative framework for the registrar's mandate in this capacity is the Companies Winding Up Rules 1982, Bankruptcy Act 1989, Bankruptcy Rules 1990, Real Estate Brokers Licensing Act 2017, Real Estate Brokers Licensing Regulations 2017, and Registrar of Companies Supervision and Regulation Act 2020, respectively. Bermuda continues to be impacted by ever-increasing pressures and imposed requirements from other jurisdictions or regions, mounting challenges from our competitors, and increasing scrutiny from global and regional standard-setting and oversight bodies, such as the OECD, the Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, which is the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, and the European Union oversight bodies. This changing landscape has driven the Registrar of Companies' evolution as a regulator, and this legislative mandate has been underpinned by the Registrar of Companies Compliance Measures Act 2017 and the Economic Substance Act 2018. Indeed, Bermuda's implementation of the economic substance regime closely monitored and reviewed on a regular basis by both the European Union and the OECD. Similarly, FATF and CFATF have looked to the Registrar of Companies to enhance its AML and ATF compliance framework with respect to legal persons, as well as in the real estate, dealers, and high-value goods sectors as a competent and supervisor authority charged with their oversight. Still in the regulatory lane, beneficial ownership is another evolving space with policy positions emanating from the UK, the European Union, the OECD, and the International Monetary Fund and Financial Action Task Force, commitments having been made both to the European Union and also to the United Kingdom. Beneficial ownership also features prominently in Bermuda's AML, ATF, and economic substance regimes, of which the Registrar of Companies has been designated to oversee. The tax treaty unit that was in the Ministry of Finance has been fully incorporated within the Registrar of Company to take advantage of obvious synergies with the Registrar of Company's economic substance regime, as both economic substance and Bermuda's tax treaty and information exchange regimes fall within the broader scope of the OECD's BEPS framework, which of course that is base erosion and profit shifting framework for addressing international tax concerns. For fiscal year 2025-26, the Registrar of Companies will continue to prepare for the pending implementation of the crypto asset reporting framework following Bermuda's commitment to commence exchanges under the CARF in accordance with the generally expected timeline of 2027, or if unforeseen challenges arise with commencing of exchanges under CRF in 2027, to commence exchanges under CARF in 2028. Mr. Chair, the Registrar of Companies has embarked on striking defunct companies from the register in accordance with Section 261 of the Companies Act. Simultaneously, Bermuda continues to attract new businesses with continued registration of new companies and partnerships throughout the past year, and it's projected that the total number of companies and partnerships with the register remain consistent at approximately 16 million. Mr. Chair, the Registrar's mission is to leverage technology, enhance user experience, and to facilitate regulation, accurate data, and collection analysis. And the department's mission and objectives can be found on page B125 of the budget book, and objectives can similarly be found on that page. Expenditure overview, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, up $474,000 from last year to $12,517,000, and the budget for the Registrar of Companies is set out under 7 cost centers as following: policy planning administration, finance and revenue, entity registration, insolvency and liquidations, real estate licenses, treaty management and administration, and finally compliance. The total current account expenditure found on page B126 is as mentioned. The increase of the $474,000 is predominantly due to accrued pay increases. It is important to note that although the overall headcount is increasing from 50 to 59, this cost has been offset by a reduction in professional services as the Registrar of Companies moves towards a full implementation of its revised staff structure. As a result, there's no significant change between the budget estimates for 2024-25 and 25-26 fiscal years for the overall department. Moving on to cost center 49,000, policy planning administration, estimates of $5,244,000, which is down $859,000 or 14% from the previous year. This cost center includes planning, strategic direction, administration of other activities associated with the daily operations of the Registrar of Companies Department, information technology, financial administrative support, budget development, accounting, personal administration, and general office and administration are also included in this cost center. The budget decrease of $859,000 for this cost center is a result of the reduction of costs and engaging consultants as new staff positions are filled. With a continued increase in personnel, the Registrar of Companies has outgrown its current office space located at the Government Administration Building and the Estate section of the Ministry of Public Works assists in identifying alternate location for the Registrar's offices, which are expected to move into within the next few months. And it's important to note, if we look back over a few years, there's been a significant expansion of the size and remit of the registrar of companies for all the reasons which I've mentioned before, and some of which I will continue to get into as I cover the brief for this particular head. Moving on to cost center 49010, finance and revenue, $692,000, up from $27,000 or 4% from last year. And of course, under this is revenue of $74,866,000, which can be found on page B127. Mr. Chair, the Finance and Revenue Cost Center is responsible for collection of annual fees submitted by companies in accordance with the Companies Act 1981, Segregated Companies Account Act 2000, Partnership Act, Limited Liability Company Act of 2016, Real Estate Brokers Licensing 2017. The Registrar of Companies collects approximately $75 million in revenue annually, and to ensure adequate controls around completeness and accuracy and timelines collecting revenue in the section, staff and processes come under the direct oversight of the departmental controller. The estimated revenue for this cost center, as stated, is $74,866,000, or 99% of the total revenue of $75,186,000 anticipated for the department. The balance of the revenue, the $320,000 outside of those particular matters, is derived from licenses, general in the licensing and insolvency cost center, which I shall discuss shortly. Moving on to cost center 49020, NT registration, page B126. Expense estimate is $1,904,000, which is up $572,000 or 43% from the previous year. And this cost center includes persons involved in the registration of companies, the processing and maintenance of statutory and legal documents, which must be registered and available for public inspection in accordance with the prevailing legislation. In 2025-2026, the registrar of companies will take responsibility for managing and maintaining the beneficial ownership register, and this budget increase will use to pay for salaries and staff currently being recruited for this new activity. Moving on to cost center 49040, insolvency and liquidations, again on page B126, $697,000, up $229,000 or 49% from the previous year, and revenue, as I had previously mentioned, $320,000. This cost center is responsible for the execution of court orders to administer liquidations in accordance with the Company Act 1981, winding up rules 1982, and personal bankruptcies in accordance with the provisions of the Bankruptcy Act 1989 and bankruptcy rules 1990. Expense under this cost center primarily encompasses salaries of 5 full-time staff. Other expenses includes the cost of various professional services, example, legal, accounting, contractors, etc., in administering court-appointed corporate liquidations and personal bankruptcies. The budget increase will use to be paid for salaries of staff, which are currently being recruited. And as stated, the estimated revenue from this cost center is $320,000. Moving on to cost center 49050, real estate and licenses, which can be found on page B126, $599,000, up $27,000 or 5% from the previous year. And this section is responsible for the processing, issuing of licenses and permits to exempted local and overseas companies to carry on business in Bermuda, the processing and issuing of licenses and the regulation of real estate brokers and agents, and ensuring industry compliance through active monitoring enforcement. Expenses on this cost center include the salaries of 6 persons. Moving on to the next cost center, 49070, Treaty Management Administration. This is $1,503,000, down $70,000 or 4% from the previous year. And budget responsibility for the treaty unit was transferred from the Ministry of Finance to the Registrar of Companies effective the 1st of April 2024. The budget for this unit, as mentioned, is $1.5 million and represents a nominal decrease of $70,000 or 4%. The work of this unit continues to diversify the original core activity that led to its creation, which was the negotiation and processing of international tax cooperation on the by-request basis. Mr. Chair, the treaty unit is responsible for ensuring that Bermuda operates in keeping with the Common Reporting Standard for the OECD, known as CRS, the country-by-country reporting standard for the OECD, CBCR, and the tax information exchange of information on the by request basis of the OECD and the Global Forum's crypto asset reporting framework once implemented, and any new tax reporting standards of the OECD. The unit negotiates and administers agreements related to the bilateral tax information exchange with member countries of the European Union, G20, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and other key countries. The staff of this unit routinely participates in OECD peer reviews of Bermuda's tax-related legal and regulatory frameworks, and contributes to the peer review process by the OECD by reviewing the legal and regulatory frameworks of other jurisdictions and their implementation in practice. Mr. Chair, the treaty unit, in addition to negotiating and managing Bermuda's international tax treaties, has increasingly worked on Bermuda's international business stakeholders to address international tax policy threats. The international business sector continues to be the bedrock of our economy, and therefore the work of the treaty unit is critical to protection of this significant sector. Mr. Chair, as noted earlier, the treaty unit's main achievement in the current fiscal year was to play a key role in Bermuda's response to the emerging OECD global tax standard, and the treaty unit provided policy advice for Bermuda's input into the G20 and OECD inclusive framework work on the Pillar 2 solution and the negotiations of which have been occurring on the administrative rules and guidance. Mr. Chair, the treaty unit's management of Bermuda's compliance to the OECD and European Union international tax policies has become the majority component of the treaty unit's work, although the unit continues to negotiate and manage tax treaties and updates to Bermuda's tax treaty relationships when required. The unit also is involved in managing aspects of the threat posed by the EU listing process, which represents a constant but formidable threat. Mr. Chair, there are at least 5 separate but equally volatile doors to EU listing, and those are the EU Economic Substance and Corporate Income Tax Regime, the OECD Common Reporting Standard, the OECD Country-by-Country Reporting Standard, the OECD Tax Information Exchange Agreement, Exchange of Information on the Buy Request Basis Standard, and the participation in the OECD Multilateral Tax Treaty. Mr. Chair, the treaty unit will continue negotiating tax information exchange agreements and other agreements related to tax information exchange and associated agreements, or negotiate revisions to existing tax agreements as to maintain Bermuda's tax agreement relationships with member countries of the EU, G20, OECD, and other countries. Finally, Mr. Chair, moving on to Cost Center 49080 compliance on page B126. The estimate is $1,878,000, up $548,000 or 41% from the prior year. The Compliance Cost Center is responsible for insurance compliance via powers executed through the Registrar of Companies Compliance Measures Act 2017 with other relevant acts, most notably the Companies Act 1981 and the Economic Substance Act 2018, including insurance adherence to the filing, registration, and other corporate governance requirements of the relevant acts, to inspect registered entities for the aforementioned purposes, and to investigate instances of registered entities' failure to comply with the provisions of the Registrar of Companies Compliance Measures Act 2017 and or any other relevant acts. The compliance unit is being enhanced as a consequence of requirements placed on Bermuda by the European Union and the OECD. It is the expectation that these international bodies not only have sufficient resources to fulfill its compliance requirements, but that those people resources have adequately prerequisite skills and training. Consequently, the organizational structure provides 2 lanes: domestic compliance and international tax compliance, with the existing compliance posts being amended along with new posts created to recruit an increased number of technically proficient individuals in both areas. The budget increase will be used to pay salaries for staff currently being recruited. In relation to training activities on tax-related matters, there are 2 that I will cover, Mr. Chair. In fiscal year 2024-25, the additional officers successfully completed assessment training on beneficial ownership and exchange of information on request delivered by the Global Forum on Transparency for Tax Purposes. One of these officers is scheduled to assess another jurisdiction's legal and regulatory framework along with other experts in 25-26. For fiscal year 25-26, 2 officers already enrolled in the training program for the administrative compliance framework for the Common Reporting Standard delivered by the Global Forum, while 1 officer is scheduled to participate in the first in-person workshop on the Global Forum's crypto asset reporting framework commitment process and implementation of the requirements. With this experience and training, Bermuda will continue to build on and strengthen its capacity to prepare and respond to adapt to the evolving regulatory requirements. Mr. Chair, happy to move on to revenue, which is found on page B127. These figures notes that the department is forecasting overall revenue of $75,186,000. This is a decrease of $1,322,000 or 2% to projected revenue over the original revenue estimate of $76,508,000 from the prior fiscal year. To capital funding, Mr. Chair, I now wish to turn to the electronic registry system. And set with this government's modernization effort, the department introduced its online economic substance declaration platform in May 2020 and implemented its full online registry system in June 2021. This system now provides real-time access to publicly accessible company data and has streamlined the registration process. The Registrar of Companies, as per page C11, was allocated $1.2 million in capital funding for expanding the functionality of the system to include the beneficial ownership register and to provide for other improvements in system efficiency. These improvements were initially expected to be completed in the current year or the past year, 2024-25. However, some development work has been deferred and previously approved funding carried forward to 2025-26. Additionally, $300,000 was allocated to enhance the functionality of the treaty unit's tax reporting portal to include adding fields for customer date of birth and tax identification number. To manpower, on page B127, Mr. Chair, the department's budget supports an establishment of 59 full-time equivalent positions. This reflects more than a 200% increase from the 18 estimated FTEs in fiscal year 2017-2018. Important to note that the department in itself has more than tripled in size due to the increasing requirements, whether it's economic substance, various matters that are related to keeping up with the standards for our mutual evaluation, and of course now going forward to matters related to tax, treaty, and also the matters that are related to the establishment of the beneficial ownership register. The importance and need for further increase in resource to meet the increasing external threats has already been highlighted. Addressing these threats are critical to protecting key sources of revenue for the Bermuda government, which in turn allows us to provide services to the public. The department must have the resources to ensure that Bermuda's corporate citizens are in compliance with Bermuda's legislation relating to the carrying on of business in Bermuda and from within Bermuda. Additionally, roles that were previously performed by consultants in managing insolvencies and liquidations were converted into substantive posts to generate greater operational oversight, efficiencies, and cost savings. I will now move on to plans for the upcoming year. And I will note, Mr. Chair, there are a lot of plans for the upcoming year for the Registrar of Companies. The department manages in response to various international pressures being exerted on our jurisdiction from various regulatory and other bodies. And this has meant the department has had a need to review its organizational structure and resources to a view of staying ahead of various international sanctions that could have detrimental impacts on our economy. Moving on to legislative matters, the department is reviewing the legislative framework around several key initiatives with a view to making enhancements. These include amendments to Section 129A of the Companies Act 1981 to remove the requirement for a license for a Digital Asset Business Act licensed companies as to hasten the incorporation process for select digital asset companies, and amendments to apply penalties for carrying on business without a 129A or 114B license. Second phase, modernization amendments to various pieces of legislation administered by the registrar to accommodate the work of the electronic registry to ensure that the legislative framework reflects the department's ability to work in a paperless virtual environment. Further, with respect to Bermuda's economic substance regime, the department plans to continue their engagement with both the OECD and the EU with respect to level-setting amendments to the Economic Substance Act. Additionally, the department is reviewing possible amendments to the Registrar of Companies Compliance Measures 2017 Act with a view to streamlining enforcement processes. Next matter, amendments to the Real Estate Brokers Licensing Act 2017 to strengthen the AML/ATF framework, streamline the licensing process, and ensure a high level of competence among licensed brokers and agents by increasing the minimal experience requirements and imposing continuing education requirements for greater efficiencies, as we want to make sure that we minimize the risk of money laundering through real estate transactions. Overall, Bermuda's bankruptcy legislation bring this in line with the current international standards, the official receiver obligations, reduction of administration of debtors in bankrupt estates, and the period spent in bankruptcy for debtors in bankruptcy before being eligible for discharge. Further amendments, it continues, as I warned, the list is long. Amendments to the International Cooperation Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act 2005 and the International Cooperation Tax Information Exchange Agreements Common Reporting Standards Regulations 2017 to include the expansion of the competent authority's access to powers to self-identified non-reporting financial institutions to ensure completeness of filing population, to enhance enforcement powers, and also to make consequential amendments in line with the amendments to the OECD's Common Reporting Standard. Further, enactment of new regulations on the International Cooperation Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act 2025 to codify the crypto asset reporting framework. Still dealing with the work plan for this upcoming year. The Registrar of Companies has laid out strategic initiatives aimed at advancing the real estate sector and ensuring robust compliance standards. An outreach and awareness strategy will be implemented to deepen the sector's understanding of its AML ATF obligations, countered with timely licensing reminders to support regulatory adherence. Preparations for the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation in 2027 are underway, with targeted outreach efforts to ensure the sector is well prepared for the evaluation. And these forward-looking plans underscore the department's commitment to fostering transparency, efficiency, and compliance across the industry. Additionally, the Registrar of Companies has been tasked with designing and implementing the beneficial ownership register and disclosure framework, transitioning to the existing registering process from the Bermuda Monetary Authority to the Registrar of Companies during 2025-26. And of course, this is to end the infamous double vetting that takes place. It'll be taking place in one place in the Registrar of Companies. The Registrar of Companies will also review and enhance existing legislative requirements to support these commitments and ensure alignment with changed FATF recommendations relating to beneficial ownership, while also building out an electronic portal which allow entities and external stakeholders access to relevant information where appropriate. These enhancements will streamline the legislative regime through the harmonization of existing relevant exchange control and beneficial ownership obligations that reflect the most current FATF recommendations. This will also result in increased disclosure requirements amongst registered legal entities in the new electronic beneficial ownership register portal. And finally, dealing with the work plan for this year, additional technological enhancements are expected to be rolled out in the department by the establishment of a new website that will improve user experience and additional automation of application requests, implementation of the liquidation bankruptcy module of the registry system, which will facilitate online processing of corporate insolvency transactions, development of an electronic platform for the receipt of real estate license applications to enhance efficiencies and streamline processes, and effect recommended upgrades and refinements to IT systems to support the functionality of the tax information portal and to ensure continued compliance with international standards. Mr. Chair, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the work undertaken by the Registrar of Companies and the entire management and staff of the department, led by the Registrar, Mr. Kenneth Chokun. Sorry, I'm going to pronounce that properly. Led by the Registrar, Mr. Kenneth Joaquin. They had made significant progress. He corrected me that his pronunciation, the correct pronunciation of his name is Joaquin. They have made significant progress over the last year for Bermuda on the international front. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes my remark on the Registrar of Companies, and I will now move on to the final head for the Ministry of Finance, which is Head 58, Interest on Debt and Guarantee Management. Mr. Chair, the 2025-26 budget allocation for interest on debt, Head 58, is $127.5 million. Of this estimate, $127.1 million represents ongoing debt service costs for the various debt instruments held by the government of Bermuda, while $400,000 is allocated to facility fees and other related costs. This, of course, does represent a reduction of $250,000 or 0.2% from the prior year. And that $250,000 reduction is due to the bringing of guarantee management in-house, which was now recorded in the Ministry of Finance headquarters budget, as the Fairmont Southampton agreement was concluded in October 2024. Now, important to note, education time, Mr. Chair. The issuance of guarantees by the government is not a cost, nor off-balance sheet debt, merely a contingent liability. The ministry only supports a guarantee if it is in line with its prudent economic strategy, which will advance the economy of Bermuda whilst ensuring there is no cost to the government. If anything, the issuance of a guarantee can result in additional revenues for the government. Within the terms of the Fairmont Southampton Princess Guarantee, government will receive an annual fee equivalent to 1% of the outstanding balance of the loan. Hence, the $750,000 revenue projected for 2025-26 listed on page B132 of the budget book. This project is well underway, and Bermuda can expect reopening this iconic building beginning in April 2026 and opening throughout the year. Mr. Chair, within the cost estimates on page B132, you will note that there is nil cost budgeted for Morgan's Point and other guarantee costs, and any costs that are incurred will be recharged to the relevant entity, in this case, the Morgan's Point Development Company. Mr. Chair, a key achievement in 2025-26 was the launch of a $50 million mortgage guarantee scheme. Well, that was actually launched in prior year, but I'm happy to give the updates. At the start of April 2024, 26 mortgages with a value of $4.1 million was covered under the guarantee scheme. As today, as I think I reported in the House last week during Premier's question time, we have up to 74 mortgages either being closed on or on their new homes, or having received approvals as they look for a home. And of the $50 million facility, $11.1 million has been utilized to support these 74 applicants. So there's still considerable guarantee headroom left to support Bermudian homeowners, and we can accommodate just shy, if current trends go forward, an additional 300 homeowners. That's right, Mr. Chair. This government is delivering on its pledge to build a nation of owners, and doing it through the mortgage guarantee program and other matters which were mentioned by the junior minister when discussing the office of the tax commissioner, because it should be noted that we eliminated the stamp duty on the mortgage transfers. Mr. Chair, there is no further right financing of the $3.2 billion of debt until January 2027. However, with increased revenues from CIT, the Ministry of Finance is looking to reduce the government's debt position. Within page A1 of the budget book, you will note with the estimate for 26-27, a repayment of $500 million is included, which will reduce the annual interest rate charge by circa $18.6 million. Of course, Mr. Chair, that is a prudent estimate that is put inside there. But if the collections are better than expected, we will expect to retire the full $605 million, and we will conduct a debt management strategy going forward that, if it is prudent and makes sense, if there's excess revenues to purchase debt on the open market, which makes perfect sense, we will go ahead and do that as well. But that will come in due time, and possibly things that we'll be discussing next year during this budget debate. Mr. Chair, work is continuing to ensure that entities with loans or credit facilities guaranteed by the government are effectively managing their obligations appropriately and managing their financial affairs. The diligent execution of work in relation to the establishment and oversight of guarantees is consistent with this government's commitment to ensuring appropriate and effective risk management, the maximization of economic benefit, and prudent economic and fiscal management while supporting economic growth. And one thing that I must note, Mr. Chair, is that for matters that are related to government guarantees, the Ministry of Finance is currently undergoing an exercise which is similar to the exercise that was undertaken by the former Minister of Finance in 2021, ensuring that government guaranteed debt is given at preferential rates and not at regular commercial rates, and will be doing the renegotiation of those rates with local banks, in which case they do not wish to reduce their rates. We will be seeking and extending the option for external financing, as it is important and vital that the government of Bermuda and entities that are being guaranteed by the government of Bermuda are getting the competitive rates, as that is the purpose and portion and appropriateness of a government guarantee. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation on Head 58. And in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I wish to thank all of the teams who are part of the Ministry of Finance for their dedication and professionalism. I am ably supported the Ministry of Finance by the Junior Minister of Finance, Minister Wayne Ferbert, and also the Financial Secretary, Mr. Chid Ofuego. There have been many challenges that have been faced over the past year, but the team has persevered. We continue to press forward, enhancing the number of things the Ministry of Finance is responsible for. The submission today has highlighted the various threats and challenges faced Bermuda, and the Ministry of Finance will continue to proactively address these matters to ensure Bermuda's continued stability and security. Remain committed to serving and protecting the people of Bermuda through fiscal prudence and effective management of our resources, and extending economic relief where possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier and Finance Minister. Honorable members, we're now in the Committee of Supply for further consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the budget year 2025-2026. This is the debate on the Ministry of Finance, and specifically heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and 58. We have had the pleasure of hearing from both the Premier and the Junior Finance Minister, Wayne Ferbert, and I will now open the floor for anyone else who may wish to speak in this debate. But before I do, I will recognize the Financial Secretary who is in the chamber today. So good to see you. Thank you. Yes. The Honorable Member for Constituency 25.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Very much appreciate it, and certainly appreciate the Premier and Finance Minister ensuring that we have enough time to ask questions.
We have 1 hour and 30 minutes, I think, left.
That's well appreciated. I know that other ministers have certainly also done that. So it gives us a chance to have a robust debate, as the prior chair there indicated. I'll probably start with the Head 58 debt and loan guarantees. And I did note that the Premier said that the guarantees are at no cost to the government. But of course, some of them we're earning money on. And I can assure you, Mr. Chair, no one is paying us money and not getting something in return. And that something is a guarantee of the risk behind those guarantees. And it's okay as long as we're taking that risk to attain legitimate policy objectives of the government. So I just wanted to provide that gentle correction for the Premier there. The $500 million debt refinancing on page C30, perhaps the government, the minister could explain exactly how that is going to work, because my understanding is that the debt outstanding at that time is going to be around, the bond outstanding is around 600 and something million. So are they able to do a partial payment of that? Do the terms allow that? Will there be a penalty? Will they have to refinance the extra 100 million so they can pay down the whole 606? So some detail on how exactly they plan to do that repayment would be welcome. Very much appreciated. I'm also looking on, while I'm on that page C30 here, I'm also looking at the, excuse me. Yes, the
C30.
Yes, page C30. I'm
Yeah.
also looking at the
Debt and
hospital
loan guarantees.
Yes, the hospital guarantee. And I appreciate that number looks very big. If I recall from previous debates, it's not just the principal underlying the loan to the private organization that built the hospital, which we pay. It's also for the stream of all of the interest payments. So perhaps the minister could refresh us as to exactly what that guarantee is guaranteeing, both the principal and the interest payments being made, who the guarantee is actually to, who the interest payments are actually to, and who's paying them. So that would be much appreciated.
That's the 696 million figure. On
Yes, under the
C30.
Bermuda Hospitals Boards. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Okay. Since we're over in the C's, page C, C30, same page, I notice between this budget book and some prior budget books, I believe the sinking fund decreased during 23-24 by 58 million. And in 24 to 25 is projected to decrease by 42 million. So if the Premier and Finance Minister could give us a description of what's the cause of those decreases in the sinking fund, that would be appreciated, Mr. Chair. So there's that question. And I might now actually flip and go back to the front of the HQ, head 10 on B107. While I flip through my book to find the appropriate page. And I'm going to look on the objectives on page B107, Mr. Chair, and I noticed that the HQ, one of the objectives is to develop the framework for the corporate income tax and support and guidance for the corporate, slight misprint here, but the Corporate Income Tax Agency, I assume, or CETA, as we've now taken to call it.
This is point 11 in the box at B107.
Yes, that's
Right.
point 11 in the box B107. So could the minister help elucidate the difference of responsibilities between the Ministry of Finance and CETA when it comes to setting our CIT policies? Because, from my understanding, we're going to fill that organization, in fact, with tax experts. If anything, I feel like the guidance would be going the opposite direction, where the tax experts at the CIT agency could perhaps be informing the ministry. Okay. So I'm now going to turn the page over to B109
Yes.
and looking at the revenue. And I think, thank you for the explanation of the BMA profits, Mr. Premier. That was much appreciated. I'm looking at the corporate income tax revenue of $187,500,000.
Mhm.
Could the Premier and Minister of Finance provide an explanation of how that number was derived? I know in the past he's referred to different estimates. Have, for example, we obtained multiple estimates to perhaps challenge that number so we can stress test it, because the strength of this budget really depends on the quantity of that number. He did mention a payment, I believe, in August, if I've got that right, to pay him the consolidated fund. I also know that in the CETA legislation and the CIT legislation, there's a provision for the agency to hold back some money for reserves. So my question to the Premier Minister of Finance would be, if the 187.5 million is the amount we are receiving, what is the estimate actual amount that taxpayers are paying? Because it sounds like the agency is going to hold some funds back. And I'm actually, I'm going to refer back to page B107 and the objectives about guidance around the CIT. I know some prior legislation made reference to the agency would allocate these payments between a refund reserve fund and the consolidated fund. And so if perhaps we could be informed if the CETA, I have to get used to saying that now, Mr. Chair, if CETA has perhaps set a specific policy.
It sounds perilously close to the same name for the Cayman regulator, but SEMA and CETA, I think we might want to, CITA might be better.
The CIT agency, perhaps I'll go with that. So I would like to know if, in fact, the CIT agency has put in place a specific policy to follow around how it will allocate any incoming CIT funds between the government's consolidated fund and the refund reserve fund. Going back to the revenue page on B109,
Right.
I think if they do answer how much of is a total paid, that would answer my question of how much of that money is being held back for the refund reserve. I asked about the policy. I will follow up on that policy. Is there some approval? Is it something that's going to be circulated within the ministry? Some review of that policy? Will it be made public? So I'd like to know that. Of that number,
The number being 187.
yes, of that number, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
How many, I'd like to know actually, how many registered taxpayers are there? Because my understanding is by the legislation, the taxpayers are supposed to register that they'll intend to be paying tax. And perhaps the Finance Minister and Premier could provide some indication of how concentrated the payers are of that number. So, for example, what fraction of that number will be paid by the top 10 payers, for example. That would help us understand how robust we should feel about that number.
Top 10 payers.
Okay. I feel like Columbo up here, Mr. Chair, with all of these papers. Okay.
Well, you have some time.
Yes, I know. Okay. I'm going to turn now to head 11. Actually, I'm going to stick on head 10, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And we are going to look on page B108.
Bless you.
Okay, the cyber incident. If the Finance Minister and Premier can provide a breakdown of where those funds were paid, who they were paid to, and in what amounts, we would appreciate that.
That's line item 20996.
Yes, 20996, cyber incident 2023.
In the sum of 3 million.
Yes.
And change.
The Gaming Commission grant. which I guess is now nice and steady. And we certainly appreciated the Premier's comments about it. I think I heard that there is actually gaming happening on cruise ships. So perhaps if the Premier and Finance Minister could confirm that I heard that right, there is actual gaming happening on cruise ships. And I think my understanding is there isn't any sports betting currently on the island. We had some shops and they've closed. So I guess what we were hearing, I just want to clarify, we're hearing about plans for future sports betting, but that otherwise there is no other gaming actually happening on the island. So just to clarify my understanding there.
And that's in relation to the 800
Yes, to the 800,000 that's funding the gaming
at
commission.
20110,
Yes.
page
to-
B 108.
Yes,
Okay.
20110. The following item on page B108, corporate income tax 20120. If we could probably just have an overview of what is being spent on. And then again, I'm just a little confused. The Premier was speaking very quickly and I couldn't quite follow everything. So if I think I heard correctly, in the future, the CIT agency will be funding itself, but there's something about a loan. So should we consider this 4.8 million that's budgeted a loan that is then going to get back? Or is that perhaps some of the future amounts that are in the budget? So that would be good to be clarified exactly which part's going to be a loan, when the loan's being made, and when it's going to be made back.
And that's line item 20120 on B 108.
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Remaining on page B108 and moving down to the subjective analysis, I see that the salaries for the HQ are up 20%, but the headcount is only up plus 1%. So, you know, I do know that there's been the salary raises. We've heard quite a lot about that, but that does seem a little bit out of whack. So again, if we could have some clarification on that. That would be the page B108, Junior Minister, the salaries line.
It's the top line of the subjective
it's-
analysis
it's-
box at the bottom of the page.
It's the top line. And then I thank the Honorable Premier for his brief, because I was certainly wondering what this special insurance line is here, because we also have some insurance lines in other places in the budget book, and he's clarified that was for cyber insurance. I think we can all appreciate the importance of that. Excuse me. And so could we get an overview of the coverage that we're getting for that? How many limits, how much is the limit that we're getting? How many events might be covered? And what is the scope of the coverage? What types of cyber losses or risks it would be covering? Often I know in insurance, when you buy this kind of insurance, you often get access to some kind of risk engineering from the insurance company. It would be a value add. So could the Honorable Junior Minister or the Honorable Premier and Finance Minister, whoever is going to be picking these up, let us know, are we getting access to any of that? So for example, has the insurance company sent somebody in to audit, sent professionals in to perhaps audit the government's IT estate and provide, you know, tips and techniques or feedback on how we could harden our cyber posture, as they say. And also often, you know, you sometimes have access to event response services that the insurance company will facilitate for you with the
And
corporate
that's the line
experts.
item 4 from the bottom on
Yes,
page
we're still
B108,
referring to insurance
Yeah,
because my understanding from the brief was that was cyber insurance.
understood. And that's in the sum of 560,000.
That's correct. And I'm going back to the CIT numbers in the revenue, page B109.
Yes.
And of course, we have the corporate income tax on 187,500. You know, the Premier may not wish to answer this, but if they wanted to give us a preview of what these payments might look like over the next 3 or 4 quarters, that would certainly help us understand and draw a conclusion about how confident to be about those payments.
Well, I'll defer to your math, and I'm just a lawyer, but I'm guessing 187,500 is 1/4 of 750.
Well, I only say, Mr. Chair, because if I turn to page A1, I can see there is a line for the line 1A for corporate income tax, and there is estimates of $600,000, 600 million, excuse me,
Yeah.
in the 26, 27, and 27, 28. So
That's A1.
yes, so hopefully the government could give us some indication of how those might break out by quarter, because that would help us figure out how much would get into the, as you know, our budget years are aligned, not on the annual year. So that would help us understand that.
Mm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still referring to the corporate income tax income on that same line. What risk factors has the government considered around the robustness of that estimate? We know that there's been some feedback from the OECD about our particular CIT legislation. We know that under the Trump administration to the west, there's been a pretty radical adjustment in their stance towards these global minimum taxes. So, what does the government have contingency plans in place? How are they thinking about these changes, and how should we consider that when we try to decide how confident we should be about the estimates for the corporate income tax here? Okay, still sticking with the HQ, I turn now to the performance measures on B110, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Is the government considering adding any other performance measures here around having to do with fiscal guardrails? I think there could be some appetite for that from the public, as especially the management of the corporate income tax. All right. Turning forward to page B111 under head 11, the accountant general.
Before you proceed, may I just check with the junior minister whether you would wish to reply head by head or have all the questions? Fine. Duly noted. If you could just continue with your questions then.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
You have the floor.
I can be flexible. So if there's a change of heart, we can deal. Right, where were we? Page B111.
Yep.
And the total expenditure has a 23% growth of 20 million. I know that some of that was covered. The GEHI, the increase in that was covered. I would like to get the answers to the prior questions about the sinking fund, because I think some of that was spent on the GEHI, and that would kind of lead me to a question, which is why in those years the GEHI shortfall was paid out of the sinking fund, but in this year the GEHI shortfalls is being paid out of a cost center in the budget book. So perhaps if there's some policy that the junior minister could refer to, or some evolution of thinking, we'd love to understand that, Mr. Chair.
So that's line item 21030 at B111.
Yes, 21030, government employee health insurance. Thank you. I did hear something in the corner. I know that some people think the legislation is the reason, but I note that there's some legislation in place they might be referring to. But this year we have chosen to pay it above the line, and so I'd like to understand what happened. Yes, I'd like them to explain their choice. This is what we're here for. And if they can't explain their choice, I would find that disappointing, Mr. Chair. Disappointing. Let's turn to the missions and objectives. Page B114, and I'm looking at 21001 financial reporting. And I noted in the prior two Auditor General reports that she had to provide she wasn't able to provide a clean opinion.
Right.
And so I'd like to understand what the government is doing to fix that problem, so that the Auditor General can have the confidence to provide a unqualified opinion on the reports. Well, perhaps I have a very specific question with regard to the Auditor General's specific comments about the asbestos and underground tank liabilities not being able to be supported. So I guess my specific question would be, how is the government going to support those so that going forward, they can get a clean audit on our consolidated fund. I would think that would be a pretty important objective. And then I noticed that in 23-24, under Business Unit 21001, the audited statements were not achieved. And of course, in 24-25, and I'm presuming that isn't a question of time. I'm presuming that's a question of the this issue with the Auditor General's opinion there. Okay.
That's it. That's in the top box there.
Yes,
The not achieved.
that's right, Mr.
Right.
Chair. It's the second row down
Yeah.
on B114.
Yes, I see it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if I turn back to B111,
Yes.
the financial reporting unit 21001
Yes.
was budgeted for 580 originally last year, but only came in at 329,000. But this year is budgeted to go up to 713,000.
Mm-hmm.
And there was quite a lot in the brief, but perhaps the junior minister could narrow down precisely what was driving those changes, Mr. Chair, because it does seem quite volatile. I see 21008 under financial systems. Again, quite a lot of movement year on year there, but I think that was kind of covered in the brief about the various systems and so forth. So clearly we support anything that helps this department do its job better. Mr. Chair, I'm remaining on the same page. And I'm looking at 21100 consolidated reporting.
Yes. Still on page B11, 111.
That's correct.
Yep.
And if I'm understanding correctly, that is the initiative to ensure that we can not only get accounts for the government's consolidated fund, but we can get accounts for all of the various quangos and bodies and so forth that are sort of related to the government. So we get a true all-in picture of our government's finances. And I know that's been an outstanding goal for a long time. So, I was glad to see 62,000 was spent last year. I'm not sure what that was spent on this item 21100.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's going down to 7,000. And I guess I should feel glad there's some money in there that I imagine would be to move this initiative along. But I see one head count on page B113, again for 21100. So I don't understand how $7,000 is going to pay for one head count and how that's going to be enough to move this project along. So if the junior minister could help us understand what the initiatives are being taken to arrive at some full consolidated reporting, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Remaining on page B111,
Mm-hmm.
the superannuation fund. I have to say I was a little. I know that the staff and employees of the government have received raises, and we've heard a lot about that. So I'm a little confused why we don't really see material increases in the contributions to the public sector superannuation fund, that being item 21010 there.
Yes.
Because I was expecting to see that go up along with the salaries. Mr. Chair, I think I have an inkling, but I just want to make sure I get that right. So again, the junior minister can explain that. I also see a slight decrease in the contributory pension contributions. So again, if the junior minister could tell us about that. Thank you. Just remaining in the same panel are item 21030. We have the government employee health insurance. I do note that we did hear some intimation from the Premier about the cost controls around GEHI. We've heard a lot about the pharmacies and programs like CORE that have been cut. Guess the question would be: is the GEHI approach to the prescription prices, prescription costs, is that fully fixed and finished now, or is there perhaps some evolution that we might see on that? Because I think there might be some kinks for them to work out. Okay. Okay, we discussed the performance measures. And then again, if I turn to the performance measures again, Mr. Chair, on page B114, I would suggest actually B115 under GEHI, Business Unit 21030, that there might be a performance measure as to the sustainability of the GEHI fund, because that seems to be a pretty important outcome that we need to ensure here. So of course, if you don't measure or follow up, you won't get the results, Mr. Chair. Okay. I think I'm ready to move on to the next head, Mr. Chair.
Right. Okay, we are in the Committee of Supply for consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the budget year 2025, 2026. I think we are doing all the heads in the Ministry of Finance, given how many are on the page. So I believe it's all the heads.
We're not doing, Mr. Chair, we're skipping land valuation.
Oh, we're skipping land valuation. All right. So I will then, in which case we are doing heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and 58. We have heard from both the Minister of Finance, who's of course the Premier, and from the Deputy Minister, the Junior Minister of Finance. And we are now hearing from the Shadow Minister, Dr. Douglas Takuto of Constituency 25. I think the preference from the other side is for you to continue with questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we have 1 hour left.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so we're on page B116, and we're looking at Head 12, Customs. We heard a lot about the customs duty costs, customs duty cuts. Probably, there could be instances there where perhaps the government could consider giving even larger cuts, let's say for low-cost housing. So that would be, for example, under revenue item 8007 on page B116. And I'd urge the government to consider that. I'm looking at yacht arrival, and that would be 8053, revenue source 8053. And it's not a big number, but we do know that when the yachts come in, that they're not just spending on port fees. They're in St. George's, the town of St. George. They're going out to restaurants. They're buying fuel. They're stocking up on provisions, things like that. And I did see in 24-25 that was budgeted at 82,000 and then came in at 4,000 and is now budgeted at 12,000. So I don't understand what's going with that. So any insight would be welcomed from the junior minister, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Got something stuck in my throat. I'm moving down to 8115, customs service charges. And again, in 24-25, this was budgeted at 852,000. but came in at 642,000. So that was a pretty large reduction. So I'd welcome again some context on that, some information as to that, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm going to move on to head 28 at this time, Mr. Chair. B117. And I'm looking at the department objectives, item number 7, to review legislation, make recommendations for modernization to the Ministry of Finance. Have any specific recommendations for modernization been made, and could we be informed of what those are? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to, I have to be honest with you, I got a little lost here because he started talking, the brief started covering quite a few items, and I was struggling to necessarily find all the line items on here. And I think, for example, I'm looking on page B118, and there's 5 different cost centers that have staff, but on page B117 under the expenses, none of those cost centers are listed. I don't know, perhaps that's a glitch, and perhaps there's an errata to come for the budget book. I know that the budget book teams, which work very hard, were under a pretty tight time pressure. So that's something that I noticed there, Mr. Chair. But if I do turn to page B118 and I look under professional services and I look at salaries, could we be reminded as to what the professional services are and why they're so high relative to salary? And I'm thinking it's for the debt collection that was discussed, but if we could just get a specific answer, that would be much appreciated. Speaking of collection, I'm going to turn to B119, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking under the compliance unit, 38040.
Yes.
And their objective is to collect $4.6 million of debt annually. That's more than 90 days late. And their forecast was for 3.1 million. The revised forecast is for 2.2 million.
Yes.
And their budget forecast is for 3.1 million.
Yes, I see that.
Yes. Could we have an explanation as to what changes are going to be made to let them actually achieve that 3.1 million? Also, if the objective is 4.6, I'm not sure why they're budgeting 3.1. So perhaps the objective should be 4.6. Remaining within that business unit, compliance 38040 on page B119. I think it's pretty valuable that they're out there inspecting, because we often hear of employers who aren't making the deductions. We've heard about that. They're making the deductions and they're not sending the money to social insurance. And so this is a valuable and important thing. And I would urge all employees out there to check their paperwork and to make sure that the right payments are being made on their behalf. And certainly any employers who are not doing right by their employees, I would ask you to sort yourselves out and make all the right payments so that your employees are not left up the creek later on. But I see the target here, Mr. Chair, on B119 is for 2,600 routine inspections per year. They forecast 1,800 last year, but achieved 1,400, and then they're forecasting 1,800 to go. The note there says 10 inspections per week per inspector. And I looked at the head counts under compliance, and I have to be honest, that didn't seem to make sense to me, because it only made sense if they never took any holidays. And the actuals came in about half. So again, I feel like they must have to double the amount of inspectors if they want to achieve that goal. So any commentary again from the junior minister would be welcome. Again, I'm sticking with the performance measures, and I think it would be, I made the same comment about the GEHI, that it would be useful to have a performance measure about the stability or health of that fund. And I think it would be good to have a performance measure for the health of the CPF or social insurance fund here to create the accountability for that. Mr. Chair, those are my outstanding questions on head 28.
Thank you, Shadow Minister. We're moving on now to head 38, are we?
Yes, flipping the page to B120.
Go. Office of the Tax Commissioner.
That's right. And we were glad to hear about the various initiatives there in the Office of the Tax Commissioner. I've certainly had to interact with it a few times over the years, and they are often very helpful. And, you know, one thing that we can say about government departments, people do often like to complain, but there's often some very helpful and government departments doing interesting and innovative things. And I think we did hear in the brief about some examples of that. So I would like to thank them that are applying some creative thinking and initiative there. So remaining on page B120 and looking at the objectives, the objective was to reduce the receivables by $15 million, and would love to know how that particular number was arrived at. And then looking underneath at the expenditure summary on page B120 under operations 48080. It's a 12% increase, but no increase in headcount. And I suspect the answer is going to be about like fewer consultants or something like that. But I would like to have some specific answers on that, Mr. Chair. Right. I'm turning now to page B 122, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking at the revenue summary. So I might have some particularly detailed questions here.
Yes.
I do have the Premier did talk quite a lot about the government's initiatives and changes to the payroll tax structure. I think it would be interesting for the government to consider moving around some of the payroll tax bands. For example, raising up some of the bands, because as we know, the cost of living is going up. Some people are lucky enough to get salary increases to cover that cost of living, but then it may cause their salaries to go into a higher band. For the employers, certainly, if they're good employers and they are raising their payments with the cost of living, again, they can actually be penalized by having those raised salaries go up into a higher percentage band. So I think it would make sense to consider adjusting the bands with the cost of living on an occasional basis. Another example, Mr. Chair, to consider that is another huge cost is, of course, insurance. And we know that health insurance costs are just going up very, very fast. So again, here's a case from an employer. Let's call it a good employer. This person says, I want to make sure my employees are not losing money because of the health insurance costs. So I have grossed up their salary. So at the end of the year, they're taking home the same amount, even after we've paid the increased health insurance costs, right? But now that employer is being hit twice, both by covering those costs for the employee and by the taxes on that grossed up amount. So what the government might consider, if they're really serious about impacting how these tax bands, and by the way, Mr. Chair, informational for people out there, it was the One Bermuda Alliance that first put in place the progressive payroll tax system. So here's another innovation that I'd like to consider the government to consider, perhaps to look at the net pay that employees are taking, because that would decouple it from these health insurance rises and things like that. And again, also with the structures, another way that those bands impact is, as many people may know, if an employer, say, crosses a certain band over 1 million, then their overall tax rate goes up. So they're de-incentivized to cross that band. And it may cause them to not hire that additional person. Or if their cost per person go up, they may fire a person because ultimately they're going to end up paying a lot more tax. So again, that's another reason why this government, I would urge them to consider re-examining the bands. And I do see the Minister of Home Affairs here, and so I hope that she's taking notes on that. But let me get back to the payroll tax and my specific, that was a suggestion related to the comments in the brief. So my specific question is, can the junior minister, can we heard quite a lot about this growth. There's $41 million of growth in the payroll tax. Can they tell us which industries that's being driven from? How much of that is due to estimate of number of employees growing versus wage growth? I'd be very interested to know what fraction of that dollar growth is coming from exempted companies.
And that's in respect of the 621 million odd at B122.
That's right. It's revenue source 8017
Yeah.
payroll tax.
I see that.
Um,
So where that's coming from.
Yes. Following on, Mr. Chair, we hear a lot about the CIT, and one of the tenets of the CIT, there's a thing called qualified refundable tax credits, and I'm not going to bore everybody with that here, but companies are going to be paying more tax, and they're looking at that number, and they're going to see what are some other things that I don't want to say get in return, because that's not how it works, but certainly we know that they might be hoping that payroll tax will go down, and there may be some government policies that reduce payroll tax. So have any policies like that been considered in the budgeting of the payroll tax numbers, both on page B122, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
but also if we turn to page A1,
Right.
and you can see the revenue estimates out through 26, 27, and 27, 28. Thank you.
So the top of the page, A1.
That's right.
Right at the top.
The projected revenue over the next 2 years, or your medium-term outlook, you might say.
Yeah.
Okay, remaining on this page, back to page B122, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I note that bank service tax is going up $311,000, and I'd like to understand what's the driver of that.
Bless you.
And I see also the corporate services tax is going up 10%. And I think I know what the answer will be, but if, again, if the junior minister could confirm their views on how they arrived at that 10%.
So
increase.
those are the two line items immediately following payroll tax at 8018
Yes, my
and
apologies.
8019. No, I'm just with you. I just want to make sure we're
8018.
following. Yep.
Bank services tax and 8019 corporate services tax.
Yep.
And I also see the insurance services tax
Mhm.
is budgeted to go up $251,000 or 4%. And an interesting note here, of course, Mr. Chair, when there's inflation, especially insurance inflation or inflation linked rises in pay, of course, the government gets better revenue. And, it's a little bit off the backs of, if you think about the rise of insurance costs, it's a little bit off the backs of employees who are paying these higher costs. In fact, now I'm turning to, yes, the insurance services tax 8020.
Yes.
And of course, if you buy insurance, you pay a 3.5% tax on that. So as your insurance rates go up, you're also paying more tax to the government. I see now going down that same table, 8029 foreign currency purchase tax, and the government's forecasting a 6% increase or 1.9 million, and would like to understand the drivers of that, Mr. Chair. Remaining within this table, we go down to revenue item 8049, cruise ship departures,
Mm-hmm.
and was budgeted at 26.4 million, came in at 25 million last year, and is now budgeted at 23.2 million, or a reduction of 3.2 million, or minus 12%. Is that fewer ships? Is that fewer cruise passengers? And I see a similar reduction on the 8034 transport infrastructure tax. And if I'm correct, I feel like that's connected to cruise passengers, but I would like the explanation from the government. Yes. Well, now we're looking at the detailed revenue statements. Yes. Yes. Yeah, these are questions I could have sent to the premier early. I did certainly, I know some ministers have been quite friendly and allowed. We've had some collaboration, and they've they've gotten back. I did write to the Premier a week ago, Mr. Chair, but he wrote me back around 2 p.m. today. So unfortunately, we were not able to have a meaningful collaboration. But I appreciate he was busy traveling. Now,
You could have still sent your question.
8061.
Members,
Mr. Chair, 8061 land
Yes.
conveyance.
still on B122. Yep.
Yes, we're right in the revenue summary. Land conveyance on sales, again, those are predicted down minus 12%. So would appreciate the explanation of that, Mr. Chair. Okay, now we're going to turn to the performance measures on page B123.
Yes.
And I'm looking at 48080. Actually, that's B124. And the percentage targets for the various electronic filing. And I just want to repeat my appreciation for this department and all departments that are making initiatives on the electronic, for electronic submissions and stuff. It's more of an observation. I can see that, for example, the percentage of payroll tax returns e-filed is looking pretty sticky at 75% to 80%. And I know there's some people that will never move forward. It is how they are. But those remaining 20 to 25% could probably consume a lot of time from the staff up there. I'm remaining on this cost center, and I'm looking at the effectiveness of collection, and I see the target for monitoring debt payment plans under effectiveness of collection process. 100% of debt payment plans electronically monitored was 0%, was, I guess, this year, but set to 50%. Perhaps that was an initiative that didn't quite get off the ground last year, but we will look forward to it. I'm remaining within this table on B124. This is the last row, to increase the number of accounts forwarded to the Director of Public Prosecutions for non-compliance. Forecast for this past year is 10. So of course, we're glad to see that people who aren't paying their taxes are being held accountable. I say the target outcome is 100. I hope that the DPP is going to be adequately able to take on that volume. And again, if the junior minister or the Honorable Premier and Finance Minister could comment on that, hopefully it's department collaboration. Mr. Chair, I think that concludes my questions on head 38.
Thank you, Shadow Minister. You have approximately 40 minutes left in the debate.
Well, we still have a few pages to get through.
I think 2 more heads, yes?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was certainly, we're looking at head 39 now, Mr. Chair, and again, I was certainly appreciative of the Premier's brief. It's really important, and the international, situation around the world means we may be a small place, but we have to have this international level of competence here. And I know that the people within that department are working quite hard. And the Premier referred to the various amounts of training and education and skills building and investment there. So very glad to hear that. So I'm turning to page B1.
Mr. Joaquin runs a tight ship.
Mr. Joaquin. We must remember Mr. Joaquin. And I'm turning now to page B126. And
Yes.
I know that the brief was pretty comprehensive, so I'm just trying to make sure I don't ask a question here that was already answered. I have a general question I was alluded to in the brief. I know that we still have exchange control on the books, and that for certain company sales, explicit permission must be sought, and that can sometimes be a little bit of a snag in the sort of deal-making flow. And so if the junior minister or the Premier and Finance Minister, whoever is going to actually answer the questions, could comment on if they're considering adjusting those laws, regulations to remove that little speed bump. I'm turning now to page B127, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking at the revenue. And I see the exempted companies tax is budgeted to go down by 2 million.
Yes.
The
Top
would
of
be
page
eight-
B127.
yes, that would
Yep.
be item 8035.
Mm-hmm.
And I would see the 8041 non-resident companies tax is also going down 500,000.
Mm-hmm.
So they could comment on the sources of those decreases, Mr. Chair. I would appreciate that. I'm actually going to flip back to page B1 at 25 on the department objectives.
Yes.
And item 5 refers to providing technical advice to the Ministry of Finance and other government departments. Is there any specific advice that they could provide an example of that was given? And I'm also referring to the item 11 on the same page. We heard quite a lot about the various tax reporting and the various, excuse me, Mr. Chair, the various compliance reporting. Have we actually carried out any country by country reporting? Have we submitted any country by country reports for this regime yet, Mr. Chair? Okay. 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 Now I'm turning to page B126, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking at the subjective analysis. And
126.
yes,
B126.
B126, and I see that the salaries are plus 28%, but
Yes.
the FTE is only 18%. So again, this is an example where I see the gap in those doesn't quite align with my understanding of the amount of the pay rises given to people. So maybe they've, like, for example, sometimes I know we get a more senior person to fill a role, or people are getting promoted, and then they get a higher pay band. Would like to know about that, Mr. Chair. Travel, I think we heard a lot about that. So, and I think we heard about office space. So I would have had a question about rentals, but I think that has been answered by the brief. So happy for that. Actually, I will ask this question because the rentals line on page B126 under subjective analysis was budgeted for 250,000, came in at 3, and then is budgeted for 430,000 next year. I guess they were supposed to perhaps move into a bigger space or didn't make it, and now we're moving to an even bigger or more expensive space. So that would be my question as to what's going on there, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn now to the performance measures, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
B128.
Yes.
And I'm looking at 49080 compliance, and I'm looking at the number of inspections. And yeah, 49080. So the original forecast for 24-25 was 240 inspections
Yes.
last year. They arrived at 200 inspections. And if I've got my math right here, they did that with 7 staff. Turning back to page B127. But now they're going to 16 staff, but they're only going to go up to 240 inspections. So some commentary on that mismatch would be appreciated, Mr. Chair. I know I had quite a lot of questions out there, and it might take some time for the answers to be read out. So I want to make sure we leave time for that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you have 35 minutes left in the debate. And I think you have only one head outstanding that you haven't asked questions on.
So if there were any answers available, I'd love to hear them. Okay, I'm turning now to the debt and loan guarantees, Mr. Chair. Well, you know what? I'll take my seat, Mr. I still have more questions. Okay. I think we actually started going a little bit backwards. So we discussed the guarantees. Okay.
We're up page B132 now.
Yes. I'm actually going to flip over to the back of the book.
Yep.
And I'm looking at page C4.
Yes.
Capital development. The Bermuda Infrastructure Fund had 2.9 million up until the year end 2024. And can we get a description of what that capital funding was for, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I turn forward. We're still in the red pages. And the page C11.
Yes.
Minister of
C11.
Finance in the top group 76921, corporate income tax capital grant. If we could have a brief description of what that is for, please. I think I had some other questions, but they were well covered in the brief.
76921, corporate income tax capital grant, C11.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that is correct. 750 originally, and then 1.75 million last year. Social insurance, the debt management system, 76925 was 249,000 estimated, and then came in at zero. There were different things mentioned in the brief, and I probably got them muddled, so if they could just specify exactly what happened there. Going down to the Registrar of Companies under the OECD Common Reporting, 76867, the $300,000 estimate for 25-26. Frankly, seems quite reasonable for this kind of stuff. So I guess, is there a standard package that we're just buying? Is there a piece of software that you can buy off the shelf for that? Or whatever we're getting for that money. Turning forward now, Mr. Chair, to page C17.
Yes. Grants.
Grants. I think I did ask about the Corporate Income Tax Authority grant before and how that was going to 6965 and how
Yes.
the details of how that was going to operate with the loan.
You did.
Okay. I did start with my questions about the refinancing. I did start with my questions about the sinking fund. I did start with my questions about the BHB. So at this time, I think I will yield the floor if there's anyone else with questions or there are things to come in.
Yes. All right. Before we move to the finance minister or junior finance minister, is anyone else who wishes to participate in the debate? There being none, Premier, you want junior finance? Thank you, finance minister. You have the floor.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'll try my best to cover the questions that have been asked by the Shadow Minister and maybe leave enough time for follow-up. Let's run through 500 million debt refinance, explains how it will work. Partial payments to terms allow. Remember, the debt comes due, you repay the debt, and if you have to refinance any portion of it, it is. So there's nothing a question in regards to penalties. Our debt is on the open market as well, so it can be repurchased at any time, and that's just a determination as to whether or not it makes the financial sense or fiscal sense of which to do so. There was a question related to the hospital guarantee. There was a change in regards to Canadian accounting standards, which is the reason why, as been explained previously, that number has gone up significantly over the years, as they have access to include all of the stream of interest payments rather than just the principal amount. So that is the reason why that figure is all there. Matters related to the sinking fund. I think the Junior Minister of Finance provided a very wholesome response on that during last week's general economic debate. So I'm not certain what further questions there are to answer on that one. On page B107, speaking about objectives in regards to the framework for the corporate income tax, the corporate income tax agencies, regarding differences between one and the other insofar as setting policy and guidance. CETA recently led on administrative penalties, the associated administrative regulations supported by the government and the International Tax Working Group that speaks to the guidance on administrative penalties, the associated administrative regulations. CETA will be responsible for future setting policy directions and guidance for collection of revenue for in-scope entities, which will require a close liaison with the government to ensure that the work is aligned with the Registrar of Companies, police the perimeter of in and out of scope companies with the Ministry of Finance headquarters to ensure compliance with our international obligations. The question comes back to this $187.5 million, which I have explained on multiple occasions, but I'll try to explain it again. The estimate that we have for corporate income tax is $750 million, and the estimate of which has been inserted into this year's budget is a quarter of those collections on average. As we know, the matters were said when we first reported this number that was in last year's budget statement. It is an average estimated on the take over 10 years. We take the $750 million, but of course, we're just coming into space this regime. So we've said that a quarter of those particular funds will accrue to the government for use. You will see future years, we are putting 600 million as a figure in those future years. However, it is expected that those figures may be higher, but we are just using conservative estimates inside of the budget book and future looking statements. There's a question in regards to reserve funding, etc. This gets rather technical. I think, Mr. Chair, will be probably better for us for when we bring the reserve funding legislation to this honorable House a little bit later, that we can get into the discussions, the mechanics of the reserve fundings, etc. So I hope that that is helpful enough for the Shadow Minister understanding where the 187.5 comes from. But again, it is a quarter of the $750 million figure. That is the figure that is being placed in there. It could be, and so we'll see what maintains. I think I've also given an answer to the 187, what those payments look like for the next 3 or 4 quarters. As a reminder, I think 50% of estimated taxes due in August, Financial Secretary, August, and then 90% of estimated taxes due in December. And then the final amounts are paid, whatever reconciliation, et cetera, paid at tax filing, and persons have up until October 2026 to finalize their tax filings for the tax year 2025. There's a question in regards to risk factors and robustness in the estimate. Has there been feedback from the OECD? Our regime is compliant with the OECD framework. We do not envision that there is a material risk to this number arising from any ongoing international discussions related to Pillar 2. There was a question regarding registered taxpayers there for CIT, and possible to break the amounts down by quarter. Filing for Bermuda constituent entities have until 10 days before initial payments to register. And of course, those initial payments are not expected until August, so we don't have a figure until we'll have a better figure closer to the time. The agency will be able to provide a figure at that point in time, certainly subject to confidentiality. And we are unable to provide information on the concentration of payments at this time. I think that it's important to note that we always regard Bermuda's international sector as just insurance, but we are far wider with shipping and other types of various items. And so we recognize the total model that we're modeling at $750 million, which is an average, which is conservative. But we will see and have better data to match with the actual filings that come in when they commence in August of this year. In regards to the payments related to previous year on cyber incident, that was to Palo Alto Networks. Gaming Commission is responsible. The question you asked if there is gaming on ships. Yes, that was the Cruise Ship Casinos Act 2013, which was passed by the former government. And regarding the other items, there was the Gaming Transfer and Functions Act 2021, which governs cruise ship gaming, which is not new. That has been happening since 2013. In regards to matters related to the betting framework, yes, there are changes that are being processed there insofar as a new way to charge taxes rather than the way, which is a relatively old-fashioned way of where we put the charge on the initial bet. I think this is, we're going to change it so that it is done in a different fashion that is like other jurisdictions, which is expected to bring more persons. The Gaming Commission is currently has two matters from international companies related to the provision of sports betting under a regulated framework here in Bermuda, partnering with local companies, which has been something that the Ministry of Finance has stated is necessary, as we will not be giving 114B licenses for overseas companies to operate gaming on island and on things, because we want to ensure that we actually have local companies who may have been involved in this before to be a part of this. So that is the stuff that is taking place with the Gaming Commission. The question in regards to 4.78 million in regards to the CIT grant, that is a full grant. That is not a loan. The budget statement and also the brief had spoken about additional funding that will be necessary in this coming year, and that funding is going to be done from the interest on deposits that the body is going to get. So that is going to be a ongoing revenue stream for them. That is how they are going to be funded. But that 4.78 is not a loan. That is a grant, is located inside of this budget. There was a question in regards to salaries going up, and I don't remember which particular page this was, but it was a question of salaries up 20% and 427,000. Sorry. B108. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. And that is one additional position together with salary pay award increases. There's a question about coverage we have for cyber insurance. They want to review the IT estate to improve cyber policy. Reviews are ongoing. I can look to get specifics in regards to coverage, but certainly coming off a recent cyber incident, and clearly it was not the easiest thing to procure such, but we continue to upgrade, and you'll recognize there's record investments in so far as the IT estate for the government of Bermuda, in addition to various funding for national resilience at cyber, which would be inside the Ministry of National Security. And also when we debate cabinet office heads, you'll see additional increases in the IDT budget. There was a question about whether or not the government is considering adding any KPIs regarding fiscal guardrails. Those are matters that we will discuss in future that will come from the Tax Reform Commission. Remember, the Tax Reform Commission was charged specifically, and of course, the honorable member will be aware, as he did sit on that particular commission. But one of their things is to recommend guardrails, and we'll wait for the recommendations that will come. There were also a number of various things and suggestions in regards to changes to payroll tax. And again, the government has stated that we're not doing any meaningful changes to the payroll tax structure until we receive the report of the Tax Reform Commission, which is expected next month. So at that point in time, that will be tabled here. We'll have plenty of time to debate those particular matters prior to the government and deciding which recommendations it may wish to take forward. Question about GHI and GHI not being paid out of the sinking fund And this is possibly a misunderstanding regarding this issue. The increase is certainly to the government's portion of the funds of which we are going to pay. But it's important to note, as I mentioned, it came to the attention of the Minister of Finance, the challenges that were being experienced with GHI when we were comparing sinking fund balances, and something was not necessarily adding up directly with the matters. Upon examination, those matters were being funded out of the excess borrowing account, which is allowable under the law to cover shortfalls in consolidated fund operations, and therefore those matters are being addressed and are now fully inside of the budget. The matter related to the auditor and the clean audit opinion regarding the accounts, I think it's important to note these matters have changed. We are not the only jurisdiction who is having this particular challenge. I mean, there are provinces in Canada as well due to this change with these particular matters. However, the government has partnered with an external subject matter expert to gain an understanding of further work that is required for this new accounting standards. And work with external expert, we were able to develop a comprehensive model for the estimating of future costs of asset retirement obligations. The Accountant General has met with the Auditor General to confirm our understanding of the concerns which led to the qualification and the additional work required to address. We've prepared a comprehensive plan to address and will continue to work with external experts the implementation of this plan to remove this qualification. But it is important to note that this is just only on asset retirement obligations for asbestos and other related items, and the challenges that we're experiencing in Rita are no different to what is being experienced in Canada, where our accounting standards, which the Auditor General has come from, where there are similar qualifications which appeared in national and provincial accounts in Canada, as we try to make sure we get up to this new particular standard. There was a question of other audited funds not being done, and we have finally onboarded additional management accountants, which will help the Accountant General in bringing some of those funds up to date. There's a question of financial reporting. Original 580, then came down to 300. And now up to the original 580 included 6-month salaries for 2 vacant positions. Recruitments were not completed until close to the end of the fiscal year for 2025-26. The estimates include the full year salary for those 2 staff, along with the uplift in salaries. I do note the question about consolidated fund reporting. That is something that has been a long established goal. I cannot state when we're going to actually achieve that goal. As you recognize from this budget brief, the Ministry of Finance has a significant amount of items of which they're working on. And although that is a priority for some, we want to make sure that we can get our financial systems up and running and expand matters related to our E1 system as well. But it is a long-term goal and something that hopefully we will achieve at some points in time during this particular parliament. There's a question, why hasn't the funding gone up in superannuation fund as much as other areas? With the pay rise, the uptake in government pensions is lower than the number employed, as the estimate is based off of the current numbers that are employed, and of course new persons as well. The decrease in contributory pensions, the 2024-25 estimates for the PSSF and CPF came in below estimates. These estimates, the 2025-26 estimates, were built out using the 2024-25 actual spend, with projected increases for headcount and salary increases. I know there's questions that were related to GEHI. I want to start with the first rebutting of a falsehood, which I know continues to come from the opposition. CORE was not cut. I want to repeat that again. CORE was not cut. Thank you. It's the first instance. Secondly, on the matters that are related to what is happening with costs for prescriptions, it is important that GHI is managed as other health insurance plans are. Members will remember that there was a commitment to amalgamate the administration of GHI HIP and Future Care into one to streamline those administrative processes. And what we found in GHI is that there are not the cost control measures that you would find in traditional insurance systems. This particular thing, insofar as prescriptions, is just one of them. The manager has a number of various recommendations, and it's also important to note that GHI is not managed purely by the Minister of Finance, though the Minister of Finance has responsibility. There is a GEHI management committee that has representatives from all of the public sector unions that are part of that, and the changes for GHI are discussed with that committee prior to any form of implementation to make sure that they understand, because of course their employees, or sorry, their members are the ones that are primarily affected by changes to GEHI. There was a question in regards to yacht revenues for customs. Why is it budgeted 70 and now dropped? If yachts are coming, if not, so why? Yachts are coming. The revenue has been included in other more specific object line, including SRVs to ships, customs service charges, and light tolls. Modernization of social insurance legislation was happening. Various pieces of legislation are under consideration to update the act. Also, the department is working closely with the Ministry of Finance to stop loopholes and protect the fund from exploitation until full contributory pension fund legislative changes are completed, which we're expecting to advance significantly this year. On the matters related to understanding costs and headcount for social insurance, I think the Shadow Minister acts that, as I explained in the brief, the expenses are there. However, remember, these things are met from the consolidated, not the consolidated fund, the contributory pension fund. They are recharged, and that is why those amounts are stated at zero. There was a question that was asked in regards to why is the professional services amount so high. Those professional services, though imperfect, are all for war pension benefits. So that's where they're recorded under the professional services line items. Will not seem as professional services, but that's just the allocation when you're being paid to external persons or service providers. And so that is why it is there under professional services, and that is for 265 million. Questions in regards to the target with debt and numbers. How are we going to get back to target? The department has been in the process of filling vacant posts for the last year. In the compliance section is looking to collaborate with other Ministry of Finance departments, as I stated inside the brief, to better identify delinquent employers. As you know, inside the Cabinet Office and others, we brought on additional data science experts that will be able to link the two systems together using advanced IT systems, which do not require what used to be done, where there was significant work that is done. We can now take these data sets and look across the two particular main departments, Office of the Tax Commissioner and Department of Social Insurance, to better identify those persons as well. Question was in regards to 2,600 inspections per year, not managing to hit budget. Doesn't add back to number. How is this derived? Do we need to double compliance officers? It's 10 inspections a week, and for 47 weeks, plus estimate of 250 other investigations, times 5 inspectors takes us to that 2,600 figure that has been mentioned. Moving on to head 38, reduce receivables by 50 million. How is this arrived at? OTC currently have 3 debt collectors with the estimate of $5 million collected per debt collector. In regards to, I'll get back to you on the question in regards on 48080, a matter related to operations, where it says 12% increase, but no increase in headcount. I just want to make sure I get a correct answer for that to reply back to you, Shadow Minister. I'll just ask for clarification for your question on 48080. Was that specifically just for that line item, and you're asking for the increase, or was it an overall item? Happy to yield.
Thank you. The finance minister is yielding. Will the shadow minister wish to clarify the question posed? I call on the honorable member for constituency 25 to clarify if you wish.
No, I'm mindful of time, so he could continue.
Okay. Duly noted. Floor is yours, finance minister.
All right, thank you. I will press on. In regards to change the payroll tax structure, moving of bans, et cetera, we're going to wait for the report of the Tax Reform Commission. Which industries is this being driven by, and how is this split out? And when talking about payroll tax, it's important to note that the $41 million increase is an increase over the original estimate from last year. But if you look at the change between the revised estimate and the current one, it is a lot smaller figure than the change to the original estimate from last year, where our collections were higher than expected. There was a question in regards to, a breakdown in regards to this. Typically, international business receipts form about, let me try to give a figure. International exempted undertakings, not just international business, because they're put as exempted undertakings, overall contribute to about 40% of total tax take-ups. And then, of course, it depends by quarter. Some quarters are higher, bonus quarters, other quarters, they are typically in line. So I'll call it around between 40 and 50% of payroll tax collections come from exempted undertakings. There's a question about payroll tax move forward, why a reduction in future years. That was done as stated in the budget statement, a provision for the government stated position that companies that are inside of the framework for corporate income tax will likely have some form of amelioration on those particular matters. In the matters related to banking service tax and other types of taxes, those were just done on a 2.5% increase based on inflationary increase based on the revised figures, not the original figures. So it can be sometimes confusing when you're looking at the changes from last year to this year, the original figures. But I would encourage the shadow minister to also look at the changes to the revised figures. They were done on the 2.5% increase, just basically overall inflationary increase there. And to that on foreign currency purchase tax, insurance tax. We'd spoken about cruise ship departures. King Lear is being repaired, and there's less availability of cruise ships to dock. And same thing on transport infrastructure tax. And land conveyance wise, dropping estimate was lower based on actual collections base 2024-25 of 16.5 million. But it's also important to note that we have removed expanded greatly the first time home buyers and also the tax on mortgage transfers. And so in that case and instance, that is going to see some money coming out of the stamp duty, but it's fine because we think the overall economy will benefit due to more activity that is taking place. There is a section of taxpayers, particularly older, that prefer to pay their taxes HGG cashiers, and so that is why it's being stuck at 75%. I understand. We want to continue to move that, and over time, as we make things easier, we hopefully will see better on that. Payment plans, 100% electronic monitors. What KPIs do the actual plan numbers mean? When the Smart Case system is live, payment plans can be monitored electronically using the AS400 system, which is 30 years old. The tax accounts have been reviewed manually, reducing effectiveness. Question in regards to question 44, in regards to increase amounts for public prosecution. Target outcome 100. Can DPP deal with that number? DPP advised they can manage 10 accounts per month. It's a new undertaking. We will monitor progress and amend if necessary. Moving on to head 39, still have exchange controls for company sales and permissions required. Can be a snag on deals. They considering these requirements and laws to make the project more efficient. Exchange control falls in the purview of the Bermuda Monetary Authority, acting as an agent for the Minister of Finance. Permissions are required. No change to the external control framework are contemplated other than changes to accommodate the transfer of the beneficial ownership register from the BMA to the Register of Companies. It's important to note that permissions underpin our international commitments. Depending on the nature of business, mergers may require additional reviews and approvals by supervisory teams. Exempted revenue dropping. Why? Minor decrease in total number of companies is summer struck from the register. The overall percentage decreases in material. Non-resident tax dropping. Minor decrease in the overall numbers is summer struck from the register. The overall percentage decreases in material. What specific advice can the ROC offer regarding given to MOF? The Registrar of Companies oversees the entire corporate registration framework together with various EU compliance frameworks and the Registrar of Companies may provide advice to any matter underneath its remit. Question 49, tax reporting and compliance. Have we done any country-by-country reporting? Country-by-country reporting is not done by us. It is done by the individual companies that form part of this particular thing submitted to the portal. And this has been taking place since 2017. Salaries increased by 28%, but FTI are not increasing as much by why. This is due to the headcount that was budgeted last year, but known vacancies of the budget were not in, as they were done by professional services and consultants. So it just means that the fact that the activities that were taking place, I know there was another question in regards to inspections, and we're raising headcounts, but we're not raising the number of inspections. And the reality is that those inspections were done by persons who are contracted under professional services, but will now be done by persons who are in situ inside of the particular ministry. The question 51 was a question about rentals and moving. The plan was to move last year. It didn't happen, but we're looking to have that done this year. There are no questions on loan guarantees. We know we have the history on the Bermuda Infrastructure Fund.
Premier, we're in our last 5 minutes.
Okay, he asked a lot of questions.
He
Just trying
did.
to go,
He did. He
just
did
trying,
indeed.
just trying to go through
Inquiring
them.
minds.
Just want to go through them. There was a question in regards to the infrastructure or the capital grant. That capital grant was given last year for a startup, and additional needs will be met through the borrowing facility that we had mentioned. There was a question in regards to question 57 in regards to the e-initiative under the Registrar of Companies. With capital, the software is already being used. The e-initiative will fund the beneficial ownership register and enhancements to the real estate and liquidations. $300,000 is budgeted for OECD reporting software upgrades. And there was a question in regards to the grant for CETA, and that work is going to go to CETA, but also to support for the MOF for work to progress the corporate income tax regime.
Thank you to the Honorable Finance Minister and Premier. I see that the Honorable Member for Constituency 25 is on his feet. I think realistically, you're not going to get any more questions and answers in, but if you want to have a valiant try at one more.
For the record, Mr. Chair, I would like to get my question in. I did ask about number of payers for the corporate income tax, who is registered. So I'm a bit flummoxed because the government seems very confident in the amounts it's getting, but doesn't seem to be able to tell anybody how many payers there will be. And he also was not able to answer how much of the funds that they're expecting is going to be held off in the reserve. And I also have a question in that he did indicate that I'm assuming he's speaking in the ministry, Mr. Chair, have set the amount that the CETA would forward to the consolidated fund. But if I understand correctly, that is actually under the purview of CETA to actually set. So if you could perhaps clarify who is making that decision, I'd appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister and Premier.
I answered the question. I will repeat it again so the honorable member can hopefully get it this time. The people do not have to register until 10 days before tax filing. That will be in August. At that point in time, we can provide an accurate number based on the question of which he asks. In regards to estimates which have been made, it is important to note that country-by-country reporting, which has been taking place since 2017, are reported to the OECD. The OECD has these figures. The OECD has shared these figures with us. Those figures have been shared with the Tax Reform Commission. That is the reason why we are confident in regards to the projections which have been made. I would hope the Shadow Minister would stop trying to undermine this matter related to the conservative estimates that have been made.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Significant
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
The Honorable Premier is impugning improper motive, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Well, I thank you both to the Honorable Finance Minister and the Honorable Shadow Minister, and indeed to the Junior Minister as well, MP Ferbert. That concludes our debate on the Ministry of Finance. And Honorable Finance Minister, if you would like to move your heads, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and 58 be approved as printed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, it has been moved that heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and finally 58 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, Heads 10, 11, 12, 28, 38, 39, and 58 are approved. Honorable Finance Minister, would you like us to rise and report progress?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask for leave to sit again.
It has been moved, members, that the committee rise and report progress and ask for leave to sit again. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, we shall rise and report progress and ask for leave to sit again. This one.
Good evening, members. It has been reported that the committee has risen to report progress and sought leave to sit again. Were there any objections to that? There being none, we shall move on with the orders of the day. I understand that we are doing orders 2, 4, and 5. And so with that said, I call on the Minister of National Security to present his bill. Minister, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025 be now read for the second time.
It has been moved that the Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025 be read for a second time. Are there any objections? There are none. Continue, Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to present the consideration of this Honorable House the Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025, a bill that seeks to modernize our legislative framework to reflect the practical realities and professional standards of today's pyrotechnics industry in Bermuda. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the current provisions of the Explosive Substances Act 1974, fireworks display permits may only be granted to public officers acting in their official capacity, municipal corporations, or hotel managers. While this structure was originally intended to ensure proper oversight and safety, it has become outdated and unnecessarily restrictive in practice. In effect, trained and certified pyrotechnicians must rely on an eligible third party, such as a government official or hotel manager, to apply for and collect a permit on their behalf. This introduces unnecessary bureaucracy and inefficiencies into what should be a straightforward process. It also places an administrative burden on public officers who are required to perform duties unrelated to their primary responsibilities, such as collecting and relaying permits. Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendment proposed in this bill will allow for fireworks permits to be issued directly to trained and certified pyrotechnicians who are employed by licensed pyrotechnic companies. This adjustment preserves the existing oversight mechanisms. Permits will still be issued only after the Commissioner of Police consults with the Chief Fire Officer and coordination with relevant agencies such as the Air Traffic Control, Marine and Ports, and Environment and Natural Resources will continue as required. This is not a change in safety policy. It is a change in administrative efficiency that removes intermediaries from the process while maintaining all existing controls. Madam Deputy Speaker, this amendment enables a more streamlined, modern permitting process. It reduces the government's administrative burden and supports the responsible professional operation of the pyrotechnics industry. At the same time, it allows individuals and event organizers greater flexibility in contracting services for public and private celebrations, such as weddings, community events, and national holidays. Madam Deputy Speaker, honorable members are advised that as part of the consequential amendments, the fee for the issuance of a fireworks permit has been revised from $300 to $500. This adjustment reflects the need to more accurately cover the administrative costs associated with the review, approval, and oversight processes, which are critical to maintaining public safety and regulatory compliance. This is the first rate increase for fireworks permits since the fee was implemented in 1976. Madam Deputy Speaker, these amendments are modest, sensible updates that reflect the evolving needs of both the public sector and private event organizers, while upholding the safety and professionalism that the use of fireworks demands. I therefore commend the Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025 to this honorable House for honorable members to debate. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the bill entitled Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025? I recognize the member from constituency 10. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker, and members of this honorable House and the listening public. Myself and members of the opposition wholeheartedly support this legislation. We think it's a good piece of law, and it can actually pave the way for some employment, future employment for Bermudians in this field. A couple of questions, well, concerns that I have with the legislation as drafted. Understanding the nature of the explosive substances, it being inherently dangerous, I'm wondering if there's a consideration of provision for indemnity insurance in the bill, and also some considerations in respect of environment to ensure that the environment, both land and sea, is protected. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the bill? I recognize the member from constituency 22. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have one question arising from the bill, and I actually took the liberty of raising it with the honorable minister in advance. The question is really this: it's the fee is going up for the permit, and obviously we know about this new fireworks business, and we all want it to succeed. Why do we want it to succeed? Because when tourists come to Bermuda, what better thing to have at an event than fireworks? So we want to see this Bermudian business get off the ground and succeed and flourish. And so with that in mind, my question to the honorable minister is this: if the fee for the permit is going up from $300 to $500, what are we going to do about whether he has to have a permit or the business has to have a permit each and every time? Because the legislation currently is drafted in Section 10.3 of the Primary Act suggests that there has to be a new permit issued every time with the date and the location of the fireworks. And I hope that's not the case, because if we are really going to get a business off the ground where we see fireworks 3, 4, 5 times a month, maybe more during the high season, I think it would be prohibitive for the business to have to meet a cost of $500 each and every occasion. And so I did ask the honorable minister if he could confirm that there will in fact just be a fee for this business and not a recurring fee for each and every event. And I welcome the clarification. Thank you.
Right, member, do you want that question answered in committee? Yes.
I'm entirely in the hands of the minister as he prefers.
Okay. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this bill? I recognize the member from constituency 12. Member, you have the floor.
Yes, and thank you, and good evening to colleagues and listening Bermuda. Just one basic comment. Just the other day, I gotten home and I heard fireworks going off, and I wasn't quite sure where it was coming from at first, which led to me, when I was reading through this particular bill here, amendment, I was just wondering, and there's no line item here, so in committee it wouldn't make any sense, but it's a question of, are they, when fireworks a license is given, let's say to a hotel, are they required to gazette the fact that they are actually going to have fireworks? And the reason I asked that question is my neighbor has a dog, and when there's fireworks off, he went foolish. right? And I was like, what in the world is going on? And I could hear this bang, bang, bang. I didn't know it was fireworks going off. And I guess, God forbid, if someone may have a pacemaker or something and it shocks them and pushes that thing off, or it'd be nice if it was gazetted. But I didn't see anywhere in the legislation that it requires requires a gazetting or making it official notice that there will be fireworks in, I don't know, Tucker's Point or up at South P when it gets up and going, or Hamilton P for that matter. So would be nice to be able to know. I couldn't find it anywhere in legislation at all where it mentioned that. But I will say this again, that from the last time legislation came, I'm so happy to see that we have the opportunity in a young local that is responsible, pyrotechnics, making sure that this stuff is well organized. So we're all behind this. I guess just we want to make sure that the red tape, we know the red tape is being cut out here. That is an extremely important thing. And I see the sense and what the minister's attempting to do. So we are in full support. We don't want to belabor it, but maybe just get a few questions out.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the bill? I recognize the member from constituency 15. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. And I'd just like to take a small moment to speak in support of this bill that my honorable colleague, the Minister of National Security, has brought. This honorable House will recall that maybe about a year ago, when I sat in another place, we actually brought forth, I think it obviously came to this place as well, tourism investment order. And this was the very first, this particular business. I don't think we're talking about a particular business, but there was a particular business, I think it's the only one in Bermuda, that does that. Yes, Swarm Pyrotechnics. It's the only business that we brought a tourism investment order, and it was the very first in the category of attractions. And it was supported by both houses at the time. And I know that the way it was written previously is that every single time that he wished to put on a fireworks display at any establishment, he had to, I think the law was written where it had to be an NP, or it had to be somebody. It had to go through and a manager. It was a very arduous process and very long. So I just want to speak to this bill. Yeah, I just want to speak to this bill and show the support that this government continues to have in this area, because it does come under attraction. And as we are trying, and you will see in what is to come later this evening, as we are trying to further invest in the tourism product in Bermuda, I think that anything we can do to make this process smoother for the entrepreneur as well as the individuals that want these fireworks is definitely a positive thing. So I'd like to speak in support of my colleague. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this bill? Recognizing no others, Minister, you may reply.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank all the members that have participated, in particular the member from C15, who ably supported me and the government's initiatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, the first question from the member from C10, I think it was about insurance. For clarity, all pyrotechnic companies have to have insurance. So they have to have insurance for their business. The second question and actually the second question for C10 about the environment and whatnot, as I said in my brief, the police commissioner confers with the fire chief and marine imports and other relevant agencies. So all that is covered in the exercise of the commissioner of police dealing with the fire chief and the other and whoever else. For the member from C11, 22. He asked about the fee. First of all, when he said that the fee hasn't been increased since 1976, so it's going from $300 to $500. And what I must say that the fee that the pyrotechnics people charge for their service, this fee is relatively a minimal administrative fee. So having said that, Madam Deputy Chair, if no one else has any questions or comments, I move now that the bill be committed.
It has been moved that the bill entitled Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025 be committed. I call on the member from constituency 22 to take the chair. I don't see.
Members, we are now in committee for the whole of further consideration of the bill entitled Explosive Substance Amendment Act 2025. I call on the minister in charge to proceed. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to move all 4 clauses.
It has been proposed that the minister move all 4 clauses all at once. Any objection? No objection. Please do.
Mr. Chair, Clause 1 provides the citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends the Principal Act by repealing Section 10(1) and replacing it with a provision to allow for a new category of person to whom a fireworks permit may be granted. Certified and trained pyrotechnicians employed by a pyrotechnics company, and to allow for consultation between the commissioner and the chief fire officer regarding the grant of fireworks permits. Clause 3, Mr. Chairman, amends the Principal Act in Section 11(8) by deleting the reference to the Government Fees Act 1965 and substituting it with the Government Fees Regulations 1976, so as to provide a more accurate reference to the statutory instrument wherein the fees payable for a license or permit are prescribed. Clause 4 provides for the consequential amendment to the Government Fees Regulations 1976, increasing the fee for a fireworks permit from $300 to $500.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any member who would wish to speak to the bill in committee? There being none, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now move that the preamble be approved.
Yes, if you move the clauses first.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4.
It has been moved that clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be approved. Is there any objection? No objection. Clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the bill are approved. Would you like to move the preamble?
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Is there any objection? There's no objection. The preamble is approved.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Is there any objection? No objection. The bill will be reported to the House as printed.
It has been reported that the bill be accepted as printed and that there were no objections. There being none, that takes us on to the next bill. And I call on the Minister for Tourism, Transport, Culture, and Sports. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Good evening. Madam Acting Chair, I move that consideration be given to the draft order entitled the Tourism Investment Hillcrest Boutique Hotel Order 2025, proposed to be made by the Minister responsible for tourism under Section 3 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017, together with written agreement of the Minister of Finance in exercise of the power conferred by Section 5 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017.
It has been moved that the Tourism Investment Hillcrest Boutique Hotel Order 2025 be considered. Any objections? There being none, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, the purpose in bringing this Tourism Investment Hillcrest Boutique Hotel Order 2025 before this Honorable House is to enable the grant of tax relief to the developer investing in the tourism product, Hillcrest Boutique Hotel, Hillcrest Boutique Hotel Limited, which is in the national economic interest of Bermuda. Madam Acting Speaker, I'm pleased to invite this Honorable House to take this order under consideration. Madam Acting Speaker, Hillcrest Boutique Hotel Limited is a Bermuda company incorporated on the 8th of October, 2024. The hotel is the former Aunt Nia's Inn, which was built in the 1770s and was the first guest house in Bermuda to accept non-white guests during the period of segregation. It was purchased in July 2023 and was renovated and redesigned to create 14 suites, 9 king suites, 1 additional king suite, 1 bachelor suite, 2 queen suites, and 1 cottage suite. The new amenities include a heated saltwater pool, a 6-person hot tub, sauna, indoor and outdoor lounge with fire pit, gym, and a massage room. Madam Acting Speaker, in February of 2025, the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel came into the hotel inventory and was placed on the tourism accommodation inventory as an inn with, as previously mentioned, a total of 14 units accommodating a maximum of 37 guests on any given night. Madam Acting Speaker, the staffing model of this inn includes housekeeping services provided by a local company, a hotel operations and distributions manager, an experiences manager, and a live-in maintenance manager. Madam Acting Speaker, honorable members will note that the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel has been awarded the full terms of relief allowed by the legislation, which is full relief from customs duty for 15 years from the operative date of the order, full relief from hotel occupancy tax for 15 years of the hotel's opening date, and full relief from the employer's share of payroll tax for 15 years from the hotel's opening date. Full exemption from land tax for 10 years starting from the 6th anniversary of the hotel's opening date. Madam Acting Speaker, honorable members will note that exemptions from land tax is subject to the hotel confirming in years 6 through 15 that 70% of the hotel staff must be Bermudian. Further, Madam Acting Speaker, exemption from the employer's share of payroll tax is subject to management training program for Bermudians, and that is in operation at the hotel, which is verified by the Department of Workforce Development. Madam Acting Speaker, the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel pairs timeless elegance with modern sophistication. It offers guests a private, tranquil, deeply comfortable home away from home with every modern amenity at affordable prices. Madam Acting Speaker, I conclude as I began. This government's support of this tourism product is in the national economic interest of Bermuda. Madam Acting Speaker, I am pleased to recommend this order for the support of this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak on this order? I recognize the member from constituency 21, 30, sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Deputy
Okay,
Speaker.
member, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And right off the top, obviously, I wanted to extend our support from the members of the opposition for this historic property. I don't support the East End for Cup match, Deputy Speaker, but I do support economic activity and tourism investment for them. And I hope to see this stimulate more activity in the East End of the island. And we also want to take time to note the history of the property and how important that is for the tapestry of Bermuda and for the tapestry pretty much for the East End. So I just have two small questions, and that is obviously this will have to be done in collaboration with multiple ministries, but I just would like to know if we can get a bit of an update on the multiple moving parts of getting Bermudians into hospitality. So we see this 70% requirement for Bermudians, and I just know that we have a signature school or a signature program that does hospitality. We have seen some workforce development moves that have gotten some folks in, but if the minister could endeavor to just, get a bit of information for us at a later time, don't expect him to have that tonight on
Have to speak to the order.
yeah, but just to see how we can ensure that 70% is able to be covered by every hotel that is getting that particular stipulation, because we've passed a few in this honorable chamber, and every single one is going to have 70%, and eventually we need to make sure we have the Bermudian workforce to accommodate that. And also, along with the workforce and development checking the management program, just a bit of clarity on that, how that check will be done, and how can we verify that Bermudians are passed during a given chance, not necessarily specifically to this hotel, but just to that stipulation in general. And with that, you have our support, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak to the order? I recognize the member from constituency 2. Member, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Acting Speaker. I'm very happy for the minister to present this order today, and I'm in 100% support of the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel coming on stream. It's a property that I'm very familiar with from Mrs. True Robinson, who I happen to know, and we've been when I came to St. George's to open the golf course in 1985. True Robinson's guests used to come up to that property, our property, to enjoy our amenities, and Ms. Robinson was a very consummate hotel proprietor and a very elegant person she was. I want to also, when her son, former member of Parliament, Deloy Robinson, took the property. He was a former chairman, I believe, of the Bermuda Tourism Board when he was a member of Parliament at that time. Nothing that was unprecedented, because I think I've mentioned before that persons in the House like DeForest Trimmingham and other members, Kitson, I think, and other members of Parliament were also chairman of tourism boards as well over the years. So it's nothing uncommon, because those who have an interest in the hotel industry have a contribution to make in the industry that they're familiar with, and that makes ever so much sense. The history of Aunt Nia's Inn, dating back to Thomas Moore, the great poet, and all the stories that one could tell that inspired that that poet's work, lent its name to the romance of St. George, which is filled with it. And what a wonderful area it is. If anybody's familiar with Old Maid's Lane, if you aren't, I suggest you take a walk through those alleys and experience the wonderful aura that it presents. Certainly, the history of the connection between persons who own the property, and politics is not lost on me. Miss True Robinson, as I said, had a son who was in this very house. But before him, she had a son that sat in this house as well. Cecil Clark for the Progressive Labor Party, her son also. And it's not lost on me that the current proprietor's mother was a premier of this country, who actually introduced me to the other house in 1998, and her aunt as well sat in this very house. So there are certainly connections of that property, and it certainly speaks to why it would be ahead of its time in opening its doors to all and sundry and lead the way to make sure that fairness existed, even when it wasn't legislated as so. And while I'm speaking about the amenities, the great addition to St. George, let me just remind everyone in this country is that St. George's is leading the way in hospitality. I've written papers of recent years to tell you that in St. George's, we are the complete destination. And I'm going to go as far as to say, because anyone that knows St. George's knows that Tucker's Town is in St. George's. So in St. George's Parish, we claim parts of Hamilton Parish as well, because when you look from the Lauren and you work your way past Tucker's Point, which is Rosewood, when you go to Mid-Ocean Club, you've got 2 golf courses there. When you go around the corner, you pass Tom Moore's Tavern, not so dissimilar to the Tom Moore that would have written those poems inspired by Earl Maid's Land, and you would hit Grotto Bay. I've hit 4 hotels already, and I'm coming across the bridge. You have an airport that you rely on us in the parish of St. George, right? You would go a little bit further. If you ventured over to St. David, you get lost in another world, but you'll go across that wonderful bridge that soon we'll see pavement, beautiful pavement from the Minister of Works and Engineering. He's promised before Cup-Mets we're going to get some beautiful asphalt there to lead us into St. George's when we claim the Cup. And I'm here to tell you that in St. George's now, you have 3 hotels. 3 hotels on St. George's Island. 3 hotels in Greater St. George's. There's 6 hotels, 3 golf courses because they renovated St. George's Golf Club with the building of St. Regis Hotel. And I'm getting to that. and I'm here to say you got the flagships of forts in Fort St. Catherine. And you have the greatest example of volunteerism in this country taking place with the restoration of the different forts, like in St. George's, Fort Albert and Fort Victoria and the like. And I want to say a special thank you to Friends of St. George for that work of volunteerism, clearing out the debris. It's easy to have blamed the government for all the casuarina trees that occupy all the forts. But it takes a great spirit of people to go and roll up your sleeves on weekends, give up your time to make it possible for us to have greater tourism products. Let that be an example up and down this country for people to roll up their sleeves and be volunteers to help us get better. And in St. George's, we are leading the way with the 6 hotel properties east of. Thank you, Bermuda. Because we could have done like the OBA did when a contract was given to develop the waterfront. That same minister that said thank you, OBA, was the first person to come and pass a bill to do retroactive. We didn't do that on the airport, and we didn't do that for St. Regis. We embraced it, notwithstanding the concerns we raised, and that's the difference between this responsible elected 3 times PLP government that I'm proud to have been a part of. Now, let me just say this.
Because so much good is happening in the East, it's only fitting that my new skipper that we have leading the St. George's will bring the cup, so all those visitors will come in greater numbers this July to see us lift this cup. Yes, but I'm on a serious note. On a serious note, persons tease me because I talk about golf. And I make no apologies for talking about golf, as I do sailing, because I come from a sailing family as well as golf. And I come from a fishing family, and I come from a farming family. All parts of making Bermuda what it is. And it ties into that beautiful spirit that we see demonstrated down there at the new Hillcrest Boutique Hotel. Another example of a Bermudian urn product. And in St. George's, just like Grotto Bay, Bermuda urn, this property is Bermuda urn. And you talked about that beautiful pool that they have there. Those young people that swim, that represent Bermuda, may have had an inspiration in that, because the children of the proprietor are some of our top swimmers. I believe my cousin Ben Smith can attest to that. So that would inspire. So as we go there with our minister responsible for sports and culture and the like to inspire these young people, this is what the investment in Bermuda's youth does. It inspires theirs with resources. So I'm encouraging all in Bermuda who have the money, stop complaining about what we don't do and roll up your sleeves like the Friends of St. George's to make it possible for greater investment to happen around the country like it's happening in St. George's. It just can't happen in the old capital and our greater St. George's community. We're glad that it is. And that's the spirit that's going to bring us the cup, because we've got a winning combination going. And let me tell you this. When those owners of the super yachts that have come to Bermuda in greater numbers, when those owners of super yachts decide that they're going to come and spend a couple of days, there's a good possibility that they might take up all of the rooms of that one property, because they can walk right down, and if they put their super yacht in the harbor, or if they leave it at port, and be a part of that experience and go back up there. And you know what? When people come in that atmosphere, they can enjoy not only the property that they stay on, the wonderful people that make St. George's. They might see a Neil Painter having a birthday party and stuff, as the last captain of Legend did. Black Pearl, actually. Or they might see Brutus and have a little cocktail. Or they might see me and go down to Wahoo and see Alfred and Gaza. That is the beauty of St. George's. That's why it's showing the rest of Bermuda the way to go. We've got it all. Except the cup. And just like when we did, but I just want to say how proud I am to be here today to support the minister in this historic boutique hotel, which adds to, in that St. George's Island. Again, we have 3 hotel properties: the St. George's Hotel, Club Hotel, the St. Regis Hotel, and the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel. And it's right at the foot of the hill, those beautiful steps that lead up to another hotel, not too dissimilar than what would have happened 100 years ago, when tourism was certainly, we led the way. And we're starting to lead the way, because you're seeing it right there in St. George's. I just named it. And I didn't even tell you that we have the capacity to hold the boutique cruise ships. There aren't as many. Many didn't believe 20 years ago that we needed those cruise piers up in Dockyard because the ships were getting bigger. But they're starting to bring out some now smaller boutique ships. So right there in St. George's, where this boutique hotel has this investment is taking place, there's still room for other persons to follow suit of this wonderful entrepreneur and their family that have invested in St. George's. And thank you to the government for being a part of helping them. And if there's anything more we need to do, I want them to know that they can reach out to the member of parliament, wonderful lady, or myself, or in fact you, Madam Acting Speaker, because I think some of those names I may have mentioned might have been related to you in some sort. So that's my contribution for today to support this wonderful order.
Thank you, member. I could have let you go on all night because you were speaking about the best of Bermuda, St. George's. But even though I didn't have the clock on, I was watching the clock. I do want you to know that. Thank you, member, for your contribution. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 9. Member, you have.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, I was the minister when the coroner owners first came to the table and they only had a plan. But they clearly expressed that they were looking to act on this plan immediately. So we were more than pleased to support it then, and we are more than pleased to support this bill that follows from her and their actions to complete this project. It was built in 1770s, as the minister said. It's now rejuvenated into a 2025 property that fits in with the elements of St. George's. It's much needed in the area of tourism in Bermuda. 37 guests doesn't sound like much, but it's 37 more guests that we can host than before this property was finished. It's also presenting jobs, which is important as well. And so I support this, and I do have a couple of questions for the minister. And if the minister knows, I would like to know the percentage of staff currently that are Bermudian, and whether there are plans to have a management trainee program in place, if it's not one in place already. And there's always a risk following the previous speaker. But for those who don't know where the Hillcrest Boutique Hotel is located, I'm in agreement with the previous speaker in that when St. George's wins the cup, I think we should march it from the field to Hillcrest Hotel. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the order? I recognize the member from constituency 12. Member,
Another
you have the
Eastander.
floor.
Another blue and blue. I'm going to lead off from the honorable member from constituency number 2, and saying that it's great to see investment into the hospitality industry, as the shadow minister also said, and that they just might run into constituency number 2, constituency number 2. They just might run into the Honorable Kim Swan. I believe that they will be aptly appreciative of a gentleman like this with a lot of history. One thing I can say, he has his history down. He doesn't forget it, and that is a gift, and definitely a gift. What I will say is that I have not always been complimentary to the 15-year concession. And as we move on in time, I must say, when I look at this property, Hillcrest, and when I look at the new owner, and I don't mind saying her name, Veronica Delia, of course, as the minister said, honorable minister from constituency number 2, this is the former first female premier in Bermuda, Pamela Gordon Banks. And so the investment in this property is huge, actually. It had some troublesome times. To see what has been done with it, I would encourage every single member in the House that and maybe jointly, let's go down and enjoy the facilities there. Many times we're looking for somewhere to go, and we can find ourselves easily at Hamilton Princess or some of the other places, the Lauren and the likes. But let's go down now and support the Gordon family. Let's go down and support them with this here and enjoy some of those facilities. I must say, I will say, I hope that the Honorable Member Kim Swan might even encourage them to some kind of miniature golf. He loves his golf. There. And I will concede and say that maybe the concessions of 15 years is working. You know, I always get worried about the government coffers and whether or not when we're giving these concessions that we're actually going to see some benefit from it. But for this young lady to come home, because I know she was living abroad, had chats with her before, and to see that she's come home and I believe a former attorney, in fact, who's changing careers now to go into the hospitality industry, that's huge. That says a lot. And I'm grateful that probably we have one less lawyer on the island because we got so many now. But again, I think I want to say that St. George's actually, and I want to agree with the Honorable Minister, he used to be not deputy, but for tourism. I'm trying to think of the word I want to say here. Junior Minister for tourism. That's the East End is flourishing when it comes to the hospitality industry. As he mentioned, we've got the St. Regis going, brand new hotel. We've got the Lauren, brand new. We have the renovations at Club Tucker's Point. Even Grotto is doing massive renovations, and we'll be talking about that in the next order that will come up. But I want to go back to the fact that this is a local family who is taking the time to invest its time and money into something which I can't give enough accolades to. And we, as 36 of us, all of us should find a way to the east. I know for you Somerset people it's a problem, but you know, we drive up to Somerset. You know what, Deputy Speaker? The first time that I went to Somerset, I was 6 years old. I knew about it coming from St. David's, heard about it, but had never been up there. And the only reason I went up there was because my dad was playing cup match, right? That was the only reason I wound up in Somerset, because otherwise everything was in St. George's. All the shops that were in town were in St. George's. When I was a kid, I didn't have to come town. And the fact is, St. George's people are very respectful, meaning St. David's as well. When we went to town, you know it, Deputy Speaker, you had to dress up. Even when we went to Somerset, we used to go up to the beach up in Somerset. We had to dress up. So I'm saying to you, for this cup match, you Somerset people, when you come down St. George's, dress up, okay? Because I want you to know what it feels like to lose. The last time that we had a back-to-back win, it was because we had a Cannonair St. George's Cricket Club coach. Go back and look at it. All right. Now, I know that Hillcrest will be excited. And what I want to say about Hillcrest is this. When you come down from Somerset, because we already live in St. George's, you better find yourself a room down at Hillcrest for the weekend. Support this woman, because the money that she has put into this, we need to support it. Okay? We need to support it. So you Somerset people, do the right thing. Rent a room. I don't even think the minister's probably rented a room from Donda. Yes, he did say about the beds were comfy and all of that. I don't think he's been in one yet, but he did say it. So I want to know that the minister has taken a couple of his ministerial salary dollars and entertained a room at Hillcrest. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak to the order? I recognize the Premier from constituency 18. Premier?
Madam Acting Speaker, I'm mindful that you're in the chair, so I will do my best not to get thrown out. But there's a whole lot of delusion inside of this chamber today, and I don't know how we got from.
You definitely need to be mindful.
And I don't know how we got from Hillcrest to y'all perennial losers lamenting the fact that you might lose again this year. However, sorry. Huh? No problem. But allow me to speak to the particular topic at hand. And clearly, as tourism investment orders are given jointly between the minister responsible for tourism and also the minister responsible for finance, it is important that I certainly speak. It goes without question that clearly I support this, or else it would not have made it through the cabinet to be here. But the reality is, Madam Acting Speaker, that everything that has been said thus far in relation to Hillcrest, not in relation to the delusions from persons who want to talk about cut match, are spot on, Madam Acting Speaker. Because I know that I was at the official opening with you and other members. And the reality is that the transformation that Ms. Veronica Gordon has managed to make at that particular property is incredible. Now, I happen to have the fortune of knowing Ms. Gordon for quite some while, and I know about her ability to transform projects into things that look extraordinary. And there is no question that what has been done at Hillcrest is extraordinary. It is a beautiful property. It is without question an addition to the old town, but it is also the recognition that if you put in place the types of legislation that are necessary to support investment, investment will come. And so I know that he's no longer the shadow minister for tourism, but the shadow minister for works and engineering, the former premier from constituency number 12, MP Cannoneer. I will take it as saying that he has now admitted that he was wrong in opposing the extension from 10 to 15 years.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Your point of order, member.
Yes, and I gave admittance to the fact that it might be working. He's misleading the House. The verdict still stands as to whether or not it's working.
Thank you, member.
Madam Speaker, there is no misleading. He is, but now you know it might be. Okay, so and so, but it's interesting. But I want to remind the history because it is important. And as, of course, as you know, Madam Acting Speaker, I do not intend, to be at this place for much longer. But the reality is that there are going to be members that are here longer than us. And it is important that they remember the lessons of history. And as was stated in the Tourism Investment Order debate, or when we amended the Tourism Investment Act to increase the maximum concessions to 15 years, I gave persons the history of that. And the history of that was that we were at 5 years for hotel concessions. The Bermuda Tourism Authority in 2017 had recommended us going to 15 years. And through the regular process of institutional flexibility at that point in time Gordon has done is exquisite. It is a wonderful property. I will echo the sentiments of other members who said that people should go visit it, take it in. It is truly a sight to behold. And of course, I had already inquired and asked about their bookings over the Cup Match holiday. As you know, I always have people that are visiting, and apparently they are already booked out and full. But you may be able to inquire still. But it is an absolutely beautiful property. And congratulations, Gordon. I will say one thing, that I do apologize that this has taken the amount and length of time that it did. The minister may not have stated that there were some administrative challenges in pushing this ahead. This is not the standard of which we should be about. And so I know I've expressed my apologies to Ms. Gordon directly. I know the minister has also expressed her apologies, but I want to make sure that I say this in this public facing. Nonetheless, the tourism concession order will pass today. It will go to the Senate, will pass there, and the just due for the investment of which has been made in beautifying that project will be rewarded with the support of honorable members in this chamber and in the other place. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Does any other member wish to speak to the order? No other members? Minister.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. And I'd like to just thank the entire House for their comments and support on this tourism investment order for Hillcrest Boutique Hotel. And if I can just add a bit to that. I have been to Hillcrest twice now and met with Miss Veronica Gordon. I've had 2 tours of the property, and no, to the member from the other side, I have not spent any time there overnight yet. However, I will say this, that just this week, we got confirmation that the Secretary General and CEO of the Caribbean Tourism Organization had confirmed her visit to Bermuda to experience our Cup Match. So she will be coming. And the next question, when individuals say that they're going to make a visit to Bermuda, is, do you have any recommendations? And immediately we did reach out to Miss Veronica Gordon just to ask and say, you know, is there any availability? Because as you would know, everyone has been talking about Cup Match. It is the ideal location to just walk across the street and enjoy the Cup Match Classic, to watch the Cleveland County players that play for St. George's do well. Like that. There you go, Mr. Vice President. I got that one in. But with that said, we did get word back from Miss Gordon that, you know, she does have availability, and she'd love for the secretary, pardon? and she'd love for the Secretary General and CEO of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, who we have a very good relationship with, to come and experience this property. So it is a beautiful property, especially, as I said in the brief, the amenities that have gone into that, and every single detail. I do encourage everyone, if they get an opportunity, to make an appointment with Ms. Gordon, so that you can see the pride that she has in the work that she has put in, and the planning and you know, as they call it, a labor of love into what she has put in this property. So I'm happy to hear that it has the support of all. And just to answer some of the questions that were asked by the Honorable Shadow Minister of Tourism and the Honorable Member. One of the questions was about how will we know that there is a management training program for this and other properties. The government's Tourism Regulatory and Policy Unit, that does come under the Ministry HQ, will work with the Department of Workforce Development and with all hotel representatives to determine the components of such a plan. So that is a relationship that is very much tied when it comes to these. How will government know that 70% employment is achieved? Each hotel under this is required to submit a complete list of people employed at the hotel. This list includes details regarding the number of Bermudians versus the number of Bermudians employed will be determined. And the Office of the Tax Commissioner is required to verify this submission. So we are again happy to hear the support of the entire House for this. And as has been said by the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Member from Constituency 12, we do wish Ms. Gordon much success in this endeavor.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to?
Madam Acting Speaker, I move that the said draft order be approved and that a suitable message be sent to Her Excellency the Governor.
His Excellency.
His Excellency the Governor.
Yes, Minister, it has been moved that the draft order be approved. Are there any objections? No objections, so a message will be sent to the Governor of its approval. Thank you. Minister, I think you have a second order to do.
Absolutely.
You have the floor.
Madam Acting Speaker, thank you very much. And this one is along the same line and length since we're talking a lot of cricket this evening. And this one is the Tourism Investment Grotto Bay Resort and Spa Order 2025. Madam Acting Speaker, I move that consideration be given to the draft order entitled the Tourism Investment Grotto Bay Resort and Spa Order 2025, proposed to be made by the Minister responsible for tourism under Section 3 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017, together with the written agreement of the Minister of Finance in exercise of the power conferred by Section 5 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017.
Thank you, Minister. It has been moved that the Tourism Investment Grotto Bay Resort and Spa Order 2025 be considered. Are there any objections to that? There being none, Minister, continue.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. The purpose in bringing this Tourism Investment Grotto Bay Resort and Spa Order 2025 before this Honorable House is to enable the grant of tax relief to the developers investing in the tourism product Grotto Bay Resort and Spa, Grotto Bay Properties Limited, which is in the national economic interest of Bermuda. I'm pleased, Madam Acting Speaker, to invite this Honorable House to take this order under consideration. Madam Acting Speaker, a key element of success in business is investment in the product to ensure it's always fresh and serves to meet the demands of customers that the business aims to serve. Madam Acting Speaker, the hospitality business is no different. Destinations, hotels, and attractions that seek to trade only on reputation can often lose their edge, proving to be more of what they were than what they need to be. Success in this aggressive and competitive tourism marketplace demands that every affiliated tourism business consistently stays at the cutting edge. Madam Acting Speaker, the order before the honorable members represents that kind of investment in a product proposed to be made by a key tourism site in Bermuda. As I indicated to this honorable house on tabling this order, the Grotto Bay Resort and Spa is an iconic property located in the east end of the island. The current owners have taken the foundation laid by their predecessors and have determined to grow the status of the hotel to meet the true luxury standard befitting its location. There have been upgrades to the property already, and I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to visit the hotel on more than one occasion at the invitation of J.P. Martins, the managing director of the resort. Madam Acting Speaker, you would have noted that I actually did an international radio show from the panoramic views of the Grotto Bay just this week. Madam Acting Speaker, phase 1 of the 2 phases of development began on September 2023 and was completed in November of 2024. It included expansion of the Hibiscus South Dining Room and Palm Court, creation of the new Hibiscus East Dining Room and the new Panorama Lounge, a rooftop lounge located on top of the Hibiscus East Dining Room, and an expansion of the resort's beach via the creation of a new beach terrace, which has the seating for an additional 100 guests. Phase 2 will consist of the construction of 53 additional guest rooms, expansion of the hotel kitchen, and the construction of a new sewage treatment plant to meet the demands of the larger hotel. Madam Acting Speaker, Honorable members will note that the terms of the order are consistent with the Tourism Investment Act 2017 and provide the relief sought for a period of 15 years. That relief is set out in Clause 3 of the order and again is consistent with the Principal Act. Madam Acting Speaker, I would like to invite the attention of the honorable members to Clause 4 of the order, which sets out the important means by which hotel qualifies for the exemption from the employer's share of payroll tax and the exemption from land tax. Respectively, a management training program and 70% Bermudian workforce is required. Madam Acting Speaker, I hereby advise the honorable members that currently at Grotto Bay, 73% of the workforce is indeed Bermudian. Madam Acting Speaker, I would echo comments I have previously made in this House with respect to Tourism Investment Act. The relief provided by the Act is not just available to hotels. The schedule to the Act sets out how new and existing restaurants can qualify for relief, and likewise how an attraction, which we spoke about earlier, can also qualify. Madam Acting Speaker, the government's goal is to create the conditions that inspire investor confidence at every level of the tourist economy, sparking a desire to invest and reinvest as we continue to see the recovery of tourism for Bermuda. Madam Acting Speaker, I am pleased to recommend this order for the support of this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Would any other member wish to speak on the order? I recognize the member from constituency 30. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate it. And I just also want to say we also welcome and support this. We welcome and support this, and it is something that I think all unifies both sides of the House, is that we want to see the tourism industry grow. We want to see investment in tourism attractions and properties. And I have to say that hearing the minister read that brief, it is very great news to hear. 73% Bermudian workers and also 53 new rooms. Any increase in rooms is a benefit to not only the economy, but also to our airlift and to all manners of things that benefit Bermudians who are working in the industry. So the more people we can service, the more people that we can house, is a benefit to the economy. So I want to congratulate the owners. And also I think it shows a good amount of faith in the owners of this particular property to reinvest in their property, to expand it. And, we have to give kudos where kudos are due. When you see an expansion like that, it does show confidence, in the industry. So I will say, as the minister well knows, I don't mind, building pace, but sometimes you got to build a little spin, right? And that's why Somerset keeps the cup, right? So just letting you know. So Deputy Speaker, I'll leave that there because I know where you and with your indulgence. But we have had a robust debate on additional order before this that is pretty much identical in the concessions, and we've had the debate on that, so I won't rehash it. Just to say that we support that, and well done to the owners, and good luck going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this order? I recognize the member from constituency 2. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just as I adjust my St. George's blue and blue colors here on the mic, let me just comment by acknowledging the fact that Grotto Bay for more than 50 years has been Bermuda owned. I knew I used to hear tidbits about Grotto Bay. Many folks would know that I grew up around the family of the late Ralph Owen Marshall, who was a director there. I do know that the member sitting next to me's uncle was a director there, Mr. Derlin. I was trying to think of we knew him as Buster. Randolph Derlin was a director there. His son is Dr. D. Henry, right? Henry. He was, and so he's carried forth the family interest. I can recall in my early days going to St. George's when I came back to Bermuda working in Tuckerstown, his nickname, because St. Georgians have a lot of nicknames across Bermuda. Mr. Bourne, Pussy Bourne, was very much involved in the property development in St. George's. And there's a street named after him in my constituency, Bourne Drive, connected there, as was my mentor, the late Terrence Brennan from the 40 Thieves Club, was very much connected with the development in the earlier days of Grotto Bay. It's remained Bermudian owned and operated, and has grown in strength to strength. In my recent, before I had medical issues over the past 13 months, bought a group of influential people in the golf business. And one of the 5 hotels that I bought persons from the UK they stayed at the Grotto Bay, these group of ladies from the UK. One of them actually just came back again and spent 10 days, just left today on the flight there. And I've been told by other hoteliers that Grotto Bay has a tremendous reputation in the United Kingdom. Many people come to Grotto Bay because from the UK, it has developed a reputation. And that's important, you know. People talk about all this different types of marketing here and there, but it's it's no marketing like good word of mouth. When you have a good reputation, people that like you go back and tell their friends. And I've said it more than once because I've lived it. I've worked it. I'm old enough to be able to speak from a historical practice of the industry to know that relationships is the cornerstone of tourism. And, I knew Grotto Bay when Mr. David Boyd was the general manager in the early 80s when I first came back and worked at Castle Harbor under Pierre Rollinger, one of my mentors. But before that, at Belmont under Peter Rosary. And the one thing that the current principal managing director has done, and I saw it, I drove up to, about a year ago, I drove up to Grotto Bay in the morning to pick up one of my friends. There was a guest there. And who was out front sweeping the cigarette butts? The managing director. Now, in modern day, what day you used to have up at the up the Princess that I objected to vehemently, that profiling thing, that test you used to take to get a job at hotels, that profiling test. Persons, I was just seeking some guidance. Sorry, Madam Chair. I should have asked you because I'm sure you would have known the answer. But the honorable member worked there. It was a test that you had to take to get a job in the hospitality industry. And there are persons who have spent their whole life serving who wouldn't pass it because it was a profiling test. And I'm telling you, that manager at that property that we're providing concessions for was operating old school style. He saw something there. He didn't wait to find the manager or whoever was out front to admonish him. He made sure it did what? It disappeared first before he dealt with it. Old school. I took a picture of him. You know what I shared? Another general manager, a friend of mine. I said, that's how I learned. That's the answer I would give. Solve the problem first, right? And when we're looking to give concessions, it's no wonder that persons are raving about Grotto Bay because of that panoramic dining room they built up above. You can look over St. George's. That's enough for a person who want to come on a vacation right there, to have a view looking right down over into the town of St. George's and Toncrot, all the way up in Hamilton Parish. Hamilton Parish never looked so good until it got a perfect bird's eye view of St. George's. And then you can turn around and look the other way and look across to Dockyard. I'm here to tell you that that the investment that's been put into Grotto Bay, it's been incremental. You can't all do it at once, but you've seen the growth. And And the beautiful thing, one of the pillars of the National Tourism Plan, the agility is the acronym, is local involvement. One key important of the AL and the agility local involvement is local participation and buy-in into properties. Grotto Bay it operates on what I call a quasi all-inclusive, where persons, I put persons there, and we're going to play at St. Regis, and I'm picking up people at Cambridge Beaches, I'm picking them up at Newstead, and we're on our way down. And the Grotto Bay people said, look, don't come before I can get my breakfast, because they have the beautiful all-inclusive breakfast. Reminded me of the days when you had the MAP plan, which included your breakfast. And they do a great breakfast, but try to get up there on a weekend. That's a property where now I see the tennis courts has car parks. Those car parks, that car parking ain't for the visitors, you know. And the hotel is packed too. And you know the beautiful thing about the hotel and the amount of additional rooms? When Howard University came to Bermuda in January of 2023 into 24, to train the aquatic team at the pool that was very controversial, that Minister Glenn Blakeney and Premier Hewitt Braun saw to it that went through. They stayed there, and they traveled throughout Bermuda, and they participated in sports tourism. I remember the minister, the minister hosted them up at National Stadium for a reception, and embraced them. And I think one or two Howard University alumni here, you know, that may have come and see them. That probably got the largest alumni association in Bermuda. And so when you talk about sports tourism, when you talk about cultural tourism, you saw Howard University, they embraced Grotto Bay to be able to go up to National Stadium. When the Walk to Calvary just took place in St. George's, right, over Good Friday, and has now become a very cultural tourism types of event, you know, and over 30 years there, Bishop Herbert and them that cultivated that. I mean, just by coincidence, she worked at Grotto Bay in the concierge area for decades. Now is doing the Walk to Calvary, and what hotel that they partner with? Oh, Grotto Bay. Grotto Bay has a reputation already in Bermuda and around the world, and so as a consequence, they get a good report from persons that are already familiar. And as I mentioned, the report that they get in the UK is already speaking volumes for itself. So I think it's outstanding that we see this type of investment. And you know, once again, we're in the East, and I'm telling you, you know, we might have to go. We might have to go independent, you know, down here, because we got it all. You know, we can fly in, we can cruise out. We have a great selection of hotels in St. George's and the Greater East and the Greater East End. We got 3 golf courses. We got tennis. We got it all. We got the wonderful restaurants, and you know, we can play cup match against St. David's. because they go, a lot of them go play for Somerset anyway. But in all seriousness, this is outstanding. It's really outstanding, and I think that the fact that these 2 properties, these 2 orders, are from Bermuda-owned companies. We've heard people come here in this budget say that, you know, Bermuda companies, you know, what are you doing for Bermuda companies? Tonight, these orders are 2 Bermuda companies that have been around. And I know that a lot of my friends, Bermudians, you've got some capital. You know, we can make our fortunes happen. It's time to invest in Bermuda too. And I'm calling on folks to follow the example led by those pioneer Bermudians that made it possible for Grotto Bay to be here in the first place. Those who may have left the hotel industry to move into the condominium industry, because I've said many a times I can name the hotels from all the way up in Somerset to St. George's, properties that were once Bermuda owned and Bermuda connected, that went, and some of them not, that went towards the businesses, office space, and condominiums. Not tonight, but you know they exist. And some of them, like a Lantana, like a Sonesta, like an Elbow Beach, are still there for us to realize even greater investment. And whilst I finish on this particular topic, let me say this: for those persons that are out there saying that there's nothing happening, when we're talking about hotel concessions, I was here when we introduced ones for what? A hotel built on some of the property that my family once owned that was compulsory acquired, the Southampton Princess. The largest investment in a hotel property in Bermuda's history. Right there where the Cycle Shop was owned by Emily Boris Hole, my grandmother, great-grandmother, my grandmother's mother. And I'm here to tell you that in the interest of why that property was compulsory acquired in 1969, thankfully, she was represented by the late Lois Brown Evans, and she said to me, she says, you know, I went around to those boys down there and told them, now you guys know a lot better than to take that poor widow's money. And she got us 7 times the amount that they were trying to offer. She told me that. And of course, she had 7 children, so it got 7, 8 children, you know, so they had to split it up. And I'm just here to say that property, I think, is about $400 million. Do you know, when I first came to this house, Madam Speaker, Madam Acting Speaker, the budget in 1998-99 was about $400 or $500 million. The budget that we debated then. I've got the book right here I've got it right here.
Tie it back to Grotto Bay, member.
I am. We're talking about the Grotto Bay during the budget. And so the investment that's taking place here today, some 26 years later, right, ties into the fact that this PLP government is still making it happen. So I'm here to support the order that's been brought by the honorable member from up there in constituency 15 here for the Grotto Bay Hotel in the national interest. In the national interest. It's not just for those persons in his constituency who may work there. It's not there for just those constituents of mine who work there. It's in the national interest. It's for the good of all of us. And so when we say out there that people read that Bermuda's going to this and that and some type of and Myrtle's handbasket, it's not true. Not when you can see that Bermuda-owned properties are invested. Not when you can see that there are Bermudians who care enough to clear out the forts. Not when you can see that this government could see to it that the Southampton Princess is being renovated. Not when you can see that Waterlot is getting reservations throughout the island and overseas for people to be there. You're seeing Bermuda on the up and up. The glass is half full now, and cup matches coming back to St. George's this year.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the order? I recognize the member from constituency 9. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. On this side of the aisle, when the government does a good job, that's right, we share the responsibility on this side.
That's right.
When the government does a good job, we're not afraid to compliment them. This is a Bermudian property, has been mentioned. It's a personal favorite of mine. I've spent quite a few vacation times down there celebrating my kids' birthdays. The last of those was last July, when my daughter, we celebrated her quinceañera, which is a big deal on her Latin side. This is a continued evolution of that property. I was the minister when they first bought those plants, so it's great to see those plants continue. First phase is done, and they're moving on to the second phase. This brings additional rooms, much needed rooms, additional amenities, jobs. That terrace bar is a fantastic view. I believe it's going to be difficult to get reservations up there, particularly during the summer months. You may be having to book 6 months out, which is great for them. This is a great improvement of our local offerings in the tourism area, and it's something for not only our visitors to enjoy, but locals as well. And my final point is this wonderful escape that Grotto Bay is and will be as a result of these this recent spell of renovations and additions. It shows the flexibility. This and the previous tourism orders shows the flexibility of the Tourism Investment Act, and that it's not just for larger properties; it's for medium-sized and smaller properties as well. So I'm pleased to stand here today and support this, in support of our shadow minister, and I thank the minister for bringing this to the House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this order? I recognize the Premier from constituency 18.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Of course, as the minister said, this year required for concurrence to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance supports this. But let me just add a few more items of context, because I think it is important that you recognize that the significant sweeping measures of which Grotto Bay is doing, the expansion of rooms, the significant renovation. I was there this past weekend for Mother's Day with my mother and my wife and family, and it was lovely to see what they've done there. Others have commented on the new upstairs and the terrace and different things. And so it is just a sign to say, and echoing what the honorable member for constituency number 2 has said, that we are supporting our tourism products. We are seeing the investment. We are seeing the confidence in our tourism product. And this is a result of the work of which this government has done, pressing ahead despite challenges and those which may come from the opposition of warnings. The reality is that we are on the right path and we are seeing the benefits of this. I want to echo one further thing that the minister has said for those persons who are listening, because it is important to recognize that the Tourism Investment Act does not just apply to hotels, whether large or small. It also applies to restaurants and other matters. And so it is a challenge for us, as I know that we continue to promote that. We continue to work with BDC, the Chamber of Commerce, and others. And it is a challenge that we have not seen many of those come through. The reality is, for restaurateurs, if you are upgrading, building something new, you do get customs duty concessions. You do get payroll tax concessions in the exact same way, because we want to create additional activities, and we have put those things in place to ensure that the investments can be made so that these type of things we can see more of those things come to fruition and those investments to happen. So I would like to congratulate the minister again, congratulate the team at the Grotto Bay Hotel. I know I saw one of the shareholders on my flight out on Tuesday and was asking, well, if you're not in the house, how is my tourism investment order going to get passed? And I said, well, I'll be back on Friday, and I know we're doing it that day. So the reality is, we'll continue to work to support our tourism industry, just as we will work to support our other industries in the country. But it's fantastic what they've done there. And of course, this has the full support of the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Premier. Are there any other members who wish to speak? There being none, I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. And I'd like to say thank you to all that have spoken in support of this order. And I'd just like to add to the experience that I have seen when I first became Minister of tourism a few years ago. One of my first engagements was actually at the invitation of the managing director, Mr. J.P. Martins. And we went down and it was a lot of construction going on. He says, listen, this is the plan that we have. And he showed all of the construction that was going on. And I mean, it were people everywhere, whether it be carpenters, whether it be masons, interior decorators. It was a beehive of activity. And to go back over the months, because many people, more and more individuals are having Christmas parties there. I know the Bermuda Hotel Association had their Christmas lunch there, where all of the general managers of the hotels get together up on that panorama view. There were individuals getting what they call those consultations about weddings that were going to happen. And I dare go as far as to say that although this is definitely going to be an upgrade to the tourists that come and stay at Grotto Bay, I can tell you that as far as a local event space, that might be the place to be this summer for weddings, for different smaller conventions that are happening. And I walked through there just this week. As I did say, I had an engagement there speaking on an overseas radio station. And even though I had been there a couple of months ago, every time I go, you see the investment is going a step further as to what they've opened up. I mean, it's fresh, it's modern, and it is definitely the place to be. Apparently, Monday nights is a place to be down there at the Grotto Bay Resort. I'm not sure if the honorable member from constituency 2 has been down there yet. He's not paying attention to me. 12 has been down there yet on a Monday night, but it's definitely the place. So with that said, happy to see that this and these tourism investment orders are doing what they were intended to do, and that is to invest in new properties. And the definition of a new property is if more than 50% of the overall investment or the value of the hotel is going into the renovation, then you call it a new property. So there's many more to come. There's many more to come. And just as you can see up and down this island, what this tourism investment order has done to many of the hotels that are here and many of the hotels that are doing renovations and some future hotels that will be building starting from scratch. So with that said, Madam Acting Speaker, I move. Do I move it now?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move that the said draft order be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency, the Governor.
It has been moved that the draft order be approved and a message be sent to the governor. Are there any objections to that? There being none, so approved. I believe that those are all of the orders that we are doing for today. So I do think that we have to have the third reading of the bills that we did today, or the one bill we did. Minister for National Security.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Explosive Substances Amendment Act 2025 be now read the third time by its title only.
Any objections? There being none, so moved.
I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
No. Are there any objections? No, it is indeed passed. I believe that covers all matters. Premier.
Thank you, Madam Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, I move this honorable House to adjourn until Monday, May the 19th at 10 a.m. And I'm informed that one of my members wishes to speak.
It has been moved that we adjourn until Monday, May 19th at 10 a.m. Are there any members who wish to speak to the motion? I recognize the member from constituency 11, I believe it is.
Thank you,
Member,
Madam
you
Speaker.
have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'd like to read something from the Royal Gazette.
Permission granted.
And I quote, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, here's the short version. You can't grow the economy with a shrinking population. You can't reduce the cost of living with a shrinking population. And you can't properly fund healthcare and pensions with a shrinking populations. Honorable Doug DeCudo. All right. Madam Speaker, Dr. DeCudo seems to be echoing a lot that others in his party and other entities are saying repeatedly. We got to increase the population. Can I finish?
Speak to the chair, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
That's not the argument right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Bermuda Chamber of Commerce recently had the AGM where the talk about population was brought up. Recently this week, the Bermuda Economic Development Corporation, in collaboration with the Urban Development Authority, held the first Bermuda Infrastructure Development Summit, again, where population came up. So here's my thing, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. We have, as a country, we have to have a serious, a sincere, and an honest conversation about population. Because you can't just come to people and just say, yeah, we need to increase the population when a vast majority of your population is struggling to pay mortgage, struggling to pay increasing rents. We can't tell, I don't know, great stories and say, by increasing the population is going to lower the cost of living, because it's not. All right. We also have to ask ourselves, where are these people going to work? You can't just say we need a population increase. Well, where are they going to work? They're not just going to fly in and say, hey, we're here. Are they working in a hotel? Are they working in IB? Where are they working? There has to be that serious conversation. Madam Speaker, most importantly, the question is, where are they going to live? Presently, anyone could go on Facebook or any property skip or anybody, and you see the, I'm going to use the word, near extortionist rates that some landlords are charging. So where's this increase in population going to live? If we bring in 5,000 more people, first of all, we got to figure out where they're going to work. Well, once we figure that part out, where are they going to live? And that's the conversation that we all have to have. Separate the partisanship, separate the he said, she said, where are they going to live? So I put it to the honorable members within this whole house that whether it's in our caucus, in yours caucus, we need to have this conversation because our people, no matter what the melanin country is, are suffering from extortionist rates when it comes to rents, number one. So if and when we have a significant population increase, they're going to suffer more. That's the reality. The government has recently, in the budget, dropped down the construction items tariff down to 10%. That's a necessary thing because people, in order for people to build, the price has to come down. The only way the price is going to come down, Madam Speaker, is people, no, I shouldn't say the only way. One of the main ways for the price to come down is for people to go away buy their own stuff. I had to buy a part for a shower, Madam Speaker, earlier this week for one of my tenants. I went there and they said, okay, look, here's the part. It's 160, but we'll give you a break. Drop it down to $132. Something tell me look it up online. That same park costs $27 a week. That's 4 to 500% increase that some items are being put on building properties. So again, I say thank you to the Premier and others who have dropped down construction related costs. Do this. Because back to the point that Dr. Doug DeCudo and others have said, if and when we have population increase, we're going to figure out where to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Does anyone else wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 2. Sorry, 1 second. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Ever so briefly, Madam Acting Speaker, I appreciate what my colleague just had to say with regards to population, but there is a way that we can create increased population in Bermuda. And I'm going to share between October 15th and May 15th each year, hotels are collectively probably less than 50% occupied. That's opportunity. That's perishable inventory. Just like if you don't eat your bananas and you don't make banana bread, you have to discard those bananas. We have unsold inventory, and when the Southampton Princess is completed, we will have more rooms to contribute to that unsold inventory. I'm here to say that the opportunity for Bermuda in tourism is not in the months between May 15th and October 15th that are relatively already doing well. That time period could very well be saturated with the right efforts. But I'm here to tell you the opportunity. And how do you get more people here? You replicate things that take time. I mentioned on more than one occasion the Howard University coming here with their team to swim. I've mentioned before the century-old Newport to Bermuda race. Those came out of relationships, not government relationships, relationships from interested organizations and individuals in Bermuda that carry forth. I know from what I speak because I've lived long enough to have started several events that continue on today, and they some of them involve the same people loving Bermuda enough to make sure that they kept them going. Those don't happen immediately. You have to work at it. I mentioned the walk to Calvary that took place over the Easter vacation. That event now is starting to bear fruit as a cultural tourism event. Cup match and county games present opportunities, albeit in the summer months. We cannot allow ourselves to just say and be negative about the period between October 15th and May 15th. I have certainly done enough research and been mentored by people who would be 115 years or 20 years today to know that Bermuda was once a winter destination. I know that Bermuda was built on the backs of very solid relationships between persons at the top of the economic food chain and policymakers around the world. There's no secret why Bermuda would have been chosen around World War II time to host some of the shakers and movers with Churchill and Eisenhower choosing to be in Bermuda. Long before them, they would have known about Bermuda because what? William Taft, a president of the United States, would have been in Bermuda. Woodrow Wilson would have been a frequent visitor. Samuel Clemens would have been a frequent visitor. Places like Newstead and the like have histories. You go there, you'll see the pictures on the wall depicting those times. St. George's would have had St. George's, where the St. George's
hotel is, just above the St. George's Boutique Hotel that just got opened, would have been there in 1917. The golf course would have been built in 1920, in 1924 to provide tourism operations. The golf courses would have been there in the 1800s, brought here by the military. We've been a participant in sports tourism. People used to come to Bermuda. Bermudians used to travel over there and make relationships. Fairylands had a golf course back in the 1927. The first pro that came to Vancouver. How would someone way out in Vancouver know to come to Bermuda? Because people in Bermuda had relationships with people in Vancouver. It wasn't no telex machine. There was no telegraph. There might have been a telegram back then. There was no iPhone. There was no WhatsApp. There was none of that. It was relationships. And I'm here to tell you there's some things that are the old-fashioned way, because if you can use all the digital thing you can want, once they get in Bermuda, it's the relationship between those of us here in this island, whether they come from somewhere else to work here, and that's another story for another day of how we can educate people, and we are trying to educate people on what is it to be in Bermuda. Right? We have to ensure that they are met and treated really well. We have to make sure that we have transportation available when they leave that restaurant at night and have a wonderful meal and don't wait 40 minutes. We have to make sure that we provide the service. We have to make sure that we can communicate around the industries to make sure that people are here. And the same ones of us that may have criticized building a cruise pier in Dockyard 20 years ago are certainly happy we have one today. I hear the honorable member talking about overruns, but I don't hear the honorable member saying thank you for having the cruise piers in Dockyard, for having 2 cruise ships in there, because persons would want to be part of saying when I'm talking about being for Bermuda. I've said in this house long before that member came in this house that we all are here and love Bermuda. We all love Bermuda, but sometimes you got to learn how to give Jack his jacket. And I know the Jack I refer to. I know the Jack whose shoulders do you stand on? Jack Tucker's that party over there stands on the shoulders of Jack Tucker. I have no qualms talking about Jack Tucker. I actually presented the national hero. I was the one that presented the national hero in honor of Jack Tucker. I knew his secretary who came here and then earned a hotel. Oh yeah, been trained by a lot of folk. But I'm here to say is that sometimes we have to learn how to operate outside of our innate partisanism for the national interest, as was said when it came to Grotto Bay, for the national interest, as we said when it came to the Hillcrest, for the Fairmont Southampton, for the Southampton Princess, in the national interest when persons were trying to tickle us up and tell us that we shouldn't invest in it, that concessions were this, that, and the other. For the national interest, this government is doing its utmost to make sure that this country is workable for all people in it. That's why you can have this young premier today invite people around for the digital conferences that take place and be invited overseas to give input, because this government is working in the interest. And that's why that opposition has gone to the polls and finds itself in opposition, because it has to learn. And I'm going to invite it to do what I did. No. I'm going to tell you, when I became a UBP senator for the first time, having been up in this house for over 25 years, pining about being here, when I was an opposition senator for 9 years, the first thing I did was study the only opposition that existed in this country, the Progressive Labor Party. And I studied the speeches of Dame Lewis Brown Evans. I studied the speeches of Al Frederick Red. I studied the speeches of Austin Thomas. I studied the speeches of Eugene Cox. And I learned how to provide budget debates that did what? What my friend Brutus, you would know Brutus, honorable member, who said to me, come with solutions. Don't come every week criticizing the government. Come with solutions. I learned that from the PLP. I learned that sitting opposite to Cal Smith in another place. No, I'm telling you, come and be truly Bermudian by sometimes learning that the PLP is not the enemy when it comes to doing financial things for the betterment of this country. That's what I'm telling you. No, sometimes disingenuous people are blatantly obvious.
Members, I cannot hear the person who has the floor. Thank you. Turn it down.
Allah. I just want to say, in the spirit of that, I want to say thank you to the opposition tonight for embracing the Hotel Investment Act that came forward. I want to say thank you, but in the spirit of honorable
member, I can't hear the member on his feet speaking. So,
thank you. I think it's
let's keep the undertones to a minimum, the lowest decibels possible.
I'm here to say that it's easy to see the disingenuous actions because no, I wasn't able to make a contribution earlier in the debate. I'm glad that sometimes your powder's a little bit dry so that you can make a contribution at the right time. But I'm here, and I'm talking about earlier in the week. I'm here to share with you, Madam Speaker, that you are seeing a Bermuda where people overseas are looking at Bermuda with a lot more optimism than we are prepared in amongst ourselves because we're too busy being partisan. All right? If we want to see hotel properties developed in Lantana, as I do, if we want to see the development of Morgan's Point that was left to us on the eve of an election in 2017, like I do in the community that I grew up, we can do it together. There are persons over that side that walk with people that I know that have money. If you're out there saying everything on a Friday of how Bermuda is bad, you're going to feel somewhat off if you're staying around. As when I first came to Milton Scott always used to say, a lot can slip between the cup and the lip at the cocktail parties. But if you spend your time talking bad about the government's this, the government's that, you might turn off a potential investor in one of those properties in Sonesta, at Lantana, at Elbow Beach. Well, Elbow Beach is now looking a lot better than it did before. I forgot about Elbow Beach, Oh my. And I'm here to say that an opposition can be responsible, and I'm trying to help it. Because, before I close my eyes and go to sleep for the very last time, I want to see a buoyant Bermuda right across the board. And it matters not to me if the honorable member from constituency number 12 is the one who's hobnobbing with someone and causes a property to be developed under this government. It matters not to me if it's the opposition finance spokesperson who says something positive about Bermuda in a circle that he might be in that causes someone to invest in a property like Morgan's Point. Well, I live in hope that it may happen, because the same Bermuda that we all profess to love is going to take some love for Bermuda to be able to put aside the partisanship to be able to talk in your circles that can cause Bermuda to have some investment. We cannot practice what you preach. I practice what I preach every single day. I'll use my last dollar as I've done to help this country. If anybody wants to go and audit my accounts, I've invested in this country with money I don't have, and I can't, I should, but I do because I love this country, and I'm encouraging you to do likewise. Yes, and that's good if you do. And I'm here to say this. People talk about the housing problem in Bermuda, and I've talked about volunteerism tonight. If we can pass concession orders, not reflecting, in this House for 2 Bermuda-owned properties, I'm old enough to remember when the Condominium Act came to Parliament for the very first time in the early 1981s. No, I wasn't in Parliament. I was going to a caucus every week listening. I ran in 83. The Condominium Act came in 1981. Around that time is when you start seeing people move away from having hotels and turning them into condominiums up and down the country. That was the type of exodus away from the hotel industry. And the same persons that are saying we need more people, what I'm here to say is this: if you want more people, invest money into more houses for Bermudians too. Because when I was coming up, the people that were in the housing business wasn't the government, although Quentin Edness and Colonel Burks are the two leading builders of housing under government, right? Two separate governments. But before that, it was Benny Rigo and John Swan were leading the charge in building private housing up and down this country. And they weren't building it from the government perspective. They were doing it for a private sector, private industry. So the private industry doesn't want to invest in Bermuda like a Grotto Bay and like a Mrs. Daly has done so, Gordon Daly has done so, but yet would complain that the government isn't doing it with everything. And like I said, when I came to this House in 1998, the government budget was about $490 million in expenditure. And now we've returned to a situation where the government is now committed to earning more than it's spending, which is a good thing. But the money invested in the Southampton Princess today far exceeds or is equivalent to what the national expenditure budget was in 98, 99. Yes, it's called inflation, but you can't sneeze at $400 million in 2025. You can't sneeze about it. But there are those of you that wish that it never happened because it happened under this government. And that is the problem. It's not nonsense. Let your
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Your point of order, member?
I'm not sure if the honorable member really intends to mislead the House. And I don't know exactly who he's talking about, but he certainly is not talking about anyone in this honorable House.
Okay, thank you, member. Member, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I didn't call any names, but I see a lot of people getting exercise. So, I mean, I didn't see the other members of Shea getting exercise. I heard members getting point of order. I didn't call any names, but like if the shoe fits, you can wear it, No, I'm not saying be nice. I'm not saying be nice. Well, this is the amount of time I got when I was doing a budget reply in 2007. I got 2 minutes, so I understand 2 minutes very well. Dr. Braun, if you're out there listening, I remember 2 minutes very well. I didn't give him that. I would just like to say, Madam Speaker, I believe truly that this country can grow tourism in the winter. It's an opportunity begging. It's an opportunity that's real. You don't have to build another hotel in order to, you just have to beg people to realize the potential of this country has in our winter months. And it's going to take those of us on both sides. And especially as an industry person, it's nothing better than to be directing visitors to where they need to go, helping them get to the restaurant and the like. helping them to navigate around Bermuda. We can do more of it in the wintertime, but we got to believe that Bermuda is a great place to be in the winter. And there are many people that don't. It's easy to gravitate towards what's easy. It's hard to do what's necessary sometimes. It's hard, but we can do it. We have what it takes to do it. And that is why I will continue to talk about October 15th to May 15th, because now is the time to be promoting for October 15th to May 15th of the following year and beyond that. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 10. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise for no other reason but to give the listening public some variety based on what's being said here this evening. For no other reason than that. I thought we were going to go home early, but that's not going to happen, unfortunately. No. So we're asked to consider that the glass is half empty or mostly full, or that we have a glass in fact. But the point is that, yes, we're very happy about the hotels that, Southampton Princess is going to be built. I'm not sure when, because when you drive past, you don't actually see anything that's been done. Yeah, if you can get there, right? I don't see any construction vehicles on either side, but it's going to happen. I mean, the paperwork's been signed and we're happy about that. Grotto Bay and Hillcrest, absolutely we're happy about those things. And on the other side of things, it's a fact that we need more people here, and we need to take care of those who are already here as well. How do you grow a population if people are leaving because of the cost of living? These are facts. The Minister of Labor and Economy accepts that we need to create 8,000 more jobs so that more is being paid into the economy than is leaving. Permanent residence certificates are not going to create generations of Bermudians, status or otherwise, but it's going to be a step in the right direction, because basically we have two crises. One speaks to the issue of young persons dying by knives and by guns, and we also have a population crisis which has a direct impact on the cost of living and the trickle-down effect for, life in general here. When we're talking about the ability to go ahead and provide housing for this community, absolutely, we need to take into consideration the needs of the haves and the have-nots, the two Bermudas, three, whatever it is, because of the vanishing middle class that has been created under the current administration. What we have to do is accept responsibility for the part that we have played, and as the government of the day for ever since 2017 and before, played a big role in the reason why we are in the state that we are today. Not all of it bad, but the point is when you're looking at, from the part that I'm especially concerned about, is the crime and the deaths of young Black Bermudian males, and what is being done to reduce that in a meaningful way. We've had, discussions in the budget debates about education and the needs to provide for our kids. But we're also seeing measurements that don't actually relate to success. They're just numbers on a page, which don't actually inform the decisions that are being made about the current generation and the generation afterwards. We spend so much money on professional services, but not on the kids themselves that require the help.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I know that the honorable member has a challenge listening, but I know that we had an entire debate presented by the Minister of the Cabinet Office. Questions from that side talk about professional services and the professional services line items, particularly in regards to counseling intervention and all the specific things of which he's talking about. So he cannot say that we're spending money on professional services and then complain that the money that is being spent to professional services are to do the exact intervention items of which he's lamenting that the government is not doing. He cannot have his cake and eat it too.
Thank you, member. Member, you may continue.
Thank you for that. So the point is, kids need a solid education, and we're spending a lot of money on recommendations made by consultants. And these signature schools, eventually they'll be built. Eventually the people will be moving into them.
Point of order.
Your point of order, Minister.
The man is absolutely misleading.
Member.
The member is absolutely misleading. We opened 2 signature schools at the Barclay Institute and Cedar Bridge Academy, and we will be opening a 3rd one at Sands Secondary School. He cannot stand there and say eventually signature schools will be open. It's absolutely false, and he needs to withdraw that remark.
Member, I think you've heard the minister say that signature schools have actually been opened.
Multiple, yes. So the educational system is humming along nicely and the kids are all right. That's not the case, but I'll continue. So there's some steps being made in the right direction. Absolutely. There's much work to be done. When we're talking about housing, how do you explain that statements were made about that place on South Shore by the former Minister of Public Works, who said black folks, they don't want to have black folks on South Shore. Then it's going to be a hotel. And then they say, well, those houses aren't going to be for you. But that's okay. That's okay. When it was supposed to be affordable housing.
Point of order.
Your point of order, member.
There is no discrimination. If you got the money, you can rent it.
Thank you, member. Member, you have the floor.
There's no discrimination. And yet, when we look at the history of that property, statements were made that one would consider would be prejudicial based on race, and that certain folks should not be on South Shore. And essentially what has happened is the current policies under this administration have effectively ensured that not too many black Bermudians will be there. No, it's a fact.
Is this a point of order, Premier? Yes. You have the floor.
I will offer the honorable member a chance to withdraw, because by implication, he's trying to say that black Bermudians cannot afford these things, which is not correct. And he needs to withdraw it. I know he's trying his best, but he might not actually realize how offensive and prejudicial that very statement is. Precisely the fact when there are black Bermudians who have come to me and who are rented places at Bermuda Beach, taxi drivers and others. The man needs to withdraw his remarks. The honorable member. It's
Yes.
crazy, man.
Member, I would ask that you withdraw that comment, please. Member, I need you to withdraw that comment.
Fair enough. I withdraw that comment.
Thank you.
What I will say, though, is that it was meant to be affordable housing, and then it changed to a hotel. And now it is a place that is luxury
Talk to the chair,
apartments.
please.
Luxury apartments, which when we were hearing about the extortionist rents that were being charged, that is exactly what is happening there in the South Shore. There.
Point of order.
Your point of order?
I think the honorable member should look at the definition of extortion and stop referring to market-based rates and the definitions and reasons why those things were stated, unless the honorable member would like us to underwrite further monies from the consolidated fund for that place. The honorable member needs to understand what the definition of extortion is, please.
Thank you. Member, please use consideration in how you phrase some of your comments.
No,
Thank you.
absolutely. No problem at all. Indeed, right? And that's why we're here today. So the point is, many good things are being done, especially with the hotels that are coming online with the refurbishments and stuff. Absolutely. And we also need to understand that in terms of the social problems as relates to, as I said, crimes, serious crimes, needs to be addressed in a meaningful and strategic way. Many promises are made in this House about doing certain things. And then when you drill down trying to get specifics on what the strategic plans are with timelines, deadlines, and specific allocations of resources, well, you know, it's under consideration. These are things that are going to happen in the future, but nothing specific and tangible in terms of how we're going to achieve these aims. How do you explain that we're paying $16 million plus for a casino gaming commission and we still don't have a casino? That money would be better spent to perhaps offset the costs of the Bermuda College or some of the other areas of need. So basically, it's just a cost center that we're paying for people to work and nothing substantive has come out of it. We need to do better for the people of Bermuda. We need to do it in a meaningful way because they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the motion? No other members. I recognize the Premier who wishes to speak. Premier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no comments for this evening. I think we can adjourn.
Thank you. The House is now adjourned.